Fellow Falcoholics, what is up? Welcome to the Falcoholic Lives Draft Party 2020. We are here live for draft night, round one. Very exciting stuff. We're happy to be here with all you guys. We're happy that the draft is actually going on because Lord knows we need it. We need it tonight. So we're jonesing for it. We're jonesing for the rush so bad. So we're gonna be here tonight to break down everything with you. We'll go pick by pick commentary. All that good stuff, and we will be taking questions, obviously, from you guys throughout the show. We'll have some guests on over the course of the evening, but Eric and I will be here to kick back with you in the meantime. So, Eric, we did just get a little bit of news that Washington allegedly is not going to trade out of number 2, so that probably takes Chase Young off the board unless they're doing something cheeky like not taking Chase Young. But did you have any thoughts on that most recent update there?
You know, we got that little tidbit late last night, and you know, we're in our Falcoholic chat. You know, we were kind of figure out how to digest all that, and we were, for the most part, most of us got a little excited about it, but you know, it seemed a little far-fetched, honestly. I mean, I know on the surface it looked like, oh my God, they could trade up and get the best player in the draft, but you know, they got to go from 16 to 2. And I know everybody keeps bringing up the whole Julio Jones trade, but you got to have some ammo to make a move like that.
Yeah.
And you got to come with, a first rounder this year, a first rounder next year, probably a second rounder next year too. You got to come with it. And I never truly thought that they had enough bullets in the chamber to make that move. So slight disappointment, but all is not lost. But so they're not going to be able to get their hands on the best pass rusher.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a pipe dream, if we're being totally honest with ourselves. That doesn't mean that it wasn't fun to think about, and like thinking about Chase Young in Atlanta, and that was always going to be something that was very unlikely to happen. I mean, even if the Falcons were picking higher in the draft, which it looked like they were going to be earlier in the season, I mean, it sounds like Washington is just totally unwilling to trade out. So whether the Falcons were at 5 or 4 or 7 or whatever, it doesn't look like this would have been able to get done. So that's one pick that I guess wouldn't have made a difference whether they won these last few games or not. But the night is young, and we may see some players that we really wanted to go off the board earlier than we would like.
At least we can give them credit for saying, hey, you know what? They tried.
Yeah.
At least they tried.
They did try. Yeah.
I'll give them that. They did try. They threw a shot in the dark there just to see what happens, and you know, it was the night before the draft, and I, for anyone who was saying that the Redskins never wanted to trade out of that spot anyway, I think that's BS. They've been entertaining offers for weeks.
Yeah, they have.
To me, they were not 100% locked in on Chase until probably this morning. So, they've been entertaining offers for the past few weeks. So, yeah, I mean, like I said, at least they tried.
Yeah, I mean, I'm. It's good to do due diligence on these picks. Like, you want to call and see if teams are willing to make a trade. I mean, for a reasonable amount. So, like, I totally believe it when, you know, we hear the Falcons have been calling all these teams in the top 10. They will probably want to see what the price is and where the starting point is and whether they can make something happen if anyone's even really willing to move. So, you know, I think they're doing a good job. But yeah, I mean, there's been so much smoke this week that the Falcons want to trade up into the top 10 potentially. There's been a ton of names thrown around. I know you had some takes pre-show about whether the trade up is a real thing that's going to happen or not. How are you feeling now on just the eve of the draft about a potential trade up?
You know, I mean, the possibility is still there, man. As long as Thomas Dimitroff is in Flowers Branch, that door is never truly closed. I will say this. It took me a little while to actually process all of this, but I think there's a legitimate possibility that Isaiah Simmons can definitely fall to the latter half of the top 10. And he may be in range for them to go get it.
Interesting.
Do I think it happens? No, I don't think it does, because I don't think they will. To me, I don't think they will have enough to go get him. But I think it may be a possibility where we may see Isaiah Simmons still on the board at 7, maybe 8, and he's like right there. But
yeah.
I just don't think enough. Now you have a different insight on that because you put out your mock draft recently, and I think you had it where it was just first rounder from next year was enough for the trade value.
Yep. Yeah.
But I'm not quite sure that's enough, honestly, Kevin.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure.
It really depends on a couple of factors. One being, do the Chargers want to trade down? And if they do want to trade down, and both sides are trying to work together to make that trade down happen, the price is likely to be lower. Now, the simulator did accept just that pick, so it's not like I just made that up. So it was accepted, and if you look at the trade value chart, it's fair value, assuming an average pick next year. But I agree with you that if there's any other competition for that pick, like if anyone else is trying to get up, that price is going to increase as well. And it also depends on whether or not the Chargers actually want a quarterback in this draft or if they want to wait till next year. Like if they want to wait for Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields next year, that 2021 first, it actually probably sounds like a great thing for them to add because they need that ammunition to potentially get in range for those guys.
Well, yeah, but they would eventually drop down 10 spots and have nothing to show for this draft. That's the kicker to it. Like I saw your point of view, and when it viewing the draft chart, it does add up. The difference between 16 and 6, it does make up the difference with the 2021 first round pick. I just don't see teams trading down 10 spots and not having to show for it for this year. Like,
right.
You're going to get an extra pick out of it this year. I would want an extra pick out of it
this year. I totally get it. Yeah.
So, but it's like I said, when it comes to the draft chart, and I did a little research. I remember I was watching a draft documentary on YouTube earlier today, and found out about the origin of the draft chart. And that draft chart is real. Teams still use it. It kind of started from the Cowboys back in the early '90s, but teams still use it, and like you said, it did match. I just found it hard for a team to say, all right, we'll go down that far and we're not going to be rewarded basically until next year, draft. So.
Yeah, no, I totally get that angle of it, and that's definitely something we're talking about. I wouldn't be shocked if that was, they did want more picks, but it could be day 3 picks. Like we could give up our 4th rounders maybe, and that could be enough to get the deal done. We'll see what plays out there. We do have some guests joining us. I've seen 2 guys join in. I'm going to go in order of who joined first, which would be Evan first. Evan Birchfield on Twitter at Evan Birchfield. Evan, how are you doing on this fine draft evening?
I'm good. It's basically Christmas for a lot of the people who, enjoy the draft. A little different this year, but I think it's still exciting. And, obviously it'll probably have a lot more reviews than it normally does. But with all the smoke we've been hearing the last 3 weeks or so.
3 days.
It's been a lot of smoke. Yeah,
it's going to be nice to finally get an answer in about an hour or so. I don't know how quickly or slow it's going to move. I think we're all kind of interested to see how exactly the whole virtual thing goes, but I'm excited.
Yeah, it's an exciting time. There's so much noise out there that no one knows what's going on, so it's going to be exciting one way or the other just to see what happens, frankly. But we're also here. Joining us is the man, the myth, the legend himself, editor-in-chief of the Falcoholic, Dave Choate. He's at the Falcoholic on Twitter. Dave, how are you doing tonight?
I'm good, man. I'm ready for this to be over. Magical mystery tour, man.
Yes. So now that I see your full picture, I see it's a jacket you're wearing, but I thought it was a backpack, and I thought it was a very Pokemon trainer look, and I thought it was actually pretty cool. It's the Falcons logo. There you go. Yeah. I like it. It's classy look. Good. Glad to have you, and you guys, I know we've been talking about all the buzz about trade ups. Dave, did you have any input there? Do you think a trade up is something that's actually going to happen? Do you think it's all just an elaborate forgery? What's your gut feeling right now with what the Falcons are going to do tonight?
I still think a move up, a short move up, is a strong possibility for them if they can make it happen. I think they did make a bunch of phone calls. I do think that this was a master class in confusing people as to your intentions, which Dimitrov was good at anyways. But I think this might be his finest effort. I don't think they're, especially because Chase Young is not going to be available at number 2, apparently. They're not going to go up into the top 5 any longer, but you could talk me pretty easily into them going into the teens. get a C.J. Henderson or a Kinlaw or something like that. So I still think that's very much on the table, and I think if they do make the pick at 16, it'll be a name that, not everyone's going to immediately jump up and down for, because that's just how it works.
Yeah. I mean, I could see, like, to me, if it's for a player that makes sense at a position that makes sense, I can't be too upset about it. We've seen some picks on this show where we've had the full gamut of emotions. Usually it's been shock more often than not, just except for Eric. He was very comfortable with the tack pick. He was like, yes, I nailed this one. And he did. gotta remember that one. But yeah, I mean, it's last year the Lindstrom pick was just totally out of left field. The McGarry thing at the end of the first round, we were just all like ready to wrap up, and then it was like, oh, I guess the Falcons are picking again, okay. And then they got rid of all of our picks on day 2, so that was a long Friday. But hopefully we'll have at least one day 2 pick this year. But yeah, I mean, I agree with everything you said. I too do think there's a trade up in the works, but it's all about for which player, which we don't really know. We've heard everything from quarterback, which would cause the fan base to riot, to offensive tackle, which would cause the fan base to riot, but probably it would be a smaller riot that would only destroy like half of Flowery Branch. And then if it's for defensive tackle, I think people will be pretty happy. If it's for a cornerback, it probably depends on who the cornerback is. There seems to be a love-hate relationship with C.J. Henderson. That's kind of what his tape is like too, so I get that. I think if it was for Jeff Okudah and it was for a reasonable pick, like pick 6, I think people would be pretty happy with that. I know everyone loves Kinlaw and Derek Brown, so those would be 2 guys as well. But yeah, we are in an interesting spot because there's so many possible names at this point. I mean, I just don't even know where to go with it. So
I will say this: that whole rumor about trading up for an offensive tackle, like that, kind of bugged me a little bit. that didn't make any sense whatsoever, and it's just I don't understand why the media wants to go that route where they get a scoop or whatever and just throw it out there. I'm like, that let's make their tackle situation doesn't it doesn't equate to that. Like, they just drafted a right tackle last year and they got their left tackle locked up for the next 2 or 3 years, paying him money. Why would they trade up for an offensive tackle? I never understood that. That didn't make any sense to me whatsoever.
No, it's like you're basically punting either on McGarry, who was a first-year tackle that missed all of training camp, and he's a tackle only. Like, I know people are like, "Oh, move McGarry to guard." He's 6'7". He's 6'7", man. That's gonna hurt him at guard. No. It's not a good idea. Like, all that height and length, and it helps you on the outside. It does not help you on the inside when you're dealing with the leverage battle on every play.
He's a natural tackler, and he's a natural tackle. I mean, I know he doesn't have length, but
he's really tall.
Yeah, he's tall, but he played tackle pretty much his entire career at UW. Like, leave him there. He's fine.
Yeah. And like Jake Matthews, they're not moving him to guard. Like, you have a good to great left tackle. You don't move him to guard just so you can take a tackle in the top 10. You don't do that. If anything, they'd be taking one of these tackles to move to guard, which would also be really dumb. But that would make more sense to moving Jake Matthews off a left tackle. So,
but none of these tackles ever played guard in college. Like, that's the thing that was, Tristan Wirfs never played guard.
Yeah.
Andrew Thomas never played guard. Like,
nope.
It's so much harder to take a tackle, a natural tackle, and slide him in. Not everybody can do that. You can't just take a natural tackle and slide him inside, because there's different things that he's, developed to learn as a tackle. And it's a total different ballgame when he's playing, left or right guard. It doesn't matter.
Right.
It's not that simple. It's not that simple at all.
Yeah. I agree with you. And it's weird that that's been brought up, but I mean, there's so much smokescreen stuff going on this year. Like, I just don't even know what to think anymore. So, yeah, it's a weird one. But I know we had someone in the chat ask about UGA Boy on YouTube asked, do we think there's a chance the Falcons address wide receiver, adding a wide receiver before day 3? So I wanted to get you guys' thoughts on that. I think it's pretty unlikely unless someone crazy drops, but to me it would be like if it's the 3rd round and one of those fringe first round guys is miraculously still there, then you could say it's best player available, but I doubt it. I doubt it before day 3. And honestly, I doubt it on day 3 too, unless it's the 7th rounder.
Yeah, I doubt it. Even if they trade back and recoup a couple picks, I don't see it. I think this is probably going to be a really defensive heavy draft. You may see a receiver, but it's probably going to be late day three. Um, yeah, I don't see anything before then.
Yeah. You guys have any thoughts on possible wide receiver addition?
Yeah, I actually think it's a possibility. I think, given the strength of the class, and given that I don't know if the Falcons are in love with Russell Gage as their third receiver, as maybe some of us are, myself included. I think Gage will be great there, given the time. So, wouldn't be stunned to see them take somebody in the third round, fourth round. I just think that this year, like every other year, they're going to fall into the same old trap and end up spending as many picks on offense as defense before all is said and done. Even if I don't want them
to. Yeah, I mean, they could always take a wide receiver. I learned my lesson with Calvin Ridley. Like, I was so adamant it's not going to be a wide receiver. They have all these receivers. This is a stupid idea. And they took Calvin Ridley to embarrass me, personally, I'm pretty sure. But, yeah, I mean, Calvin Ridley's been a good player. It wasn't like it was a bad pick. It just, at the time, I mean, there were certainly bigger needs, and Calvin Ridley hasn't helped them, get to the playoffs. So, I do like Calvin Ridley, and he was a good player. So I guess it's good to pick a good player at a position of not need than to pick a bad player at a position of need. So if that's what we're choosing between, then I guess I would choose, the good player. But I think we can do better than that. I think we can take a good player at a position of need, kill two birds with one stone. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, there's so many good wide receivers that I think that there could be good value on day 3 too. There could be someone there that drops that is really a good wide receiver 3 candidate. Just based on the amount of depth in this class. But yeah, I mean, anybody got any final takes on wide receiver before we move on to a different topic here?
I mean, it is a pretty good class.
Yeah,
definitely. It's a deep class. There's no Julio Jones in this class, but it's all around the volume of it is pretty good. I mean, if you want to try to catch a wide receiver 2 or maybe a wide receiver 3 in this class, you got a good shot if you need one. This is a good class to need a wide receiver.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, I mean, I guess maybe we should address the quarterback thing, that there's been, quarterback rumblings. To me, it doesn't make sense for a variety of reasons, including the fact that Matt Ryan's going to be here for 2 years, probably no questions asked. The whole entire point of taking a quarterback on a rookie deal is for the rookie deal, so you can use that money to help other spots on your roster. That's not going to be an option if the guy's sitting behind Matt Ryan for like 3 years. I guess if you're taking a late round quarterback, like a 7th round pick, okay, like that's fine. But is that player going to be better than Kurt Benkert? Probably not. So I don't really see the point. Like, I think Kurt Benkert's fine as the backup. They still have Matt Schaub for some reason. They have Danny Etling, who by all accounts they like. So it's like, do they need another guy in that rotation at this point? No. Do they need somebody to take over from Matt Ryan eventually? Yes, but that's like a year before he retires, not 4 or 5 years before he retires. He's only 35 years old. Let's stop pretending he's like 38 years old about to retire. So
I think it's weird, especially since they literally were on the hot seat and probably should have been fired, according to a lot of people. And it's like, why are we, like, what is the reason for them to be worrying about investing in the future of the quarterback position, where they there's a possibility they won't be here next year unless they turn things around.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's why I thought the talks of an early quarterback were just ridiculous, because like late round, okay, that's fine, I guess, but that just shows more that they, I guess, aren't as all in on Etling or Bankert. But it's like, if you take a quarterback that early, you're not benching Matt Ryan, so how is that helping you win this year? Because it is kind of like a must-win year for them. So I just don't get that personally, but
yeah,
probably just smoke. So.
It's probably just smoke. It's probably just some random rumor they fed out. I think offensive tackle too is just, it was getting too honed in on corner, so they were like, all right, we got to put some other noise out there to like get people off our tails about this corner thing. But yeah, yeah, it's so much buzz, so many different ways they could go, and I think that we could see them picking earlier rather than later tonight. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think it has to probably be corner or defensive tackle. We haven't really talked about Kayvon Chason, but he's another potential guy, especially if they wait until 16. I think them trading up for Chason would probably make a lot of people angry. Probably make me a little bit angry, just because I just don't know if that's worth the extra capital. But since he's the number 2 edge, he could go earlier than people think, because after Chase Young, if someone wants edge, it's Chason, or they're taking, I guess, Epenesa, who doesn't appear to have any first-round buzz at this point. So that's another potential option. If they stay at 16, I mean, anything could happen at that pick if they just wait. But
yeah, if they, I mean, staying at 16 is still a great possibility, just like they did last year, because everyone last year was projecting them to trade into the top 10 for Oliver, and then possibly going up for Christian Wilkins, even talking about them trading up for Dexter Lawrence, and they never did. They stood pat and took their guys. So I think, when it comes to them going up to get Chason, like you mentioned, I don't think it's worth it, because I think, well, the only team that really quote unquote scares me as far as taking him is probably the Panthers. Maybe I've seen him as high as that, but I think they may possibly have either Okudah or Simmons fall into their laps, so I guess they'll disregard that. But I don't think I think he'll be fine. I think he may end up falling into the Falcons' lap at 16 if they stay put. So
yeah.
So trading up right now to me will only be for maybe Simmons, C.J. Henderson, which I'm not in favor of, and maybe Chason if need be. But
yeah. So I know Don Emery brought it up. It's probably not going to be a pick tonight, but Don Emery's talking about looking for Alex Mack Air in this draft. And I think that is something that's important, because if you wait until next year, then you're just throwing someone into the starting lineup, because there's no guarantee that Mack is going to come back. So how important do you guys think it is to get a center to develop in here to take over for Mack next year?
I mean, I think it's important. I would look at that they have 2 4th-rounders. I would look at one of those picks as probably being the heir apparent, the one that's going to come in and, sit behind him for a year and learn the ropes and be ready to take over as a starter in 2021. Mm-hmm. That is a possibility in this draft. I would have liked it a little bit more on day 2 if they still had 2 second-round picks. But, dealing with what they have at this point, I think that's kind of sort of something that's going to be pushed to the back burner a little bit. So I would say one of those 4th-round picks is probably going to be your next starter at center.
Yeah. I mean, I know I have my guys that I like, and I like Keith Ismail on day 3. I think they love Matt Hennessy. I would not be shocked at all if Matt Hennessy's their 2nd-round pick.
I think they love Nick Harris too out of Washington.
Yeah, could be.
I wish they didn't have that crush, but
he's tiny, man. He's tiny. He got worked at the Senior Bowl too. So
he's not strong. He's not strong either, man. He needs to get back in the gym, get back in the weight room.
Yeah, it's that would be a little bit weird. But yeah, I mean, I get it. Like, he's really fast, but it kind of goes against what they've been doing lately, which has been going after those like bigger offensive linemen instead of just the pure athletes. They've been going for those kind of athletic and big guys, and Nick Harris is just athletic. So, I mean, kind of so is Keith Ismail, but he's not as small as Nick Harris.
Play strength is really a question mark for him, and it needs to improve. It needs to improve immediately in order for him to play against the likes of, a Fletcher Cox or, Vita Vea or Aaron Donald. Like, he needs to get his weight up a little bit. He needs to get stronger.
Yeah,
he got tossed around a lot at Senior Bowl.
I'm not convinced that he's an NFL center. Like, I'm just not convinced that he can hold up.
Not either, man. I think he needs too much work to be considered a starter.
He's so small. He's very athletic, but like we saw at the Senior Bowl, he just got domed in one-on-ones. Like, he just couldn't compete.
Kinlaw.
That's not fair. Yeah, Kinlaw just destroyed that man.
Kinlaw used him as a toothpick, man.
Yeah.
It wasn't fair, dude.
Yeah. So that's not great. But yeah, I think that they really, really love Matt Hennessy. And I mean, I think it could shock people that they pass on a corner to take Hennessy in like the 2nd round. Because that seems to be that's how much they like him. Like we've heard so much buzz about them being connected to Hennessy, and I think Hennessy can be a very good starting center. He could probably play left guard this year too, but it's just like it's not as big of a need in my opinion as corner. But again, we've heard Dan Quinn say now that he thinks Kendall Sheffield's a cornerback one and that he loves Isaiah Oliver and all this. So, I mean, I think we have to buckle up for the fact that they actually don't address corner until like the third round or later.
I don't know.
I mean, I don't think that's smart, but I think that's something we should prepare for. Because, when was the last position we said that they had to address? It was like, oh, they need to get a defensive tackle real bad, and they just didn't, like, at all. I think that was last year, right?
I think that was a smokescreen.
Yeah.
Quinn, honestly. I mean, I like Sheffield, don't get me wrong. But for him to say he thinks Sheffield is a potential number one, I think that's a smokescreen a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, maybe in like 2 years he could be a cornerback one.
Maybe in 2 years, yeah. Definitely not right now. I feel very confident that they're going to walk away with a corner before day 3. I'm pretty confident.
Yeah.
Where? Could it be mid first round, late first round? I don't know. But they're definitely going to have a corner on their roster, a new corner on their roster before day 3 of the draft.
Yeah, and we've mocked all number of corners from like, C.J. Henderson. Fulton, I think we've mocked like a million corners at this point. Like
Trayvon Diggs, Bryce Hall,
A.J. Terrell,
Jalen Johnson.
Yeah.
Damon Arnett.
Mm-hmm. So many guys. Yeah, Bryce Hall, I guess, is in there too.
Really, Bryce Hall.
Yeah. I mean, if he could be there in the third, that would be a dunk. But I think
he will be.
Yeah, because teams are afraid of his medicals. But we also know the Falcons are also afraid of medicals. So if other teams are afraid of his medicals, they're probably
afraid
also
of his medicals. But he's only had one major injury, which was last year when he pretty much broke his leg. But it's already been. His doctor's already come forth and said that he's going to be ready by training camp. He's going to be 100% by then. So it's really not many red flags when it comes to that. It's just a matter of, and besides, it doesn't look like we're going to have much practice anyway between now and training.
Right.
So
yeah.
It's really not that big of a red flag to me. It's not, but.
Yeah, I gotcha. It's one of those things, is it? Yeah, I get what you're saying there. But yeah, I think we could see. I'm trying to think of guys that could surprise in the first round. Like A.J. Terrell, I think is somebody that could really be in play at 16, and that's kind of a reach in my opinion. But he seems to be like rising up big time draft boards. Like people think he's going to be a first rounder now. And then I would not be shocked at all if Jeremy Chin is a surprise first round pick. That just screams Dan Quinn pick to me. Like that just to me that's. One of those things, but
maybe, yeah. I'm more in line with, and I'm still sticking to it, baby. Antoine Winfield Jr.
Yeah, another safety.
In line. I think this has the makings of a draft where they're gonna, again, you see all these little, hints here and there as far as what they're gonna do, what they're not gonna do. You see all this stuff, and I'm thinking to myself, like, man, this is the perfect setup for them to say, we're not even going to take any of these guys.
Screw all of you guys. Like we're taking somebody else. Yeah.
Exactly. It feels like that. And I know some people feel indifferent about drafting another safety. We'll get into that later on. It's not necessarily a need, but I feel his ability can elevate the defense. And it's something that they're probably going to need. They're probably going to need a little bit more development at that position because of the fact that Brady's in division now. Breeze is coming back for another year. So in my opinion, I think it would kind of benefit them a little bit to get a ball hawking free safety that has his nose around the ball all the time. To me, it makes sense. If they didn't get Brady in division, I would have been, kind of push it off. But at this point, I'm like, why not? It provides versatility for this defense, which is what it's all about. They're all about mixing and matching and putting guys in certain spots, and it helps. So I'm on board with that.
Yeah, it would be kind of a shocker to see them take, Winfield over someone like, Xavier McKinney or, I think a lot of people like Grant Delpit. I can't tolerate Grant Delpit's tackling. Like it's so bad. I can't.
I just did his report. It was.
It's really bad. The tackling is really bad. It's pretty
not
bad. It's pretty
2018,
bad.
it was really good.
Yes, which
was
is
really good.
Which is part of the confusion. Yeah.
He was nursing an injury in 2019, but there were some parts on the tape on this 2019 tape where you're looking at it and you're like, man, that looks kind of sloppy, dude. Like, it's not even about you having an injury. That just looks like you're not, throwing all your shoulder, your body into it. It's just he dips his head a lot.
Yeah.
He dips his head a lot when he goes to tackle, and I hate that. I don't like that. That's kind of irritates me because now you got running backs that like to hurdle DBs now, and
that's setting that up. He's gonna get postered.
He looks like that type of victim right now. He's gonna get hurdled a lot.
Yeah. All right, Dave. You got any takes here? What are your final thoughts? Because it looks like Goodell's talking to people right now. I have him muted, but you got any final takes you want to get off here before the first pick comes out?
I'm getting booed right now too.
Yeah.
Booed through the internet.
I would like to get booed right now. I think that, the thing that stuck with me the most, and I can't remember who said it, but is this idea that, we're all going to be surprised by where guys go this year. I think this is a totally different experience for NFL front offices. They're trusting things that they haven't had to trust before. They can't, in Dave Gettleman's case, sniff a guy and see what he smells like or whatever the hell it is that Dave Gettleman does.
Yes.
So I think, guys that we don't expect are going to go earlier. And I think you alluded to, AJ Terrell earlier. I know Aaron Freeman over at Falcons is another one who thinks that he's going to go earlier than expected. I think that teams that are feeling like they need to fill a particular position are going to be willing to bring, maybe the third or fourth best guy by consensus at that position in a lot earlier than we expect. So I'm expecting, even if there aren't a ton of technical issues, there's going to be a lot of weird picks tonight. And, if the Falcons stay at 16 again, I wouldn't bet against them doing something that just totally shocks us.
Yeah.
Because Lindstrom last year was something, I don't even know, for those who aren't familiar with our process, we pre-write anywhere from 10 to 20 to 30 guys that we think the Falcons might draft, and Lindstrom wasn't one of them.
No,
we didn't.
Not even close.
We had no idea.
Yeah.
And we, off guard, yeah.
Oh yeah, completely. And no pun intended, right? So, but and that's the thing, is it could happen again this year. Like I really believe that, and the Falcons, for all the work they've done, spinning up smoke screen and stuff, every other team in the league, I think, is figuring out what the hell they're doing right now too. So I'm expecting a lot of trades. I'm expecting a lot of weird picks. And, beyond that, I guess my only hot take is that I don't think Herbert's going to go quite as high as people expect him to go. You can see him sliding out of the top 10.
Yeah.
I don't think the league knows what they're going to do. I honestly don't.
Yeah.
I think the past few days, like we mentioned it before you got on, Dave, the team has been linked to about 15 different players over the past 3 days, ranging from linebackers to corners to offensive tackles, like quarterbacks. And I honestly believe at this point, no one has a clue as to what they're going to do.
Yeah.
And to me, that's great. I love that. That's exciting. It's a lot of the rumors that we've seen, to me, like I said, I feel like these were generated smokescreens from their end. The Chase Young thing was kind of sort of proven to be true. Like, yeah, they did have interest there, but to see that they're going to trade up for a tackle or trade up for a back, and I'm like, man, they're fooling you guys, and you guys are falling for it hard. Yeah, I don't think anyone truly knows what the Falcons are going to do. I'm not even quite sure they know what the hell they're going to do.
They got the Post-it note there. It's like, I hope it says Javon Kinlaw no matter what, but I don't know.
I'm pretty sure Dan is texting him right now, like, all right, man, what the hell are we going to do?
So, did you guys do the draft board? I thought you guys were supposed to get that to me by 8 a.m. That's still not here. Is that actually done or not?
Yeah, about that. We're still kind of working on that.
Oh yeah, we're still working out the kinks. Yeah, in that draft board. So So, of course, as is tradition, it's now 8:10, and we're still not drafting. So, if this was my fantasy draft, we would have auto-picked the first, 4 picks by now. So, do better, NFL.
It's already going to be a long first round as it is.
Yeah.
And
it's going to be bloated just on purpose, but, we always knew.
The whole thing here, too, is, especially with, the technical issues, I heard there were storms in some parts of the country that could impact things. It's just do it. The first 2 teams know who they're taking.
We already know.
We don't have the boat going out in Vegas. It's Goodell sitting in his basement yelling upstairs for more Pop-Tarts and
Mom, more Hot Pockets.
So it's just not the same, and so the pomp and circumstance doesn't need to be there either, man. Just accept that this is the draft it is, and let's get this thing done and move on with our lives.
Yeah, just pretend it's a fantasy draft. Just go in, ruthless, with your board, and we'll go from there. But
not the leagues that I'm in, man. It takes forever for everybody to make their picks. God bless them. But yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how they handle it. I put the over under on multiple technical issues at 2 to 3 technical issues tonight, so we'll see. It'll be fun to an extent. It'll probably take a long time, but we're going to be here. We're going to talk it through with you. We'll have a good time. It's always fun to make fun of other teams that do stupid stuff like the Raiders.
I didn't know we were going to have a Jerry Lewis telethon at this point. Right.
Yep. Yeah. Well, at least last year the fun one was Cleveland Farrell at 4. That set us off. That was a good one. And I love that Cleveland Farrell got outplayed by their 4th rounder, dominated by their 4th rounder, Max Crosby. Now Max Crosby was very good, so it's not like he was some slouch 4th rounder, but still, they drafted Cleveland Farrell and then Max Crosby just totally outplayed him and just made them look like total idiots. So I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that. Solaire's reminding us the Seahawks pick too. LJ Collier, who didn't even play. That dude was just straight bad. And we could have told you that. I think we did tell you that. So that was a fun draft.
I'm pretty sure they're probably going to trade out of it first.
Yeah, it's the Seahawks. So yeah.
There may be a trade partner for Houston who's been rumored to try to get back into the first.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Could be.
Jesus. Now we got Bossy on. Come on, man. Dude.
Stick to sports during the draft, please. Yeah.
I don't need this. I hate to be a jerk. Well, goodness gracious.
Yeah, I guess they're oh, this is a captive audience, It's a great captive audience. But yeah, it's I guess not totally unexpected that they're gonna milk ads as much as possible since there's literally nothing else going on. This is probably the only ad revenue that they're generating at this point. So
it's kind of crazy to think about what the ratings might be on this. Just insane.
Astronomical. Oh yeah. And there's not even a real in-person draft. It's just
Can you imagine if they postponed this?
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, we would have been dying, man. Seriously, I would have been a wreck.
Yeah.
If I didn't have any draft, man, I would have been. I don't know. Yeah.
It would have been rough. It would have been rough. That's for sure.
Yeah, it would have been ugly. It would have been really ugly.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that they still, put this on and found a way. In impressive fashion as well. They were kind of crunched for time to come up with a solution for this, and they did.
Yeah, they did a good job. Yeah.
Yeah. But for the most part, they need to get this damn thing going, man.
Yeah, any minute now, NFL would be great. We've been filling the air for 45 minutes at this point. I think we've done a pretty good job, but at a certain point we run out of content, and they're already testing it.
If you guys want, I can sing. But
oh well, if you're offering.
No.
Okay, no, okay.
I don't want to be fired tomorrow morning.
Okay, gotcha. So if it's 15 minutes from now and it's still not going, then we're gonna call on Dave's singing. So,
yeah, I'll warm him up.
Yeah, he'll get him ready. But yeah, hopefully that won't be necessary. All right. Well, if you guys do have any questions, you can throw those out and we'll try to get them. Kent, I did try to boost the mics a little bit. I can't boost them independently. I can boost their total audio, and Eric's mic is full volume. Dave's is a little bit quiet, but It should be good now. I think. So if you have any more problems, just let me know. Oh yeah, Solera wants to talk about the 1 year anniversary of #DaveMeat. So I don't really, have anything to say about that. I think it kind of speaks for itself.
Yeah, I obviously I'm not on the show as often as I'd like to be, and so like I orbit in, and there's a hashtag with something bizarre in it.
There's not really an explanation. There never has been. It's just been kind of one of those things. It's just out there,
There are just so many things at this point. Like the only thing that I think that I've done to myself over the years is the Glenn Dorsey thing. So
yeah,
the rest are just organic, and I appreciate them all. I'm a little freaked out, but I appreciate them.
Yeah, Dave never imagined he'd be this level of celebrity. So it takes some adjustment. It does take some adjustment. So. All right. Well, Dave, it's just you and I now. So, I guess I'll ask what you think the chances are of like a big trade up at this point. Like, not like we're talking like a pick to get up to like number 9, but like into the top 5, top 6 picks. Do you think that's more likely than a small trade up at this point, or are you still thinking it's going to be more of a small thing?
I think it's going to be more of a small thing. I think, honestly, for Dimitrov and Quinn, this is supposedly a critical year, right? This is the year that they're going to have to get them into the playoffs with that expanded format or, get fired. And so, intuitively you'd think it's the time to, swing for the fences, get that guy. But I think they know after all this time that that's really not the way you're going to get this thing done, especially with the number of holes. Yeah. It could happen.
Right.
And so they released Desmond Trufant, and like that is to me a sign that that you're not one piece away from rebuilding this defense in the first place, right? So I think maybe a small trade up for sure if there's a guy they like, but I can't imagine Dimitrov's going to come out of this class with fewer than the number of picks that came into him. So, if he makes a hop, skip, and a jump up for a couple picks, they'll trade down later to get him back and try to add some pieces here. But I think, you look at kind of the way that our mocks played out, you guys with your full mocks, and then those of us who did like the 1, 2, 3 that Adnan put together, I really liked the players that we were looking at in the second and third round. Like these are quality defenders in my mind. And I think it'd be foolish to make the kind of trade where you strip mine, your assets for this year and next year for one guy when this is a pretty decent draft class. And there's a pretty good chance that you could address all 3 levels of the defense or, add that future starter at center by not making a big trade up. So, I think Dimitrov, for all the crap that he gets, is smart enough to know that. I think he's been around the block long enough to know that, if he wants to trade up, this isn't the year to try to do Julio Jones 2.0, but on the defense.
Yeah. Because, fans like to compare, I guess the trade possibilities, but, you got to go back to that time. That was a total different time for the Falcons at that point. They were coming off a 13-win season. They were there. They were in the playoffs. Yeah, they needed maybe one guy to kind of get them over that hump. They were playing winning football. This team right now, this coaching staff, this front office here, man, they're on the hot seat. So to really literally put everything in the lap of trading up for a guy like Chase Young and saying, man, I hope this helps the defense in the long run. And I couldn't see them make a gamble like that. I really couldn't. I mean, their jobs would have really been on the line. I will say this, though. I do feel that Blank is kind of sort of giving them a little more wiggle room, a little more leeway this offseason. And I think you can use what happened in free agency as an example. I mean, to trade a second-round pick for a guy like Hurst, that's definitely a roll of the dice there. So we'll see.
We'll see. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that. And it is weird. Like, honestly, Blank has put this team where they are with his decisions. Like, his decisions to keep them, his decisions to tell them, like, hey, you need to win in the second half and not fire them. It led to them, doing silly things like not trading Austin Hooper and, not trading Devontae Freeman, that sort of stuff, because they were desperately trying to win games to keep their jobs. Now he's it's bizarre because if he's giving them the authority to trade away a bunch of future picks, that doesn't seem like the authority you'd give a general manager you're planning to fire, or you're expecting to fire, or you're thinking might be fired. But that seems like, he's not really limiting them in any way. So it's like you're creating a conflict of interest here. Dimitrov and Quinn are interested in keeping their job in 2021. So they're going to make moves that make 2020 as winnable as possible. And that's not necessarily a bad strategy for a normal season, but this is a team that still has a window that's probably 2 to 3 years wide. So if you're going all out for 2020, coming off a 7-9 year where the team was complete but for 7-8 weeks, and then they were like slightly better in the second half, and they did win some games. They beat the 49ers. This is not a team that's like ready to compete right now, and maybe they are. Maybe 2019 was a total aberration. I don't know, but it's just, if you're giving this team, like giving Dimitrov the leeway to make a sort of franchise-changing pick, like trading up to number 2 for Chase Young, that just typically doesn't scream this general manager's on the chopping block if things don't work out. Like, you don't give that kind of authority to make that sort of move to someone that you're planning or potentially preparing to fire in 6-8 months. So it's just putting this team in a weird position where Dimitrov has to decide to make decisions that are going to help them win in 2020. But is that the best strategy for this team winning a Super Bowl in the next 3 years, which is when they need to win with Matt Ryan? I just don't think it is. I don't think we're winning anything with Dirk Cutter as the offensive coordinator, but that's my opinion, I guess. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
Yeah, he's still there. Still there.
Yeah. The draft has started, by the way, just so you guys know. It has started. Cincinnati has about 6 minutes, 5.5 minutes on the clock.
Why?
Because, Eric, you know why. The first pick always has to take the clock all the way down so that they can pretend that they don't already know which player they're taking. Even though we all know. We've all known since January.
Washington is going to do the same thing.
Yeah, we know why. Oh, man.
We all
hey, do you guys see this? Louis Riddick here has a Falcons helmet in his background and a Raiders helmet. I don't know if we should read anything into that, but
I mean, I would not mind him as a GM.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Said that before.
It's in the shot, so speculation.
Man. That guy knows his stuff.
Unleash the speculation, but yeah. Sorry, I cut you off there, dude.
No worries. I was just saying, we all need to sleep, man. We got to do this again tomorrow night. It's
right.
I know that they love hearing themselves talk, but dude,
they do.
Yeah, I'm wondering why the 8 o'clock start time.
Because that's when it's always started, right? That's when it's always started. So.
Yeah, but this is
pretty much.
This is a different. I mean, it is every year, but this is different. The circumstances are a little different now. Now you're dealing with a lot more technology, a lot more a lot more hands in the pot when it comes to something like this. So I mean, why? I didn't understand the 8 o'clock start time for something like this, especially if a GM's on the clock and his internet goes down, and then now you have to stop the clock, which is what I guess that's the procedure in place. If someone's internet is troubling them, they're going to stop the clock and wait for them to get back up and whatever. And oh my God, this is going to be the longest first round NFL draft history. You might as well go ahead and call it now.
Yeah, it's going to be.
Get another beer soon.
Yeah, me too. I'm going to have to switch to liquor probably because this was my last beer. But I was trying to start with beer because this is going to be a long night. So if I started with liquor, by the time we get to pick 20, it's going to be, Eric, what do you think about this guy?
That's what the people want.
Yeah, that's what they're here for. So, I mean, we're going to get there, yeah. If this draft goes on long enough, we'll get there. So.
You guys think Quinn has a mini fridge in his office with beer and stuff like that?
It's not beer. It's Fired Up brand energy drink.
I just assume it's whole milk. He's got shot glasses full of whole milk.
He just takes a shot after every pick. Just takes a shot of whole milk. You gotta keep that protein up. Gotta keep that protein up.
So strong.
Yeah. All that calcium.
I was kind of thinking before, they shot down the whole Chase Young thing. I was thinking to myself, man, hypothetically, if they were able to trade up for Chase Young, I could see Quinn getting 2 beers and smacking them together like Stone Cold and just chugging it right in his office, bro.
That'd be pretty great.
I hope so.
Yeah. That'd be pretty great. I'd be into it. So
All
I'm
right,
gonna
I'm
hope
gonna
for
actually
that.
go get that other beer, so I will be right back.
Yeah, no problem,
All right.
Dave. It's a long night.
It's gonna be a long.
Yeah, we're not going anywhere.
Yeah, we'll
Oh
be
yeah,
here.
no
Yep.
reliability.
Yeah, it's yeah, well, okay, the pick is in apparently. It only took them 7 minutes to decide that they actually did want to take Joe Burrow after all.
The pick has been in since the last day of the regular season.
Like
So,
January something, you know.
yeah.
um, but yeah, I mean, we're like 100% sure it's Joe Burrow, right?
1,000.
1,000%. Okay.
A
If it
thousand.
wasn't Joe Burrow, who would be the second person you think they would pick?
Chase.
Chase. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's pretty smart. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. So we'll see here. I mean, Burrow really did have an impressive season. I mean, it was kind of a miraculous turnaround from a 2018 that was pretty lackluster. I mean, it wasn't terrible, but it was that LSU offense was not great in 2018, and then to turn it around and become arguably the best college offense we've ever seen, and just kind of dominate the entire college football scene. I mean, it's crazy.
I think a testament of that kind of sort of goes to, Joe Brady, who's now in Carolina as their OC now. Joe Brady was, he was a pretty coveted guy as a play caller. And what he did for the Tigers last year, it was, I don't think he gets enough credit for what, he contributed. And like I said, last year earned him an OC job at Carolina now. So I don't think it's that long of a wait until he's an actual head coach. to be honest with you.
Yeah. I mean, maybe 2021 in Atlanta.
It may be 2021. Let him come in and let him have like a top 12 offense in Carolina. Somebody will hire him right on the spot, dude. I'm telling you, like his name around NFL circles is live. It
Yeah.
really is. So, but yeah, Burrow had one of the greatest seasons we've ever seen offensively.
Yeah. It was incredible. It was incredible. And he is the pick, of course. He is the pick.
So
Not a surprise.
do you think because if you watch college football enough, you can definitely tell the difference between 2019 Joe Brady, 2018 Joe Brady. 2018 Joe Brady was very indecisive. He wasn't really I don't think he was really confident in his ability to make certain throws compared to this year.
Right.
So do you think the Bengals are getting, which one are they getting? Are they getting 2018 or are they getting 2019?
Well, they're certainly hoping they get 2019.
I'm sure they hope
Yeah.
they're winning 2019, but what I'm saying is
Yeah.
I think, granted, Burrow had a great year, won the Heisman. I see all that, but I think basically what I'm saying is I think Joe Brady really has a little bit more of a contribution behind that than a lot of people give him credit. So it makes you wonder a little bit like, okay, was last year really because Joe Burrow took his play to the next level, or was it that Joe Brady, kind of orchestrated the scheme enough to where Burrow can take his game to that certain level? You see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
it's just,
yeah. I get what you're
I
saying.
wonder. I'm wondering if we're really going to see that translate over to the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably a little of both, right? Like Joe Brady's scheme almost certainly helped Joe Burrow turn into a much better quarterback. I think also Joe Burrow clearly took some steps forward and was more comfortable, and I think the scheme was just a much better fit for him. So it's probably a little column A, little column B. But just like any young quarterback, it's going to depend a lot on his supporting cast. It's going to depend a lot on his offensive coordinator. Zach Taylor is thought to be a quarterback guru, someone who knows a lot about quarterbacks. So, that could be a good match. We'll see. But yeah, I mean, there's going to be a transition period. There almost always is. Even Patrick Mahomes didn't even play his rookie year. He played in his second season. So like, I wouldn't expect Joe Burrow to be this great quarterback, day one. That's probably asking too much. But in terms of like,
you don't think he starts day one?
oh, he's going to start day one. But I'm saying, like, is he going to be great day one? Probably not. I think by the end of his rookie season, he'll probably look like a very promising quarterback, and he's going to have some flashes. I mean, he's probably going to outplay like Daniel Jones from last year and all that. But I think he'll look I think he'll have like a Matt Ryan-esque rookie season. I think he'll be pretty good.
I think when it came to him, or when it came to the Bengals, to me, the tall tale story was them bringing back AJ Green, and I think that pretty much put it right there on the table. Like, okay, they're going to bring back that veteran, to kind of help guide him along, and he's going to need that going forward. So it's going to be interesting that he's got his number one guy. He's got to run it. Joe Mixon is a really good running back. A lot of people don't understand how good he is because the team is so bad, but Joe Mixon is a quality starter at the NFL level. So they got a couple pieces on the offensive line. Remember, they took Jonah Williams last year as well. So I think he's walking into a situation where it's not great, but at the same time, it's not as bad as we think it is, in my opinion. I think the situation there is pretty solid.
It's just the offensive line, really. That's a big question mark.
Because I think he has the weapons around him. I think he has enough weapons around him for a rookie right now.
Yeah, and like if Jonah Williams is back healthy, that's going to be a big help. The Bengals lost him before the season even started, so that was pretty devastating. But yeah, if that offensive line is better, I think this team could easily be. I think they'll be better than they were last year. I think the Bengals will be better than they were in 2019. But,
how much better are we talking?
I think they're still going to be a losing team, but they could be more like a 6-10 team than a whatever they were, like 3-13 or whatever. So yeah, they'll take strides, but again, the roster's still not very good. That defense is bad, and that offensive line is still pretty questionable. But a good quarterback can elevate a lot, and like you look at the Falcons, like with Matt Ryan, like how much his presence changed that team from a train wreck in 2007 to playoffs in 2008. And I don't know that Burrow will be that good, but he's definitely going to be better than late career Andy Dalton. So that's just not a recipe for success. So Washington's pick is in. We're waiting to hear that. It almost certainly will be Chase Young. If it's not Chase Young, who would you think the player would be for Washington? Probably an offensive tackle, right?
Yeah, that's it. I know everyone. Well, I know earlier in the pre-draft process, they've been throwing out the whole rumors of them being interested in Tua and stuff like that. I never believed that one bit. It didn't make any sense to me because I thought Dwayne Haskins is a winning quarterback. You got to give him a chance. You put him. They kind of threw him out there last year with a rookie receiver and a run game that was pretty much orchestrated by a 34-year-old running back, and they told him to go make plays and win a couple games, and that's not great circumstances. But
right.
Yeah, so it would be if it wasn't Chase, it would definitely be an offensive tackle, but everybody knows it's Chase. And to be clear, I love what they have at the defensive front. When you add him in the mix, when you add Chase Young in the mix, it reminds me a lot of what San Francisco has. You got Deron Payne, you got John Allen, you got Chase Young now. Remember, they took Montez Sweat last year as well. That's a mean defensive line, dude. That's an ugly front seven. I'll be honest with you. I love that front seven, and they're going to be pretty good this year. On defense, at least. On defense, they're going to be pretty solid this year. Yeah,
no, I agree. It's that's a fearsome front. Possibly could be challenging for the best in the league. Even as soon as 2020. So, that's a very future thinking pick too, because obviously Washington's probably not competing anytime this year, but 2021, 2022, that's when that Chase Young pick could really start paying dividends when. Kerrigan's kind of getting older, and they still have hopefully, what was his name? Sweat. Who we liked a lot last year.
We did. But it was medical for him.
Yeah.
It was medical.
Yeah. Chase Young does appear to be on the phone, so it seems like he will be the pick. It's going to be a good defensive front. They still have Jonathan Allen. They have Deron Payne. There's a lot of good players there, but are they going to be, is it their biggest need? No, but sometimes you just take the best player because he's the best player. He's clearly the best player. So, he's probably, I would have him higher on my board than Joe Burrow. But if I needed a quarterback, I couldn't justify taking him over Joe Burrow, but I think Chase Young is a better player overall, probably. It's just positional value that pushes Burrow ahead of him. Yeah, and the Redskins did, in fact, take not Joe Burrow. They took, that'd be funny. Joe Burrow goes twice. They split him half and half. No, Chase Young going to Washington. So that puts Detroit on the clock next.
So
Might get our first surprise here.
here, here is where I think the draft starts.
Yeah.
Detroit. Detroit is in a very unique situation, and if I was a GM, I would love to be in their situation right now because I don't think it's certain that they should take Jeffrey Okuda since they let Darius Slay go this offseason, and they brought in Trufant, but they still have a hole at corner, and it can very well be Okuda. But I think I think they have a bigger need at linebacker, and I think this is where Isaiah Simmons' name should be brought up. Early in the pre-draft process, I said, the Lions should truly consider taking Isaiah Simmons at this spot. And I think this is a situation for them where they can just add a playmaker like him, man. I love Isaiah Simmons. He's my favorite prospect in this entire draft. You don't get guys like him, man. He don't grow on trees.
Yeah.
There's probably not going to be another Isaiah Simmons next year. So
Right.
to me, I think you got to consider him. I think the pick is probably going to be Okuda, but again, I think they should really debate this out, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Lions would probably be kind of disappointed if they can't trade down. I think they want that to happen. They've been pretty vocal about it. I don't think they want to trade down like with Atlanta. I think they want to trade down more with like the Dolphins, where they think they can still get Simmons and or Okuda at 5. But the Dolphins again probably don't feel like anyone's that much of a threat to take Tua in front of them. That's my guess. That's probably why if this doesn't get traded, it's probably because no team is like really. Detroit's probably asking a lot, and Miami's like, they're not really that concerned about someone jumping in front of them for Tua.
Miami has 3 first rounders. What are you asking for a lot? They got 3 first rounders.
I know, but I'm saying like they don't think anyone is gonna pony up to get in front of them for Tua.
If you're Miami, well, okay, yeah. But if you're Miami, I think they're sitting in a situation right now where they can call their own hand in this draft right here, man. They were pretty aggressive this offseason. And I think they improved their team tremendously. And I think you're sitting with 3 first-round picks, man. I think you're sitting here in a real nice spot if to be able to do whatever you want to do. I think overall they have 14 draft picks. I think
they have a lot. I mean, like they don't need all the picks. Like you're absolutely right. No. Yeah. So they're going to trade up at some point.
They are.
I wouldn't be shocked though if they stay at 5 and then trade up for an offensive tackle in the teens, or the later part of the round, because I just don't think like they're really afraid of anyone jumping them for Tua, which is it might have something to do with their.
You think Tua's the ball here?
I think so. I think Tua is who Miami wants, but allegedly they like Justin Herbert too. So it's like maybe they're really one of those teams. It's like we're fine with either one of these guys. I mean, I don't know. I don't really think that's a good idea. I think you should kind of have your guy, but it's whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I've been to the ESPN campus, man. That place is beautiful.
Yeah.
I'm starting to drink the Kool-Aid a little bit when it comes to them liking Herbert.
Could be.
And the reason why is because I don't think there was really much competition, like you mentioned. I don't think there's really much competition for them to jump up and get a guy like Tua if anyone wanted to. So that's why I felt like whoever they were comfortable with, they were probably going to get at 5 regardless. Because again, I can't see the Chargers jumping them for Tua. I can't see any other teams really jumping them for Tua.
Yeah.
So
all right.
Okuda's the pick.
Yep, that's what we're hearing. That the Lions are taking Okuda. They were not able to trade down. So yeah, that's pretty expected, pretty much as planned here.
So and I'm not trying to get anybody excited, okay? So I think it's pretty much a probability that the Giants are going to go offensive tackle.
It's pretty high probability, but it is Dave Gettleman.
Right. Which means basically what I'm getting is that Isaiah Simmons can definitely would probably fall to 7 with Carolina. And if the Falcons want to trade up for him, they're kind of sort of in range. I don't see him doing it. I don't see him being able to do it. But what I'm saying is that he's going to fall to the point where it's tempting. It really is. So keep an eye on that as we go forward.
Yeah, I mean, if the Giants don't take Simmons, that trade up to 6 for Simmons is in play for sure.
Right.
Because I think that the Panthers will probably take him if he doesn't go at 6. But if he doesn't go at 7 either, then it's like, oh, well, who's going to take him then? I mean, it could be anyone after the Panthers. I mean, the Cardinals are pretty flexible with who they can go after. The Jags might be interested. You know, they lost Telvin Smith. They lost a lot of linebackers, so they could be interested. Anyone could be interested. So at that point, it's like if you really want Simmons, you kind of just have to go get him because anyone could be in play to take him. But yeah, I mean, there could also be a situation where he falls. But you know, Simmons falling, you know, potentially puts, you know, Javon Kinlaw more in play later on. You know, I honestly think like the Giants, Derek Brown, like, is this a possibility because it is Dave Gettleman?
Yeah, it is. And, you know, I said it, dude. I said it when they came out with the procedures that they were going to do with, you know, with the draft being, you know, a little bit more technical. I said, you know, Gettleman's probably going to be the first GM that has Wi-Fi trouble. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if his Wi-Fi goes out or something like that, or his stuff freezes or whatever. It's because it's Dave Gettleman.
Yeah, I mean, Dave Gettleman's probably going to do something unexpected. Whether that's, you know, I think Isaiah Simmons is obviously in play here. He goes here a lot in mocks. You know, it's probably going to be offensive tackle. I think that should be the favorite. But never underestimate Dave Gettleman's ability to do weird things. He's one of those GMs that does not care what anyone else thinks of him. So, yeah, I mean, if it's Derek Brown here, I would not be shocked at all. I would just laugh because I'm pretty sure I tweeted that out like 6 months ago. I think a lot of people tweeted that out as like a joke, and they're going to be right. So, because Dave Gettleman can never have too many defensive tackles. If he could have a defensive line of just defensive tackles, you know he would.
Yeah, I don't understand his drafting method. I really don't. I mean, you know, they need an O-line. They need to put together a solid O-line. But, you know, again, me personally, I think Simmons should be in play here for them as well. But, you know, he's got a lot of investment, a lot of assets in that backfield with Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley. So it makes sense for him to try to protect them at all costs as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I think offensive tackle is the right call for the Giants, but again, it's Dave Gettleman. So he probably is like, you know, sink or swim, Daniel Jones. If you don't play well, we're just going to draft another quarterback next year anyway. You know, see how that pick looks in 3 years, okay?
To me, I think they need to add some to the receiving core as well.
That could be a surprise selection.
Just to take an extra person out of that box.
Right.
Against Saquon, because, you know, he's seeing 7-8 man boxes right now, left and right. You know, no one in that wide receiver core scares me, in my opinion. But
yeah,
so that well, and it is a deep position, so that may be something that they would definitely probably consider in round 2 for his targeting. But yeah, we see how this. Dave and Gettleman is probably going to milk the clock here too.
Yeah, I mean, all these picks are going to milk the clock. They've probably been ordered to by the NFL. Yeah. So, Dave, any surprises for you thus far in terms of these first 3 picks? Is Dave actually there, or is he just a frozen man?
Oh no! Is this a omen? I think this is.
This is a technical difficulty. The first technical difficulty has been on our end.
Wow! How ironic.
Yep.
And we're here for a long night, dude.
Yep.
Jesus.
I guess we'll see where the Giants go. Yeah, I mean, I think as long as I hope they don't take Isaiah Simmons. That's the only one I really care about. We'll see. It's Dave Gettleman. There's no limits. So.
Nope.
No one's leaking the pick yet, so.
Which is good.
Yeah, that's good. It's been pretty tight, honestly. So,
yeah, I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for not seeing Lock and Fora sitting out here, you know, putting out the next 10 picks.
Right.
Like, dude, oh man, you're killing us.
Yeah, you're killing us. So, it's fun. You know, it's fun to actually have the suspense. That's what I enjoy. I don't, you know, need it to be everything leaked, you know, 2 minutes in advance. Like, that takes the fun out of it, you know? So.
Right. Oh man.
All right. Well, yeah. If they don't take Simmons, things get real interesting about a potential trade up. If they do take Simmons, the Falcons probably aren't going to be trading up into these early picks, I would think. We're probably looking at the next potential being like pick 9, which there has been some buzz about as well. So we will see how this plays out. Gettleman takes Tua just to be contrarian. Yeah, I mean that we shouldn't take anything off the board. Okay, shouldn't take anything off the board for Dave Gettleman. We've learned our lesson.
It's Dave Gettleman.
It is Dave Gettleman, man. I swear. Derek Brown, like I would die.
Does he even know the draft started?
He's still like he's in the bathroom, like getting his makeup ready, trying to look all did up, you know,
Yeah,
he's like, oh wait, we were on the clock this whole time.
Dave, you're on the clock.
And then it just auto drafts the kicker, you know,
Yeah.
auto drafts the kicker, you know, fantasy style.
Typical Dave Gettleman.
Yep.
That's him.
Yep.
That's him.
Oh man.
So the pick is in, but they haven't announced it yet.
Yeah, no leaks so far. Good job.
Good
job, everyone. Yeah, if it is an offensive tackle, which one do you think it'll be?
Wills.
Yeah, Wills is my OT one as well, but I wouldn't be sure. It was probably either Wills or Becton, I would think.
Worse is my OT one, but they've been enamored with Wills.
Yeah, that's true.
So, and I think they've met with him. I don't think they had an on-field workout with him, but I know they met with him, you know, via FaceTime on numerous occasions. And of course, they met with him at the combine too. So,
right.
Yeah, I think it'll be Wills. But like I said, Worse is my guy, my OT one.
Yeah. Yeah, I liked Will. I mean, they're all really close for me. So it's like.
Do you think a selection here will start the run? Because there's going to be an offensive tackle run, and there's going to be a wide receiver run in this first round. It's going to happen. It's just a matter of where, not when. It's going to happen.
Yeah. If they take offensive tackle here, that's definitely going to make people nervous.
Yeah,
it's going to make people real nervous, especially the Bucs.
Right. Yeah,
because they're the ones that are on the outside looking in if tackles go.
Right.
So.
I was going to point that out. Like, don't be surprised if the Bucs, you know, get aggressive and they trade up here in the first round to try to get an offensive tackle. I mean, they've been aggressive all offseason, of course. You know, I don't know. I'm not confident that, you know, the top 4 offensive tackles are going to be on the board by 14.
Right.
Because, you know, Arizona can use one, the Jets can use one, the Browns can use one, and the Broncos, you know, even though they're at 15, they have the ammo to possibly trade up and might get a, you know, offensive tackle as well. So, you know, the Bucs may be at a situation where it's like, you know, we need to go get one and we need to go get one now. So that run, it could start here. Who knows?
Yeah.
And the Dolphins may surprise us and go offensive tackle. I doubt it, but the possibility is there.
Yeah. So allegedly the pick has been leaked. I don't know if you've seen the leak. I'll leave it up.
No.
Otherwise, so I'll leave it out until it's officially announced. But
Andrew Thomas.
Yes, that was the leak. Yes. So the leak was correct apparently.
Well,
yeah.
Mild surprise.
I mean, he's probably the most ready to go from day one.
Yeah. But I didn't expect him to be the first tackle off the board.
No, he was OT4 for, I think, the consensus for the most part. But it's like they're all so close that you can't really be that upset with one or the other. But I mean,
yeah,
Gettleman's probably playing for his, you know, quote unquote job soon. So if he doesn't get a tackle out there that performs early, it's going to be bad for him. So I think he was probably just trying to go with the most surefire of all 4, and that's arguably Andrew Thomas. So I get it. All right, so Simmons remains on the board. It's now the Dolphins' pick, which, you know, sources would say is probably going to be Tua. Could be Herbert, but on the off chance it's not a quarterback, I think you were thinking it might be offensive tackle.
Yeah, I think it's a possibility.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a possibility, and I mean, I think kind of has to be quarterback. like them sitting at 5 and getting Tua is like exactly what they would want, right? Like not having to trade up, not having to spend any of their ridiculous amount of capital to get Tua at 5. That's like best case scenario for them, or Herbert if they prefer Herbert, whichever one. Now they can potentially use their capital to trade back up for a tackle later.
And I'm not too confident that they're going to. I'm not too confident that they're going to use all 3 of their first rounders either. I mean, because if you think about it, I think everybody's pretty much aware of how the draft is structured, and first rounders with their contracts and things of that nature. And I don't know if they really want to tackle, having 3 first round contracts. Dave Gettleman is masking up in his own home.
There's been a breach. Maybe he's doing it as like a solidarity thing.
No, he's not.
Maybe he's getting pizza delivered.
He's Dave Gettleman.
He's Dave Gettleman. He's his own man. He cannot be tamed by any of us.
He's masking up in his own home.
Yeah,
of course.
Michael Hernandez asks, would I be mad if Atlanta takes Tua? Yes, I would.
Yes,
I would be extremely mad. Yes, so
absolutely.
Yeah. But yeah, every non-defensive player that goes before the Falcons pick is good for them, in my opinion. So, so far so good on that front. But yeah, I mean, that was a little bit of a surprise. I was expecting more from Dave Gettleman, to be honest. But everyone. I mean, a blind squirrel finds a nut twice a day, or every now and then. Yeah. He's like, that room is so plain too. It's just like white with, and this guy has like a shade set up so no one can see in his window. Is he expecting to get droned or something? Joe Judge. Joe Judge has like giant black screens covering his windows in case like Bill Belichick sent in a spy drone or something.
Oh man, Tua and his family, man, they're all. What is this, like a cabin or something, or
they're like they're way out in isolation or something.
That's in Alabama. That's in Alabama. Wow. Okay. Wow. All right. That's a nice little setup there. But of course, Dave Gettleman is masking up, even though he's probably the only person in that room.
Right. He might even be the only person within like a mile of him. He's out in the wilderness somewhere. But yeah, we will see.
Grandpa Dave. I tell you.
Grandpa Dave. All right. Well, I'm going to take a quick break here real quick while we're waiting on Miami's pick. I'll be right back.
Cool. Yeah, things are definitely going to get interesting. So the Dolphins pick is in, but it hasn't been announced yet. But I'm pretty solid that there's going to be a quarterback. As I've said earlier, the tea leaves have definitely been saying Justin Herbert is the main guy for the Dolphins at this point, even over Tua. And Tua has had some favorable things happen throughout this pre-draft process. He pretty much got a medical thumbs up from his physician, and then he had of course he had his famous workout Twitter that was posted on Twitter and IG Live, I believe, as well. But I think Herbert is the guy here, and I think when it comes to if Tua is going to see a fall, guys, I'm not. If he's not the pick here with the Dolphins, could we see Tua tumble a little bit?
Could be a possibility.
How far? How far are we saying? How far are we?
I don't think he makes it out of like the top 10. I think at that point somebody tries to jump up and scoop him.
Like who?
I mean, allegedly the Jaguars were interested in getting up for a quarterback, so maybe they'll just take him if he's there at 9.
I think the need is bigger for a corner for them.
Right, but I also don't think they're really trying to win this year. So, I mean, I know what their biggest need is, but
I'd be shocked if they passed up to at number 9 though. I know they want to try this thing with Minshew, but I mean, he could be a fantastic quarterback. So I wouldn't let him go.
Yeah, I mean, I think passing on a quarterback here for the Dolphins is pretty risky because they still have Ryan Smith. I mean, unless they're like really trying to tank for another year, like getting in position where you don't have to spend premium resources on,
the Dolphins grab Tua. Tua's the guy.
Okay, so it is Tua. So my whole rant about why they're going to take Tua doesn't need to be said because they're going to take Tua, and it makes a lot of sense because hoping and praying that next year you're bad again and you get in a position where you have a quarterback, the quarterback that you want allegedly falls right into your lap. You don't have to trade up. You don't have to spend any premium extra resources to get him. That doesn't always happen. I mean, we're talking about classes some year where people are trading up for quarterbacks 1, 2, 3 and all that. The Dolphins got really lucky, didn't have to do that. So now I think we can expect them to be very active at trading up for a different player like an offensive tackle. They might. I think as soon as we see those other 2 offensive tackles go, whichever ones they are, I think at that point it's going to be a mad dash to see who can trade up and get that last one. Whichever one it is, I think we're going to see guys try to go out and get whichever offensive tackle. I think the Dolphins are going to be in on it. The Bucs are going to be in on it. Cleveland could get antsy and try to get in on their favorite guy. I mean, we'll see. But yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad to see Tua go off the board here. I do think he's the QB2 of this class. And I thought about it earlier today. And a lot of people still want to take jabs because of his size. And it goes to show you how some people don't actually pay attention to the sport of football and where it's at right now. The days of having a 6'4", 225-pound quarterback are over. Okay, that's not necessary anymore. You don't need that. You can have a 6 foot, 190-pound quarterback and win games, i.e. the Ravens. You can look at a guy like Russell Wilson, who was also facing criticism coming out of college because he was too short. But the thing with Russell Wilson is Russell Wilson was a winner wherever you went. NC State, Wisconsin, he won ball games. And I think the same thing is here for Tua. Tua's a winner. He doesn't have prototypical NFL size, but what he does have is a arm. He has smarts. And he has a winning pedigree. And you can't teach that. And you can't really develop that. You either have it or you don't. So I think he is in a great situation in Miami. I think Miami got themselves a great quarterback. Now, I will say this. I do love Josh Rosen, and I kind of feel bad for Josh Rosen right now.
Yeah.
He's really getting a raw deal.
He did get shafted, but he also didn't play well when given a chance. So,
I mean,
he hasn't had much of a chance, but
he hasn't had much. Yeah, he had 1 year in Arizona, and then he came in last year, and they were like, "Yeah, win games with this roster." Like, he doesn't even have a run game. Doesn't have a run game. They traded his left tackle, but they told him to win games. I think I feel bad for that guy, man.
Yeah. So far, no trade with Atlanta to 6 yet. They couldn't just be great and let me be right about this. So we knew that was never going to happen. They could never let me be right about the first round pick. But the Chargers staying on the clock here and not trading out probably means they do want Justin Herbert. That would be my thought. But who are some other potential options for them that you guys think that the Chargers are interested in?
The Chargers?
Yeah.
You mentioned quarterback, right?
Yeah, I said Herbert. Yeah, I think if they stay in this pick, they're taking Herbert probably.
I think Simmons is in play here a little bit.
Just because
could be. Of not necessarily it's a need, but it's, you get a guy like him and you can add him to a defense that already has, some freaks in Bosa and Derwin James. Offensive tackle is definitely in play here, though. I think that's probably where they go. They need to shore that offensive line, and I think because honestly, I think they're really going to give Tyrod a shot this year.
Yeah, I think they could.
I think they're going to give him a shot.
It's possible.
I don't think they're going to win a lot of games with him, but I think they're going to give him a chance.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I agree. But I think if they want one of next year's quarterbacks rolling with Tyrod, probably a good plan because they're probably not winning more than 8 games with Tyrod Taylor at the helm. So, that could put them in pretty good position to trade up for somebody if they want that to happen. It might be easier for them to get in position, however, if they were to pull off a trade and get a 2020 first rounder from perhaps some team in the teens. But I guess we'll see if that happens or not.
Really? You're trying, man. You are trying.
Well, they haven't submitted the pick yet, so
you are trying.
As long as that clock still ticks down, Eric, there's a chance. Okay.
There's not a chance, man.
There's probably not a chance, but
there's not a chance.
Yeah.
There's not a chance.
Yeah. Yeah, Travis Smith reminds us, an hour in, only 5 picks submitted.
Awesome.
We're going to be here until
2
a.m. or something.
It's so slow that I was able
Jesus.
to go out, adjust the telephone pole outside so they could actually get my dial-up internet and still come back and only miss 1 pick. So.
Yeah, exactly. I could go, to Buffalo Wild Wings, pick up 30 wings, and get back, and the Falcons still won't have made their selection. So...
I think we should try that. Let's do the pickup.
Let's hit that up, yeah.
I will say this, though. I am a little nervous that Simmons could be there and play for Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, if he's there at 7, that's probably who they're taking. So
I don't want to see Isaiah Simmons
They
twice.
do love Derek Brown, though.
Let's hope they're really in love with him.
They really love him.
I don't.
Well, the Chargers are picking, so it's not a trade up for the Falcons here.
I don't want to see Simmons twice a year.
The thing for me is Carolina. It just would be so funny if they took a defensive tackle again. That was the whole Dave Gettleman thing was just endless DTs, and if they take a new one with a new coach, it'll just be perfect. It's Marty Herney.
I don't think wide receiver is out of the question for him. We've been seeing a lot of that lately.
That's true.
Yeah.
True. And I mean, I like Moore and Samuel, but it's not to say they couldn't use another one.
Yeah.
Right. They got a guy in place in Matt Rule. I mean, of course, he's an offensive guy, so he's never going to, decline the option of adding more offensive weaponry to his team. So that's in play.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Well, look at Arizona. They're talking supposedly about drafting another receiver. I love their core already. It's really good.
Mm-hmm.
I just think more and more teams are going to start thinking that way. 3, 4 great receivers.
Yeah, because
when it comes to Cliff Kingsbury, if he doesn't get a receiver, I'll be disappointed, honestly. Just
he needs 5, right? He needs 5. So
he
they don't need tight ends. They don't need running backs. They just need 5 receivers. Let's go. Yeah.
So the Chargers grab Herbert.
Yes.
All right. Even though they gave Tyrod a vote of confidence this offseason, but that vote of confidence is really the kiss of death.
The dreaded vote of confidence. Yeah.
I am disappointed. I just don't love, the last really good Oregon quarterback was Chris Miller.
Yeah.
I don't see it with him. It's
a bit of a love-hate relationship with his tape, but if you're going for a quarterback, I mean, it's either him or Jordan Love, and to me, Herbert's much more pro-ready than Jordan Love. So
that's probably true.
Yeah.
But now where are we going to see Love go?
Right. Now that there's 3 quarterbacks that have gone, I mean, it could push Love up. We'll see. I wonder if somebody likes Jalen Hurts more than Love. It would be typical NFL if we see a Jake Fromm go way earlier than he should because you guys know why. You guys know why, yeah.
No.
Yep.
No. No, I'm not buying into that.
You're not buying it.
I don't care if there are Georgia fans on the viewing this tonight. No,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Fromm is.
Yeah.
He's not a difference maker to me, man. He's a game manager.
Yeah.
He has backup quarterback written all over.
No, I mean, I agree with you 100%, but I'm saying we know why teams would take a quarterback like Fromm early. It's not a good reason, but it is a reason. that they haven't learned their lesson on, since the entirety of the NFL has been around. So, so now it's up to Carolina to decide who they want. If they do go for Isaiah Simmons here, defensive tackles are going to get pushed down. If they go defensive tackle, Kinlaw probably going to be going off the board soon. They could go corner. They could go something else.
Nervous, man.
It's kind of a wild card pick because they have a new coach. They have Marty Herney. We don't really know, I guess, his tendencies, but
please don't get Isaiah Simmons, man. Anybody. I don't.
The Falcons had a chance, okay, but no, they probably didn't.
He's a matchup issue, man.
Oh yeah,
he's a matchup problem, and I don't want to see him out there, man, twice a year.
Yeah,
that guy. I mean, he can very well 5 years from now, we can very well look back on his draft and say he's probably the best or the second best player in this draft. I mean, that's how high I am on him.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, if it was me, I would pick Simmons. I just hope that they don't,
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I guess I was going to say that, like, the Falcons had a chance to jump Carolina if they really wanted Simmons. But if the Chargers really wanted Herbert, they probably
weren't. The pick
weren't.
is in. Why are we going to commercial?
We got to milk it, okay? Well,
the time to go to commercial is when the team is on the clock. Like,
we do have an alleged leak of the Panthers pick. I won't say it, but
now they get long. In actuality, they kind of sort of get a longer time now. Like they get a possibly. I mean, it's just, I always hated that.
Yeah. Well, if the leak is true, you'll probably be happy. So, but we'll see if the leak is true.
Who's leaking picks?
It's the NFL Draft Diamonds account, which is why I'm being very questionable about it. Which is why I'm very questionable about it. So
why? Man, I hate when people do this, man. You leak jerseys and now you're leaking picks.
Well, it's probably because they went to commercial. So it's like they actually announced the pick to everyone that wanted to know, and then we're just at a commercial now. So
I gotta unfollow them now.
I'm put my foot down.
Okay. You know what? This organization, it's in their DNA to take defensive tackles. That's it. That's all there is to it.
The leak has
as long as Marty Herney is alive, they will take defensive tackles.
Yep.
That's it.
That's the play. That's the play. Now and forever. He's the new Dave Gettleman. Maybe he's the OG Dave Gettleman, actually, because he was there before Gettleman taking defensive tackles. So
he was born in the Gettleman. Gettleman just
yeah, exactly. Gettleman, Gettleman merely adopted defensive tackles. Marty Herney was born in it. Yeah, raised by defensive tackles. Yes. So yeah, the leak has been substantiated by multiple sources now. So the leak is correct. It is Derek Brown for the Panthers.
Oh my God! You couldn't wait.
I thought they just flashed it on the screen. My stream's behind. I thought that it was already out. It was like all over Twitter, so I assumed that they had announced it. I'm sorry. My stream was like a minute behind, so I assumed that the commercial had ended and they just announced it. But,
you're one of them too, huh?
Well, I guess so. I've been labeled.
Jesus.
I'll be more careful next time, I promise. Yeah, that's my bad. I honestly did think that they had just announced it because my stream is behind. But, yeah, I will be more careful next time, guys. I'll make sure we know for sure that the pick has been officially announced before I say it. Because I know you guys don't want leaks, so that was my bad. Just keeps going to more commercials.
Yeah, man. That's it. Just keep going to commercials.
God, there's a million. This is the most obnoxious number of commercials I've ever seen. I mean, it's normally the draft has a lot of commercials, but this is like, I mean, every other pick, it's like a 5-minute commercial break plus. Like, it's getting ridiculous.
I don't need Christian McCaffrey to tell me what somebody's doing in relief effort. Give me the damn pick.
Give me the pick. Yeah. Well, we know what the pick is now because I messed up and spoiled it. I guess I couldn't believe that the commercial break would have lasted that long. But we know what the pick is now. Brown going to Carolina. What are your thoughts on that addition there? And do you think that's going to be a big problem? Because a lot of people have Brown as their defensive tackle one. He's, a good player.
He Derek Brown is widely considered as, the best interior defensive lineman in his class. And, he's a special piece of clay put together. I think he's 6'4", close to 330, but he moves so fluidly. He moves laterally. He moves so fluidly and effortlessly. Like, you don't see that much mass moving from sideline to sideline. You throw on his film from this past year, man, and I'm not fabricating this, guys. He's throwing linemen, okay? He is literally just chucking linemen to the side, and he's an asset in run defense and, getting after the quarterback as well. I saw one clip where he beat an offensive lineman with a club, had a double team where he had to take on a running back, and he leaped over the running back who tried to undercut him. He leaped. This 330-pound man leaped, got off the ground, and sacked the quarterback. And he leaped over the running back who tried to clip him in. You don't see that often. This guy is a piece of talent, man, and he's going to look pretty good next to Kawan Short down there.
Yeah. So it's a good pick for them in terms of like overall impact. We'll see. We'll see if Isaiah Simmons ends up being a better player overall. Derek Brown obviously very good. So that's going to be a problem for Atlanta to deal with, and we'll see how that goes. But if you wanted the Falcons to get Isaiah Simmons, this probably makes that a little bit closer to reality. If you wanted the Falcons to get Javon Kinlaw, this probably makes that more difficult. So we will see how the rest of this plays out here.
I can't see them. The only way they can get Simmons at this point is them trading up. I cannot see a draft playing out where Simmons is still on the board at 16. I can't.
No, they're going to have to trade up.
I don't think it's 16, but yeah. I will say, just to play devil's advocate here, where teams are kind of limited on what they've seen from guys, face to face, and because Simmons maybe has an uneasy fit at one position, as good as he is, I could see him falling a little bit. If he makes it into even pick 10, the Falcons have to go get him, right? Like he's got
I think 9. I think 9. If the Jaguars aren't going to take him.
See, the thing that always troubled me is some people are honestly sitting here questioning, where do you play him?
It doesn't matter. Wherever you want.
It doesn't matter. Like, he's a player that can play 5 different positions. Why do we need to limit him to one position? There's the clip I was telling you guys where he leaped over the running back and got the sack. But why limit Isaiah Simmons? You can literally match him up one game where he's tasked to take care of Alvin Kamara, and then the next game, he can match up against Gronkowski or something like that. He is a true versatile player. There's no one position, and there doesn't need to be one position for him because he's multifaceted.
Yeah.
I never understood that, and some, but Dave is right. Some teams are going to look at that and say, well, we don't know where to put him, so we'll just let him go. But to me, especially in the Falcon scheme where there's a lot of mixing and matching, I think he fits perfect in that scheme.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Someone tried to compare Simmons to Darren Lee today on Twitter, and it was like, they're nothing alike. They're absolutely not similar. Like, Simmons is like 3 inches taller than Darren Lee. He weighs like 10 more pounds. Like, he's completely different.
Faster.
He's faster. He jumps higher. He's got a better 3-cone. There's literally, and Simmons' production from all these spots was great. He had 8 sacks, 16.5 tackles per loss, 3 interceptions, 8 passes. There's nothing that he didn't do well. He did everything well. So it's just, I don't get that aspect of it, but. So the Cardinals pick is in. So we'll be waiting on that one.
Oh,
I'm hoping it's a wide receiver. Just throw everything into.
CeeDee Lamb,
leaked.
baby.
It's leaked. It's not a receiver.
Is it gonna be crazy? I haven't seen the leak. You must have some exclusive leakers here.
This has been, for a draft that everybody talked about being weird. It's been very nice.
Yeah. All right, I've seen the leak. It's gonna upset everyone. So.
Yeah. At this point, now, stay at 16. Just stay at 16.
Just
Probably.
stay. Yep.
You know they're not. They're trading up for C.J. Henderson. That's what's gonna happen.
But it feels so obvious. Like
it is. It's really obvious. Yeah.
I honestly think they're more likely to get a.
Whose house is he in? Did you guys see the house that Simmons is in?
No.
Goddamn castle. Jesus.
That's why they picked him. Come to the castle.
Oh man. Dang. You know what? I gotta give it to Cliff Kingsbury, man. That's.
Yeah, that's a smart pick. I mean, gotta hand it to him.
It's a smart pick.
That's
It's not a need.
Yeah.
It's not a need, but here's footage of him beating Travis Etienne, who was arguably the fastest running back in college last year. Like this.
Yeah.
That guy's a baller, man. That guy is a baller, and hats off to the Cardinals.
Yeah, that was a good pick by them. Definitely smart.
Where do you put him? Do you see the amount of plays he played in all these positions? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Where do you put him?
Downright ridiculous. So.
Pick a spot. It doesn't matter.
Yep.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what the Jaguars do here. Whatever the Jaguars do will probably influence the Falcons' pick in a big way because they're one of the teams that's supposed to be in on C.J. Henderson for sure. They're also one of the teams rumored to be in on Javon Kinlaw. So whichever one of those two guys goes here, or it could be an offensive tackle, it could be any number of other things, certainly. But if one of those two guys goes here, that could very well determine who the Falcons are looking at pick 16. So that will be interesting. I mean, the way this has played out so far, it looks like the Falcons will probably have their choice of one of the players they want in 16. It's still kind of early. But no wide receivers have gone. Those guys are going to start flying off here soon.
Offensive tackles as well.
Yeah, there's only been one. So, you have to think that teams that might have been considering other stuff are going to be more interested in taking those guys. Like the Bucs was probably one of the most dangerous positions for Javon Kinlaw to go. But if one of those offensive tackles is there, they'd be dumb to pass on that guy. You have to think that offensive tackles could be going to Cleveland and Cleveland and the Jets. But San Francisco is kind of the wild card. I mean, they could go any number of ways. I know they might go wide receiver just because they might have their pick of whoever they want at 13. So we shall see. Yeah, Jimmy Ragsdale. Trading back might be our best play, but we all know Dimitrov is not capable of trading back in the first round. That's not an option. So, yeah, sorry, Dave. What were you talking about?
No, I was just going to say, this has worked out pretty well for them. I think, if they didn't really want to go up for Okudah or Simmons, then chances of them getting a guy they like at 16 are pretty high. So, yeah. I'm not going to be unhappy unless they go wide receiver.
Yeah, there's going to be all three wide receivers available at 16, and they're going to take one because they're like, oh, it's BPA. D-Leb will be ecstatic.
There's a small, tiny part of me that expects them to go with a guy like Davion Taylor or Logan Wilson here.
Just at 16, yeah.
Screw it up.
At 16?
Yes.
At 16, yeah.
Go. Just no,
I'm putting
no
that
care.
into the universe in case it happens.
Well, we've been high on him since day one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're the only team that's been high on him.
Yep.
Since.
Just like Chris Lindstrom. No. Allegedly, Chris Lindstrom was actually going to go, at like 20 to the Vikings, but...
Oh, he was.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that it wasn't a reach. So.
Yeah, we definitely didn't expect that.
Yeah, Solaire says it's time for running back at 16. DeAndre Swift, baby, Gator. Georgia great here. We're gonna get all the good Georgia running backs. We're gonna get Gurley. We're gonna get DeAndre Swift. We're gonna go find the other guys wherever they are in the NFL. Just total Georgia takeover because they got to put butts in the seats. Yeah.
I was on with Mark Zinno earlier, and he was pushing for the second, third round running back, and I think there's no way that happens. But I do think they're not going to come out of this class without drafting a running back. So I think it'll be interesting to see, who they end up with because Gurley's only here for 1 year, one way or the other. So
yeah, it's a rental. I mean, Gurley's a rental.
Are we sure about that?
I mean, I guess we're not sure, but I mean, they could sign him next year. But you have to think if he plays super well, he's probably going to want more money, and they're probably not going to be willing to pay him. And if he sucks, they're just going to let him walk. So I guess if he's like mediocre, then you maybe sign him for like not very much money. But I don't know.
I don't know. I think they're in a situation where, honestly, I don't think this is a 1 year rental for him. I think if he plays well, I think they'll be willing to sign him long term, honestly. And that's because of, I guess, from the PR standpoint, it's hard to look at this move and say they didn't do this for the fans' sake. I mean, you brought in a guy like Gurley, who's beloved in the city of Atlanta, in the state of Georgia. If he plays well, again, like I think they'll be kind of tempted to say, you know what, let's negotiate something long term with him. That's just me.
Right.
That's just because you know how they feel about continuity and keeping guys, in the program for so long. They're not really about like a 1 year rental. Okay, he's gone. Okay, he's gone. They're really all about like, hey, let's get our core and let's keep our core together for an extended period of time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I guess if he plays really well, and he's not asking for a ton of money because of his health problems, and he's just trying to stay in Atlanta. I mean, there's a possibility that could work.
Now, I'm not saying they're gonna be able to do it. I'm just saying, like, if he plays well, I think they will definitely consider it in the offseason.
Right.
I think they'll talk to him and say, hey, what can we do long term?
Yeah, that's true. Like, I do think they really like Darrington Evans out of Appalachian State. They've had several meetings with him. The like is real there, so that could be an early day 3 pick. They also like Darius Anderson out of I can't remember where he was. Was it Texas A&M or TCU? I think it's some Texas school.
TCU.
Yeah, it's TCU. And that could be a guy who might even be around with that 7th round pick. So I think they could get a guy like that they like without spending like a premium pick on it. So we'll see what happens there. But yeah, it's interesting. Definitely interested to see where the Jags go here because that, like we said, could have pretty serious implications for where the Falcons are picking or what they're picking. If the Jags go like for an offensive tackle here, that could kind of really spur on a team like Tampa to get up and get a tackle.
They're not.
They're not. Okay, you know. So you're telling me not to leak stuff, and you're reading all the leaks.
I can't help it, man. I want to get on Twitter. It's like it's plastered all over Twitter. I can't help it.
Yeah. No, I got you. I'm just giving you a hard time, man. You gave me all this hard time for leaking stuff, and then you're over here just, I know what happens, trying to be, true to the fans here, not spoil stuff.
But they took Anderson, so.
Oh, they did? Okay. Well, I guess the Falcons didn't really want him that badly then.
Guess not. Good.
That's not great if they wanted Henderson, but so now they're definitely reaching for someone at 16, right? It's going to be like AJ Terrell or
Kinlaw is definitely in play.
Kinlaw's definitely in play.
Definitely in play at this point. I think the only hurdle you would have to worry about for Kinlaw is maybe Tampa, and San Francisco. Let's not eliminate them entirely.
No, they're in play. Yeah.
Because they let DeForest Buckner go this offseason, and that could be a fine replacement there, Javon Kinlaw. Mm-hmm. So if he clears San Francisco, I think he's the Falcons. He's sitting right there in their laps. And when it comes to C.J. Henderson, I like C.J. Henderson. He's long, athletic, played a lot of man press at Florida, ran a 4.3, which is, a question that he faced coming into the combine. A lot of people question his long speed, but he checked that box. I didn't mind him being a Falcon. What I didn't want was for them to sacrifice a pick or two for him. While I do think he's the second best cornerback in the draft, I don't think he's that far from Christian Fulton or from Trayvon Diggs. I don't think he's that far off. And I think if you're going to trade pick for someone, it has to be for a player or position, in my opinion, that you feel that the next best guy, there's a considerable gap between the two. I don't think there's really a difference between him and Christian Fulton. So I didn't feel the need to sacrifice 2 picks to go up and get him, which was definitely the hot rumor over the past week for the Falcons.
Yeah, I agree. So now we're going to see the offensive tackle run start. Like, this is where the Browns are going to take one, Jets are probably going to take one, and then if there's one sitting there for the Bucs at 14, they're probably getting the third one unless someone trades up. So
the Browns really wanted an offensive tackle, and this is damn near close to best case scenario for them.
Yeah, because I mean, unless they were just zeroing in on Andrew Thomas, which I don't know why you would zero in on any one of these guys. Like, I think you could probably make it work with any of them, but
I mean, they have a variety to choose from. Just pick one. It doesn't matter. Just throw a dart at.
Right. So I'm interested to see where they do go here, like which offensive tackle it is. Maybe they pull Stunner, but
so with the Browns getting one, that's definitely going to be offensive tackle probably off the board. The Jets are really considering offensive tackle. That's probably their main priority at this point. And then after that, Raiders could definitely go receiver. I think that's when you may see the run start on receivers with those.
Yeah.
Well, So right now, to me, it's looking like Kinlaw or Chason that's going to fall.
Probably. Like, one of them definitely. It's really up to the 49ers. Because if the Bucs have an offensive tackle there, they're probably taking that offensive tackle. So it's really up to the 49ers if they want Kinlaw or if they want to go after somebody else. But the 49ers also, this is an extra pick for them. They could really say, like, they need a wide receiver too. Like, they could say, let's get, one of these wide receivers, Jerry Jeudy. I mean, Jerry Jeudy and Shanahan, that would be nasty. That would be crazy. And, like, honestly, Shanahan hasn't really had a chance to work with true wide receiver runs very often. You saw what happened when he got Julio. I mean, he was like, I love this guy. I'm gonna throw 200 balls a year to this guy. And it was great. It worked out well. So I would not be shocked if he's like, hey, let's get that elite weapon in here and let's make it rain with that. But, that's just the wishful thinking person in me hoping that Kinlaw falls. But there's also the pessimist in me that thinks Kinlaw's going to fall at 16 and they're just going to take somebody else. So, like, that's typical Falcons. So. All right, so for the Browns, it has been officially announced it's Jedrick Wills, who was my OT1, going to the Browns here. So this could definitely kick off a mad scramble for teams trying to get an offensive tackle. And it's funny now because there was all this trade-up chatter, and we've had no trades. Zero trades. Yep. So maybe the action will happen later in this early teens or later in the teens.
Maybe the Falcons get that ball rolling.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe they'll get that ball rolling by trading back. The unthinkable. All this trade up was just like a screen for them to trade back with somebody. But Jedrick Wills very good, very good. He's going to do a great job for the Browns there. So the Jets are on the clock now. And this way, the way the board is set up in front of the Falcons, it's good for them because they're looking at a lot of teams that don't have similar needs. I mean, obviously the Jets have an edge need. They've had an edge need for an eternity, but they never draft first-round edges. They just don't. They just never do. So they're not really a threat there. They're always a threat to draft a defensive tackle, much like Dave Gettleman. But for them, it's got to be, I think, wide receiver, offensive tackle, right?
For who?
For the Jets.
It's got to be. I mean, I do think that a receiver is definitely should be in conversation as well. But their offensive tackle their offensive line situation right now is very below average. They brought in George Fant in free agency this offseason to be their starting left tackle, but um, I don't trust that. I don't trust that at all. You brought in a guy like Le'Veon Bell last year who struggled a bit, largely because they couldn't create run lanes. Mm-hmm. So you got to upgrade that. But like I said, it's still tempting for them to say, hey, why not get a weapon to help complement Darnold and Le'Veon Bell? And you got. I mean, it's whichever wide receiver you want. They're all there to choose from. But I think it's going to be offensive tackle at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think it will also be offensive tackle. I mean, that's probably what they need more than a receiver, but they don't really have any good receivers either. So I could see either way. Maybe in their mind they're thinking, oh, well, we could get wide receiver 1 here, or we could get OT3. So it's like.
Yeah, you and I both know there's a notable difference between tier 1 offensive tackles in this class and tier 2.
Yeah.
There's definitely a notable difference. You can't say the same for receivers.
Right.
So, they may still be able to get someone like a Laviska Shenault in round 2.
Right.
To be that wide receiver 1. But, in my opinion, out of the 2 positions, I would definitely go tackle because there's a considerable drop off.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you. Yeah. I mean, I think the Jets could absolutely get by with a Denzel Mims or a Laviska Shenault with that 2nd round pick.
Yeah.
And that could be a wide receiver 1 for them. You don't have to have a Jerry Jeudy, a CD Lamb, a Henry Ruggs as a wide receiver 1. You could get by with something else. Whereas you're absolutely right. After those offensive tackles are gone, there's just it's Josh Jones and Austin Jackson, and those guys are solid developmental guys, but day 1 starters. I mean, eh.
I like Austin Jackson a lot, but he's so young. I think he just turned 20 or
something like that.
I think he's still a baby. So his learning curve is probably going to be, a couple seasons or so.
Right.
Josh Jones is an intriguing pick. But you got to think a little bit about the level of competition when it comes to him, but he's a very athletic offensive tackle that's able to get out, and he's very mobile, very agile. But yeah, it's a notable drop off.
Yeah, it is. And that's why I think it's almost certainly going to be tackle here. But
I mean, Wirfs would be perfect.
Yeah, I mean, I could see people. Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
No, I was just gonna say, honestly, if Wirfs gets to Atlanta, I didn't even consider that possibility. I wouldn't. That would be the one pick on that side of the ball that I would not be mad. I think he could be Hall of Fame great.
He's very good. I mean, I really like Mekhi Becton for his potential too. You just don't see offensive tackles that size that move that good. He's a once in a lifetime athlete, but in terms of technique and stuff, I mean, I could absolutely see Wirfs being that good. And some teams see Wirfs as a guard as well. So I don't think the value's quite as good if you're playing him at guard, but
No.
But that would basically mean that they're okay, Caleb McGarry, get out. So that means you're basically punting on him. Yeah.
He would probably have to play guard at that point, right?
Yeah.
And it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to me if Lindstrom moved to left guard, you had McGarry at right guard, as tall as he is, and you played somebody like Wirfs at right tackle, but then you're still staring at a huge number of defensive needs. So it's definitely still a pie in the sky pick.
Yeah, so Mike Garofalo is reporting the Falcons are trying to move up. They're looking to find someone who's willing to trade down at this point, as of 25 seconds ago. So they are actively. I assume Kinlaw. I mean, that's who I would expect.
Maybe they're trying to hop San Francisco.
That would be my guess. Is they're trying to get in front of San Francisco because as long as an offensive tackle is there for the Bucs, they don't have to worry about the Bucs. But San Francisco absolutely could take Kinlaw. That could be a landing spot for him, and they might feel like they don't have anyone else they really want at 16. I mean, Chason is there, but I don't know how. I mean, I guess we both feel like he's a classic Quinn pick. But I'm sure they like him, but do they like him as much as Javon Kinlaw? I hope not, but
I don't know. I think it depends. Well, I think in reading the press clippings from Quinn and Dimitrov this offseason, I think they're trying to not be obvious with it, but they're trying to prioritize getting interior pressure.
Right.
And I think that's something that they want to improve on at some point in the draft. And you got a guy like Kinlaw who can do that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think they also know that they can't necessarily put all their faith in Takk McKinley, and it may be safer to get another guy like Chason to add to the mix just in case McKinley doesn't work out.
Right.
They already got bitten in the ass last year for putting all their trust in Vic Beasley, and you see what happened with that.
Right.
So I don't know. They may want to play it safe a little bit and say, let's just get another pass rusher.
Right.
To add to the.
Yeah, that's probably the best thing for Chason too, to come in and be the third guy, to be able to play some Sam, to learn behind Dante Fowler, not have to be like a starter from day one. Let him learn, not force him into the lineup. That's probably the best case scenario for someone like Chason, who does need some seasoning. He needs some, some work. So that would be the best case scenario for him, where he could sit behind Takk and Fowler for a year and really mature, and be ready to go year two. Because as we know, depending on a pass rusher in year one, especially an edge guy, is just not something that generally works out for you very well.
No.
So I've seen what the pick is. I don't know that it's been announced yet, so we're waiting.
Mekhi Becton is the pick for the Jets.
Yes. So it is Mekhi Becton. I told you my stream's a little slow, so I just want to be safe here. So it is Mekhi Becton, the left tackle, going to the Jets.
This is working out great for the Bucs because Tristan Wirfs, who in my opinion was the top offensive tackle in the class, could definitely, be there for him at 14. And they don't even have to move. They don't have to move for him.
Right. Yeah. I wonder if there's a team like the Dolphins trying to get up here to 12 too, to try to swoop in front of the Bucs and take Tristan Wirfs.
If there, what other? Well, yeah, the Dolphins could be in consideration. The Vikings could be in consideration as well. They have 2 first-round picks this year. They let a lot of bodies go this year, but they can definitely need to upgrade an offensive tackle. So the Dolphins, the Vikings, the Jags, in my opinion, may make a move for an offensive tackle. I'm trying to think who else.
I mean, probably, yeah. I mean, I was thinking like the Raiders are on the clock here.
The Packers.
Yeah, that's going to be really far though at that point.
But I'm just teams that need offensive tackle help at this point that can possibly hop Tampa Bay. But yeah, if you're Tampa, you're sitting nice right now because, like I said, you got my OT1 in Wirfs, who's probably going to be there for him at 14. And man, that'd be a hell of an offseason for the Bucs, dude. Yeah,
that would help Brady out tremendously to have that additional tackle help there, and to get the right tackle specifically too, which is what they want. They've got they're committed to Donovan Smith, who isn't bad. I mean, he's not like a great left tackle, but he's fine. And then they just needed to move on from DeMar Dotson, who was like, I didn't realize how old DeMar Dotson was, but he was quite old. I think he was like 36 or something. He was like old. So I mean, yeah.
Here's your annual tradition of a video of somebody pushing a vehicle. You see it every year.
Yeah. So I mean, it's that was something that they needed to address. So yeah, we'll see. I think if the Falcons are trying to trade up, it's going to be this one or San Francisco, because there's no point in trading with the Broncos. So this pick and the next pick are probably the last 2 opportunities to do so.
Broncos are probably...
They're taking wide receiver. They're going to have their pick of whoever they want, probably.
Or offensive tackle.
Well, yeah, if the Bucs don't take one.
But they may not have much there, right, with the Bucs.
The Bucs are going to take one, I mean, unless the Raiders take one here. Or the 49ers do, I guess. That would be really funny if the 49ers sniped Wirfs like right in front of the Bucs. That would actually be hilarious, but probably means Kinlaw's not going to the Falcons, so it's not worth it in my opinion. But it's not worth just seeing the Bucs get sniped to lose Kinlaw. So
I would love to get Kinlaw here.
I would love to get Kinlaw.
It's worth a hop to me. for
Yeah.
sure.
Would you be against trading up for him?
No, not at all.
This wouldn't be an expensive trade up either. Yeah.
Yeah, aside from like the top couple guys like Chase Young and Akuda and Simmons, Kinlaw is the guy that I like the best. Honestly, I like him more than Brown.
Man, Kinlaw and Grady. Whew.
That'd be so good. They need that. They need that.
Yeah.
We
talk about interior pressure. My goodness.
And if Kaminsky turns out to be even decent as the rotational guy there, that could be killer. Killer. So.
Oh my God. Kinlaw and Grady would be hell to pay, dude.
I'd be thrilled. Thrilled.
So let me ask you this: if hypothetically, if they were to go the route of Kinlaw, does that diminish the need for another edge rusher in round 2 or maybe 3, or do you still think that's a high possibility when it comes to tomorrow night?
I personally think, just given this class, just again in my less informed opinion than you guys, I don't know if I'd go there round 2 or 3. I might save my ammo for next year. I might try to address corner on the second day.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think they've got enough with maybe one more rotational guy they add in free agency or as an undrafted guy to get through this year, personally. But
yeah, I mean,
not ideal, but I think Tack too. You know me. I'm a believer in Tack. I think he's eventually going to get there. So hopefully, if he does better this year, I think they're going to be okay.
Yeah. So we do know what the Raiders' pick is, and it is Henry Ruggs, the wide receiver from Alabama. So that's the first receiver going off at 12 in a stacked class. So that brings the 49ers up at 13. We'll see if the Falcons pull off a trade here. I guess these are two teams that have a pretty strong relationship, I would think, with the Kyle Shanahan connection and everything there. So it's certainly possible, but it could be that there's an understanding that like they know that the 49ers want to take a wide receiver or something like that, and they know they don't need to trade up because they're pretty sure the Bucs are going with Wirfs, because the Bucs would be silly to pass on Wirfs if he's there. He kind of is the perfect fit for them at 14. But yeah,
I can't. It's kind of hard to foresee them taking a guy like Kinlaw, because you also have to keep in mind they re-signed Sue this offseason.
Yeah, that's true.
They got have him back in the fold along with Vita Vea. So it's not saying they won't, but I'm just saying it's kind of hard to see them prioritize that, even if he is there for them. I think offensive tackle is the play. I mean, it makes sense. You're bringing a guy like Brady. I mean, it's time to win, and it's time to win now. So it makes sense. If he slips, I think, to me, San Francisco is more of a threat to take Kinlaw than Tampa.
They are, yeah. Well, if Wirfs is there, definitely. Honestly, like, if I'm San Francisco, I'm considering Jerry Jeudy. Like, honestly, like, I think
or CD.
Or CD, whichever one they prefer. I mean, I guess I slightly prefer Jeudy for the 49ers, but I mean, it's whichever you prefer, really. I mean, it's either one's gonna be great, because they're not gonna have a chance to add a player like that again. Like, with that roster the way it is, this is like an extra pick. They can use it on a luxury like a wide receiver, and like, it wasn't their defense that cost them the Super Bowl. It was that offense. Like, it couldn't put it together at the end to get them the rest of the way.
Needed a play to be made on offense. They couldn't make it.
That's what I would do if I was the 49ers. But I'm not a reliable source. I am definitely biased in this regard. So
I will say this about Henry Ruggs, man. He's their version of Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
He's a threat to score at any point on the field. Not a polished route runner, but I think he's better than a lot of people give him credit for. But, in that particular scheme, I think Gruden is just going to allow him to be able to get the ball in space. And that's what is best for him. I like that pick for the Raiders.
Yeah.
They need that. They need a speed burner. They need a guy that can take the top off the defense, and that's definitely what Ruggs can do.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, that Ruggs seemed to be the most coveted of all the picks because of that speed. And it was interesting because like somebody mentioned it on Twitter too that like Ruggs was the third wide receiver at Alabama essentially, and he got drafted ahead of the number one wide receiver in Judy, and he got drafted ahead of CeeDee Lamb, who was his team's number one wide receiver. But that speed is truly special. I mean, people and teams have seen how Tyreek Hill can really change an offense completely. So it's interesting to see them add a guy like that. And I do think that's a good pick for them because they were in desperate need of wide receiver help with Amari Cooper leaving. So that should help them a lot. And then we'll see, how long Derek Carr's there. This is probably like John Gruden's like, all right, can you hit Henry Ruggs on a go? And if you can't, then you're not going to be my quarterback no more. So
you know what? That is such an Al Davis pick also.
It really is, yeah.
A speed guy like Henry Ruggs.
Yeah.
I'm sure Al Davis is smiling down right now.
Yes.
You're making me proud, bro. You're making me proud.
He would approve. He would approve.
Yeah, he would.
Yeah.
He would. That is an Al Davis pick through and through.
Oh, man, Henry Ruggs wearing the robe. Do you see this? It's an Old Spice robe. Oh, what a legend. What a legend. You got get that money, man. Get that money, Wear that Old Spice robe. Click that check. I appreciate that.
Schefter is reporting that we haven't seen any trades.
But there might be a trade. But it's
Rap
not,
sheet just said. Yeah.
It's not the Falcons though. So I guess we'll see if they update here on screen. I was going to wait for you guys, but there has been a trade allegedly. Finally.
For who?
Okay. Do you want me to just tell you? I can tell you if you want.
They're trading with the Bucks.
Yes. So yeah, the Bucks move up one spot. My guess is that the 49ers called the Bucks and told them, "You want this offensive tackle or not? We're fielding calls." This is like it's like the Trubisky fleece, basically. So
it's got to be worse.
Please take worse. Please take worse.
I assume it's gonna. I mean, I would be shocked if it's not worse. I would be absolutely shocked. Like,
it better be worse.
If Wirfs does make it to the Falcons at 16, how are you guys feeling about that?
If what?
If Wirfs does make it to 16, what are you thinking?
No. I mean, like, I don't have a problem with Wirfs as a player.
I'll be a little disappointed, boss.
Yeah, I just don't think it's worth it. But I don't think there's any problems with Wirfs as a player. I think he's fine. So, yeah, I wonder what the Bucks gave up to move up one spot. That's what I'm most curious about, to be honest.
He's not on his phone right now. That's not good.
So the Bucks only gave up a 4th rounder to move up a spot. So that's not a huge trade.
He's not taking any phone calls right now. That's not good. But Arians is on the phone with someone. Oh boy.
Well, Trevor Sikkema, who I don't think he's trying to leak the pick, it's just his educated opinion. He believes that it's a move up for Wirfs, which we all kind of know. But he also deleted the tweet. So
he said he thinks it's worse.
Yeah, but he then deleted the tweet. Yeah, he then deleted the tweet. So maybe he wasn't supposed to tweet that out. I don't know, or maybe it's not true. So we'll see. I guess we'll see.
Yeah, don't tip.
I'm not gonna spoil.
I flip my phone over.
Yeah,
too.
I'm not gonna spoil anything if I see anything. So
okay.
We're all held, we're all held in suspense here.
All right, I'm gonna drop because the Falcons are picking soon.
Yeah, I got you, Dave.
Here is typing time.
Do your yeoman's work tonight, and we'll see you after the wreckage has settled.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Absolutely.
Please take worse.
Well,
Please.
Arians is on the phone with somebody.
He's talking to somebody, but he damn sure wasn't talking to Wirfs because Wirfs wasn't talking to anybody.
Right.
I for some reason I'm not feeling confident with. But see, but then again, Denver can take worse.
Anybody can do anything. Yeah.
If he doesn't go here, Denver definitely could be in play for an offensive tackle.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm interested to see what happens for sure. But yeah, my guess the 49ers called him. We're like, "You sure you want this guy? Because we're getting offers." So.
Man, somebody offered us 2/5, man. What do you guys got?
What do you got? Yeah.
Oh, you want to give us a fourth? Oh, okay, yeah.
Right.
We got them. We fleeced them, guys. Yeah, we'll take that fourth. Cool.
Yeah, it's funny that was like the only trade of the draft so far. It was like one spot for like a fourth rounder.
One spot, yeah.
It's so sad.
You know what? They probably lied to him too. No one probably called them. They probably just...
Yeah, no. I mean, that's what I would do if I was the 49ers. I would be like, "Hey, what's up, guys?"
Man, we're getting all these phone calls.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. You guys want this tackle? I heard you guys were looking for a tackle. I don't know what's happening. Yeah.
Please take worse, man. I don't...
Yeah, John Lynch is like a master of bluffing. Didn't he like fleeced somebody else a year or two ago, right? Was it the Bears in the Trubisky trade? Isn't that who he fleeced?
Take worse. Oh.
Yes, they did take worse, by the way, guys. Yeah.
Oh.
So, but now it's the 49ers, so now prepare to get your heart pumping again.
I think they're gonna get receiver.
I think so too.
I just felt that it's possible for them to go the Kinlaw route because of them letting DeForest Buckner go.
It's possible. It certainly is possible.
But the bigger need is probably a receiver at this point.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then I don't think they expected a guy like Jerry Jeudy or even CeeDee Lamb to be there at 14. Yeah. And remember earlier in the day they wanted to trade both picks. They kind of wanted to trade back in the first. They wanted to trade down in the first to get some more picks on the back end because I think they only have 5 or 6 picks.
Yeah, they don't have many.
Yeah, I think they're missing like a third and a fourth. I don't think they have anything there.
Yeah.
So earlier in the day, they were trying to do that. So they picked up a fourth in this move. I think they're going to go receiver here. It's just a matter of who they want.
Yeah. Yeah, whether it's Lamb or Jeudy. I guess for me, I'd have slight preference for Jeudy, but I couldn't be upset if they picked Lamb either. So
why would you want Jeudy over Lamb? Not saying you're wrong. I'm just
saying. I guess I just like Judy's like smoothness a little bit better, especially in that Shanahan offense because we know Shanahan really demands that route running. Okay. CeeDee's so like dominant after the catch though, so it's like I don't know, right. It's tough, but I guess I think Judy's probably going to produce a little bit more from day one. Lamb might take a little bit longer to get going, but again, it's like splitting hairs really between the two of them.
Right. It's pick your flavor when it comes to those two.
Yeah.
Jeudy is more of the deep threat, but at the same time, Lamb has the better hands between the two. So it really depends on what you want. Now, with a guy like Debo that's already pretty much working their intermediate levels as well as Kittle working their intermediate levels, to me, Jeudy would be the better choice simply because he's your field stretcher at that point. He can be that guy. So me personally, I will go Jeudy, but I don't think they're wrong either way, whether it's Jeudy or Lamb. I think they got a fine receiver either way.
Yeah. I totally agree. Yeah, I think wide receiver makes the most sense because like I think their defensive line is good. Like it would be like an embarrassment of riches thing with Kinlaw. Like, does he even start, with who they have? I mean, he probably does push somebody off, but like they've got Arik Armstead, they've got Solomon Thomas who lines up on the inside in pass rushing situations. They've got Nick Bosa. They've got all these guys. Like it's a very strong.
I heard they are trying to move D Ford, however. That was a rumor
that's true.
Started earlier. But yeah, they don't necessarily need Kinlaw. It's probably just them being greedy and saying, let's just, replenish what we lost this offseason.
Yeah, and I think they probably learned a lesson from 2019, which was that, like, you can have this great defensive line, but if you can't score enough points to... Like, they dominated the first half of that game. I mean, they were shutting down the Chiefs, but then, you can't ask them to do that the whole game. Like, at a certain point, you're going to have to be able to put up points, and close out the game, and they just couldn't. Yeah. So, even with a dominant defense, it's like you can't expect that forever. So, All right, here we go. We are waiting on San Francisco's pick, and then the Falcons will be on the clock, folks. We are almost there. So yeah, I mean, no matter what, they'll have a choice of Kinlaw or Chaisson, assuming they don't trade down. So they'll have a choice of somebody they like, assuming Denver doesn't like do something crazy. But Denver's probably snatching up whichever receiver's left. So
whichever one San Francisco doesn't want, they'll get the other.
Mm-hmm. They'll probably be pretty happy with that, I would think. So. But yeah, it's funny because it's like pick 10 comes around. It's like, oh, only one offensive tackle and no wide receivers have been taken. This is interesting. And then it's like three tackles go back to back, and then it's like about to be a bunch of receivers going too. Yeah.
You know, I will say this, you know, because coming into this thing, you know, I always felt that it was best for the Falcons to trade back and accumulate a couple, you know, extra picks. And I still think that's a possibility. But, you know, I was never discouraged with them staying at 16 and saying, we're just going to take the best defensive player available. I was never against that. You know, because of their draft history, I just felt that it was more like they're going to do their own thing regardless what everyone else thinks. So, yeah, if they were to, you know, stay put and get a guy like Chaisson or Kinlaw, I'm definitely 100% on board. But if they also wanted to trade back like 4 or 5 spots and get a guy like Kenneth Murray or Trayvon Diggs and, you know, get an extra 3rd round pick out of it, I'm cool with that too.
Yeah.
I want them to walk away with a starter at every level of defense.
Right.
If they accomplish that in that draft, I don't care how it's done, as long as they accomplish that.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally. Yeah, I see that. And it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see what happens here because, you know, say the 49ers do take a wide receiver, that puts the Bucs on the clock. They take a wide receiver.
The Broncos.
Broncos. You know, it has to be Kinlaw, and if it's not, people are going to riot because I know you like Chaisson, and I also like Chaisson. I just don't think he's the caliber of player that Kinlaw is, at least not now. I mean, maybe he could be in the future, but Kinlaw still has room to grow too. So, so I guess I would be pretty upset if they didn't take Kinlaw if he was on the board, but it wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah, I would be. You know, I'll be fine either way. Doesn't matter. Kinlaw, Chaisson, it doesn't matter. Either one of them are great additions to what they're trying to do up front. And we actually had that conversation on, I think it was 2 shows ago, where if both were on the board, who would we prefer? And I said I would prefer Chaisson simply because I feel like his ceiling is a little bit higher. But I mean, again, Kinlaw is a game wrecker.
Yeah, he is, and rumored last year that they were trying to get Ed Oliver first, then Christian Wilkins, then Dexter Lawrence. These were all guys, and they missed on those guys. So, you know, to me, it's like it would make total sense if they did target someone like Kinlaw because they've been rumored to be after a defensive tackle for years now. It just hasn't worked out for various reasons. Like I think that honestly, if Christian Wilkins was there at their pick, they would have taken Wilkins, not Lindstrom. Mm-hmm. I honestly do believe that.
He was taking 1 pick before.
Yeah, the Dolphins picked him. Mm-hmm.
Right.
So, and
they were unable to trade up for Oliver.
Yeah.
Buffalo took him. I think that was kind of unexpected as well last year.
Yeah. So we're waiting to see here. The 49ers pick is in. They took their sweet time.
I miss Shanahan. I don't care how you guys feel about him. Most of you guys probably hate him. It is what it is. I get it. But I miss Shanahan.
I miss his offense.
I miss Kyle.
Yeah.
I'd rather have Kyle than Dirk.
Well, we all would.
We still had Dirk Cutter, man.
Yep.
God damn it.
Well, I know what's going to happen at pick 14.
Oh my God.
Yep. Just after you got done praising Shanahan.
Oh,
This is the second year in a row they've had the defensive tackle they wanted sniped right in front of them because the 49ers take Javon Kinlaw. So, I mean, they should have known better than to just wait for him if they really wanted him. So, well, now what do? They take Chison at 16 or do they try to trade back?
Either way. I mean, Chase on at 16 or trading back. Either one is a ideal situation for me. I mean, I'm fine with it. Let them do their thing.
Well, what that means is that either CD or Judy is going to be there at 16. So I wouldn't be shocked if the Falcons are getting a crap ton of calls for that pick.
Yep.
For one of those guys.
We're talking about teams that possibly looking up for a receiver. Philly, Minnesota, who else? Jacksonville, who else? Who else could be looking for a receiver? I mean, those three that come off immediately off the top of my head.
Yeah.
That may have interest in trying to grab maybe interest in trading up to grab a receiver.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, like Eagles, like you said, Minnesota probably is interested too.
Yeah.
Especially since there's not really an offensive tackle. Like
Baltimore, maybe.
Baltimore, maybe.
Yeah.
They'd have to get a haul to get up to 16, though.
Yeah.
So we shall see. But we can never have nice things, Falcons really couldn't beat, a fourth round pick to get up to 13 there.
Guess not.
No, I mean it is what it is. But the 49ers just can't help themselves, they literally have to have the best defensive line in the NFL. There's no options otherwise. They just have to have extra guys at every spot. It worked out pretty well for them last year, so.
Yep.
All right, so we are going to see here what the Falcons do. Honestly, I think this is a situation where they're probably legitimately looking to trade down. At least I would if I were them, because one of those receivers is there. You could probably get some day 2 picks. Maybe to only move down a few spots.
I would be calling Howie Roseman in Philly and say, "Hey, man,
what's up?"
Yeah, how's the wife? How's the family? That CeeDee Lamb is sitting here. By the way, I don't know if you guys want him or not. But,
I didn't want to be rude and just not call you.
Just calling to drop a little bug in your ear. You want to just slide us a 3rd round pick, and CeeDee's yours.
Yep.
I don't know what Kinlaw's uncle is doing, but it's kind of weird right now. Why are you standing in front of the? Move out the way, man. He's drunk. He's drunk.
He's drunk. I mean, I would be too. So, if I was, my son was getting drafted, I'd be pretty drunk.
They're trying to calm him down.
Well, for what it's worth, Michael Kiss, noted Philadelphia Eagles reporter, is saying that he's going to call Dimitroff himself to demand the trade. So, I hope he's listening. Yeah, pick up your phone, Dimitroff. Come on, you guys should know this. No matter what TD does, he sucks, okay? That's the line. That's the company line we're towing, okay? No, I mean, it's like trading up, not that big a deal. I think we were all kind of mixed on it if they couldn't get the guy they wanted. I was in favor of trying to get up to 6 with the Chargers to get Simmons, but the Chargers wanted Herbert, so they probably weren't even considering trading that pick if they really wanted Herbert, if we're being honest.
Who?
The Chargers. Yeah, if they really wanted Herbert, they probably weren't considering trading.
They were not interested unless unless someone came with an offer that was just too good to pass up.
Right. And the Falcons, I mean, like I did in my mock, I mean, they were going to offer something, but you know, was it going to be enough to convince them not to take the quarterback they wanted? Probably not. My whole theory was predicated on them not wanting Herbert. So they wanted Herbert, didn't work out. That's how it works.
Yeah, we already know where Denver's going. Oh, the commission's already changed wardrobes. Awesome.
He's gonna have multiple wardrobe changes throughout the night.
Must be pretty tiring in your 12-bedroom home.
Right. Yep. So I mean, if the Falcons stay here, it's probably Chaisson, right?
It's Chaisson.
Yeah.
And I'm with it.
I mean, I wouldn't be overly upset. In an ideal world, you trade down a little bit and get Chaisson, but Denver might want Chaisson. So it's or not Denver, excuse me, Dallas might want Chaisson. So you're taking a risk.
Dallas would definitely want Chaisson.
Yeah.
Miami may also want Chaisson. Yeah, if you let him go, he's not going to last long. I think the Cowboys really want to pair someone opposite DeMarcus Lawrence, and Chaisson would be the perfect pick for that. It shouldn't take long for the Falcons. They're on the clock now. I am going to put my phone down.
Yes. You don't want to be spoiled. So we will see what happens here. It'll be interesting. I mean, it's probably going to be Chaisson, but I could also see, AJ Terrell. By all accounts, they do like him. I mean, if I had to pick a corner here, I'd probably be Jeff Gladney. I like Gladney a little better than Terrell.
I like Diggs a little bit better, but
yeah, to each his own. Yeah, I mean, they're kind of all in that same area. But the Falcons,
someone said, what if they do? What if they do take CeeDee Lamb?
I mean, it would be fun, but it would be a terrible pick. I mean, it'd be exciting, but it's like, oh, is this actually gonna help us win any games this year?
I mean, it might. It might help us win games.
It's not
going to help us stop anybody on defense.
Oh man, yeah. Caesar Ruiz season. Got to get another guard.
But who the hell is really going to want to see the Falcons with Julio and Ridley and CeeDee Lamb and Todd Gurley? And who wants that? Nobody wants that. But at the same time,
that would be pretty ridiculous.
It would be, but that defense is pretty much going to stink. Just don't do this to us, please.
Maybe they just go all in on offense. They go CeeDee Lamb, then they go Lloyd Cushenberry or Hennessy in the second, then they go a running back in the third, and they're just that's it. We don't even care about the defense. We're just going to score 40 points and call it a day. At least it would be consistent.
It really, I mean, unless they're, because these are the Falcons that we're talking about, unless they're thinking about saying, hey, do we move forward with a guy like Kenneth Murray? Because remember in past drafts, a couple drafts ago, they were really interested in getting Rashaan Evans in the first round. And they wanted to trade, I believe they wanted to trade up for him, but they were unable to. So, do they show interest in maybe a guy like Kenneth Murray? Or do they kind of go against the grain, like I've been saying for the past few weeks, and maybe go safety here? Who knows?
It's been on your radar, yeah.
These are the Falcons we're talking about. There's really no set strategy as far as who they go after. They go after whoever the hell they want to go after. So I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna close every door here, but Chaisson is probably the safer and more logical pick here. But they could go different directions here, man. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, they're always really freaking hard to predict.
So, if you find out the pick, please don't say anything.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything. Yeah, I won't say anything, even if I.
As a matter of fact, I'm gonna gift tweet my reaction to this.
So we'll see what happens here. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked. I assume they're fielding calls for the pick. We'll see if it actually
probably so
works out. I mean, this could be an ideal situation because I bet the Vikings and the Eagles are calling. So it just depends on if Dimitrov's too greedy and doesn't want to budge, or if he just really is somebody who wants here. But Well, because if they do trade down, that could really put into play your whole Anton Winfield scenario. Because I think if they're picking in the 20s, that's much more likely to happen.
I'm on board for it. I'm on board for that, of course. The Falcons pick is in, so let's see.
No trade, I guess, yeah.
I'm gonna turn my phone over, man, because I know the group chat is going off right now, and I know somebody's in the group chat is going to put something up.
Yeah, Dave's probably leaking the pick. Dave's got his sources or whatever. All right, folks. Bated breath. We await the Falcons selection.
Of course, we go to an extended commercial break.
They like to torture us, They really do. Yeah.
They do.
Alrighty.
My hands are a little sweaty, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Sweating. We're sweating it out. Yeah.
I mean, I'm sitting here on my couch watching the draft, and I'm nervous.
It's exciting. It's exciting time. The Falcons are on the clock. We only get this a handful of times a year, especially the first round. So it's exciting stuff. So we're excited to see who the newest member of the Atlanta Falcons is going to be. We're going to find out here in just a minute, I'm sure. So. No leaks in the chat. You guys are heroes.
Don't speak on it. Somebody's going to do it.
Well, someone's probably going to do it now that I said it, so don't look at the chat. But I don't even know if the pick's been leaked yet. It probably has been. But
it probably has. I flipped my phone over, dude. I flipped my phone over. I'm not even going to take that risk. There's got to be a chaser.
It's going to be... It's getting to the stressful part of the waiting now. Like, what are they going to do? Are they going to do something really stupid or not?
They better not. They better not.
All right.
Oh,
Good.
look, Arthur's in the jerseys.
How did he get one? They're not supposed to ship till July.
Oh, he had one specialty made right there at the factory. Like, I'm Arthur Blank. You're gonna make me a jersey right now. Quinn's texting somebody. Dimitrov is just standing up for some odd reason. I guess he's excited. He just can't sit down.
Yeah.
The hell is Quinn texting? Who are you texting, man?
Who are you texting? You're not even going to call the man that you're picking? You're not even going to grace him with your call?
No one has called anyone. No one has called anyone.
No.
Let's do this.
Let's do. Well, Dave was right. Didn't Dave call it before he got in here? Dave was right after all. It is, in fact, A.J. Terrell, corner from Clemson. We spoke about it today that people were thinking he was going to go in the first round, and the Falcons are the ones that pulled the trigger. So they didn't trade up for him, Eric. So, small victories, right?
Sure, whatever.
You good, bro? You good? You need a minute? No,
man, I'm not.
We switch places. Like, I don't mind the pick so much. I like Terrell a lot. I think it's early, certainly, but is it it's their biggest need. It makes a lot of sense. He fits Quinn's mold clearly. I think it makes a lot of sense for them. It's a little early. I think they would have preferred to trade down. I'm guessing it just didn't work out, the compensation. And, he's going to come in. He's going to be expected to start really early. So we'll just hope we'll have to hope for the best because he's another Falcon now. In terms of athletic ability and size, he absolutely does fit what the Falcons want. But I think I'm higher on Terrell than maybe you are. I don't know where you had him ranked on your cornerback rankings.
He was probably, CB6?
Yeah.
5 or 6?
Honestly, that's about where I had him. I think I had the only ones I had ahead of him were maybe Fulton and Gladney. I think I had Gladney. I think it was my corners were Okudah, Henderson, Gladney, Fulton, Terrell. I think that's what it was. So, and then I had Jalen Johnson after that. So I mean, we were pretty close in terms of that. But honestly, a lot of teams seem to sour on Fulton for one reason or another. I think teams are kind of disappointed in his athletic testing. And I guess the Falcons didn't like Gladney was a zone corner, so maybe they're more interested in someone that can play more man. But yeah, we know he got burned in the championship game. Thanks. Yeah. Make sure you watch the other games.
I'm gonna address that right now. Yeah. He's played a lot more games in that championship game. You go back to 2 years ago when he played as a redshirt freshman against Alabama. He balled in that game. Stop using the game against LSU as the only game to judge him off of. He had a damn bad game. Corners have bad games. It's happened. Okay. I hate when people do that shit. Like, that's so irritating. Stop using the LSU game. LSU game is okay. It is what it is. He had a bad game. Outside of that, he balled for the last 2.5 years, dude.
Yeah, he did. I mean, honestly, his tape was really good outside of that game. And if you pay attention, LSU's offense worked just about every defense they played. So it's not like he was alone in getting worked by, Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase has put many a corner on his highlight reel with Joe Burrow. But I get if people are disappointed. I mean, it is a bit of a reach. It is a bit of a reach here. But the Falcons decided to wait and hold on to those draft picks. And honestly, that might be what we need to take away from this more than anything, is that instead of trading up for someone like Henderson and potentially giving up those day 2 picks, we need to take a look at this pick in the context of, obviously you preferred Chase on. I probably preferred Chase on a little bit as well here. But compared to like a trade up scenario, it might be better off overall that they get a player like Terrell and then they get someone like Justin Madubuike in the second round and, another impact defender in the third round, as opposed to taking a CJ Henderson at 9 and then missing out on that one of those day 2 picks. Because those day 2 picks could be key to whether or not this team is actually competing soon. So.
As if they took CeeDee Lamb, they would take him right out of the last division with the Philadelphia Eagles having a huge need.
Yeah.
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 I mean, Terrell, he definitely fits their athletic profile.
He does.
6'1", 200, 4'4", 240. Yeah.
He's a solid corner.
It wasn't a dumb pick. Like, it wasn't like a quarterback or an offensive tackle or something else like that. So, I'm happy with that, and I think he is going to be a good player. It's just a little early, but
Land is still there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's possible. Like, I do think they were trying to trade back, but it's all dependent on whether or not someone wants to make it happen and what the compensation is. And the Falcons probably had a price. Like, they probably wanted day 2 picks. Those teams maybe were like, no, we know you want to trade down. Like, we'll give you some 4th rounders or something. And they were like, no, we want day 2 picks. And the Falcons clearly, we heard that teams valued Terrell in the first round. There were several teams that did. Falcons clearly were one of those teams. So if they really did view him as a much better player than the other options, they might have been worried that he would have been gone by the time they picked at 21, 20, 25 or whatever. So that's also part of the calculation.
Right.
Smiles on the faces right now between Mike McCarthy, the head coach,
yeah. So
the owner, president, GM, and Matt mentioned for the Dallas Cowboys.
Cowboys pick is in now.
Again, I'm not gonna sit here and I'm not gonna kill the kid because he is talented. He can play. But is he the corner I would have went for? No. There's definitely better corner options on the board, in my opinion. Christian Fulton was one. Trayvon Diggs was another. You mentioned Gladney. Those guys, to me, would have came off the board a little bit higher than A.J. Terrell. I think A.J. Terrell was in that tier, the end of that tier 2, tier 3 phase when it comes to corner. So he would have been more of a second-round pick for me. He does fit that athletic mode. And again, I'm not going to sit here and I don't give a damn about the LSU game. Stop mentioning the LSU game. Everybody watched it. I swear the next person that mentions it to me is going to, it's not going to be pretty. I watched the LSU game too. So stop bringing that shit up.
I've seen the LSU game, yes.
But he had a pretty solid career as a corner for Clemson up until that point. Like you said, he does fit the athletic profile. The thing with him that I wonder, he didn't play a ton of zone in college. But he has kind of sort of, I think if you look back at some of, PFF had put out a graphic a few months ago about the top corners in the draft and the percentage that they played in certain coverages. And I think he played a lot more cover 1 man. He played a lot more cover 2, didn't play a ton of off man cover 3. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can actually, be able to do so.
Yeah.
I think what this does provide, in my opinion, this allows Kendall Sheffield to play his natural spot in the slot, which is where I probably want him.
Yes.
Year 1, is he going to be the CB1 year 1? I truly hope not.
No,
but
it's going to be Oliver.
I think the long-term plans is for him and Isaiah Oliver to man the outsides, Kendall Sheffield at the slot. And, maybe, again, was this a bigger need than pass rush? I'm not quite sure about that, honestly.
It was a bigger need than edge. Was it a bigger need than defensive tackle? If we're talking about pure need, probably. But obviously, I think the value would have been much better for someone like Javon Kinlaw. But I do wonder that if Kinlaw was there, if they still would have taken A.J. Terrell. I have a bad feeling that they still would have. So that definitely would have been a typical Falcons move. But yeah. So the Cowboys did go after CeeDee Lamb. So that brings Miami on the clock here at 18. Probably offensive tackle here. They do have their choice of like a Josh Jones or an Austin Jackson if they're interested in that second tier of tackles. But that's an interesting pick, too, to see where they go. The safeties are there, too. They could definitely use a safety.
In nearly 100 years serving the military community, we've seen you go through tough times.
And every time you showed us, you're much tougher.
Your heart.
All right. I'm going to go take a short break. I'll be right back, folks.
Yep.
And we were going to be getting on with the rest of the picks here. We got, 12 more to go? 22, right. 14 more to go? 14 more. 14 more to go. Miami on the clock. We'll be back shortly, folks.
Fixed or replaced. The Home Depot has online ordering. Free delivery and low prices to help get it done. The Home Depot, our doers get more done. Settling in okay? Yeah. Are you both dead? Yeah. Yep.
Welcome to Lakeview, a digital afterlife environment.
Joy. Yeah, it's little less better than we know ourselves. Get inside to invading someone's personal space. All right, bro. So I understand you were the bad things yesterday. It's only weird if you make it weird.
At CDW, we get you're always looking to modernize.
Yeah, I'm just not sure office drones were the way to do it. L-O-L. Our market share is good, but where are the bagels?
Well, CDW can help modernize your company the right way with a scalable infrastructure from HPE, making you more efficient and secure.
Great. Oh.
Maybe let's find out a different way.
For transformation that works, you need Hewlett Packard Enterprise and IT orchestration by CDW, people who get it. When we first opened our doors, it didn't take us long to realize we weren't in the car business. At Lexus, we were in the people business.
We needed to be helpful
Respectful.
and compassionate.
To treat people like guests. It's what we all signed up for. And now when people need us most, we will do what we've always done.
Take care of people first.
The rest will follow.
If we weren't able to stream anything, I think they'd be lost.
We're all home right now. That's why Verizon is giving you more of the entertainment you want. Stanley is usually watching a TV show, and McKenna is almost always listening to music.
We love Verizon.
So I get the shows I need when I need them.
Oh boy. So the Falcons went against the grain, as we kind of sort of expected them to do, and they got their guy. They got the guy that they felt comfortable with. You know, it is what it is at the end of the day. You know, it is what it is at the end of the day. That's a draft strategy that everybody should be, you know, familiar with at this point when it comes to the Falcons. They're going to go whoever they want, when they want, and you know, if they feel, you know, upset about it, you know, it is what it is when it comes to that. But again, this is who the Falcons are. You go back to 2016, you know, they went after Keanu Neal, and a lot of people thought Keanu Neal was a second-round pick. And, you know, Keanu turned out to be, you know, a stud on defense, despite the injuries. You know, you go back to, you know, them getting someone like Calvin Ridley when everyone least expected. And, you know, again, that's just who the Falcons are. They're going to go against the grain a little bit. And for a bit, it has worked for them. Depending on how you view it, how you look at it.
Check in with the Butler Seltzer virtual huddle. Delighted to be working through this evening with Mel Kiper Jr., Luke Riddick, Booger McFarland, and our great friends in collaboration from the NFL Network, Daniel Jeremiah, you know him as Movie Sticks, and a couple of Hall of Famers, Kurt Warner, and Michael Irvin. All right, the Dolphins' second draft pick is in the first round. Let's find out. Oh, we do? Okay. So we got some time to figure out here what they're going to do with the Miami Dolphins, the second overall pick in the first round. They took Tua Tagovailoa with the fifth overall pick. This is the pick they got when they traded away Fitzpatrick to the Pittsburgh Steelers, the pick they got back there. And look, the Steelers are very happy with that trade. Minka made a huge difference on defense, but the Dolphins are in rebuilding mode right now. Mel, as you look at what's available here to Miami, what makes sense to you?
We got that offensive tackle. We got to protect him or whatever. He's the starting quarterback. And that offensive line's a big issue. You got to believe, even if you have to reach a little trade, offensive tackle.
All right, we'll see if that's the case. Brian Flores and son look very happy, as does Chris Greer. Now we can tell you officially the pick is in. Let's see if they do go up front. We got good news for Tua here. With the 18th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Austin Jackson, tackle, USC. You know what just happened? Roger Goodell tipped the pick.
He did. He tipped the pick. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. So the Dolphins go after Austin Jackson to get some help for Tua, something that they need. They need to upgrade that offensive line. But Austin Jackson is pretty young. He's a skilled offensive tackle coming out of UFC. Like his size, like his athleticism, but he's really young. I think he's got some years to go before he actually grows into the position.
A genetic disorder that prevents the bone marrow from losing red cells. Simply, Austin Jackson was the best match, but it was only about 25% possibility.
I feel like I was gone forever, and only one pick happened.
Yep.
Austin Jackson.
Yep.
Yep. So that was one of the names I mentioned. So Josh Jones, Austin Jackson. That makes sense for them. They were able to kind of wait and get one of those second-tier offensive tackles. So that's you have to think they're probably pretty happy with that. But yeah, I mean, Dion DiNardo's asking, is this guy better than Trufant? I mean, it's probably about the same.
What is that to ask right now?
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of hard to say for sure. I mean, I think Terrell could be
asking. You're asking if a rookie corner is better than a guy that's been in the league for how long?
A while. I mean, like, I guess, like, I would expect, honestly, them to be about the same their rookie year. Like, if we're looking at rookie year Trufant, rookie year AJ Terrell, I mean, they could probably be about the same. And Trufant was pretty good his rookie year, so I mean, I think they could be similar. Trufant's probably like a little more technically sound coming out than Terrell was, but like Terrell's faster than Trufant. He's more athletic. I guess maybe slightly bigger than Trufant too. Not like an enormous amount. Like, I don't know where people are getting this thing that like Terrell doesn't tackle. Like he tackles just fine. Like I mean,
because all they watch is the damn LSU game. That's why.
Yeah, his tackling was not a big issue for me.
His tackling wasn't an issue.
Like, go watch if you want to see tackling. Like we mentioned, go watch Grant Delpit if you want to see what bad tackling looks like. Go watch. Honestly, C.J. Henderson had some bad whiffs. Like, you know, I mean, that was one of the things that people critiqued about his game. You know, those guys all have their tackling issues. But I think, honestly, Terrell's tackling is not that big a deal. It's fine. So my guess with this pick is that the Falcons recognized that corner was like their biggest need. They targeted position. And they were just basically not willing to wait and see who was there at 47 because there's a lot of variability there. Like, there's the potential that, like, all of the top guys could be gone by the time they were picking at 47 is very real. I mean, would you agree with that?
What's up?
Like, the Falcons basically picking the corner here, like, there's a very real chance that all of the top guys at corner, like the round 1-2 guys, could be gone by 47, right? I mean, there's definitely a chance of that happening.
Oh, like you talking about Fulton and Diggs and those guys? And Gladney?
Yeah, like say from 16 to 47, we could have seen Gladney, Fulton, Igbinoghene, Jalen Johnson, Terrell, Diggs, all those guys go. So they might have.
Possibility,
yeah.
There's a possibility that all those guys would be gone by then.
Yeah, I mean, so there could easily be. I mean, that's probably more than anything why they made the pick. That would be my guess, because they were not willing to wait and see. Whereas they could afford to wait and see maybe who falls at defensive tackle. Like they could see if someone like, you know, Justin Matabuke or Ross Blacklock or Neville Gallimore. I mean, you know, those later ones probably less likely than the first one, but you know, they could kind of wait and see now who's available and just take the best guy at 47. I mean, that could be someone like Jeremy Chin, could be a linebacker if someone falls, could be a defensive tackle like I just mentioned, could be Matt Hennessy. We know they love him. You know, based on this pick now, AJ Terrell at 16, where do you think they're looking at 47?
Gotta be edge, gotta be defensive line, in my opinion. Guys like Curtis Weaver could be in play. Also, a possibility is they can definitely go. Oh wow!
Really?
Oh,
Did I hear that? Did I hear that right?
Yeah. Well, at least the Falcons didn't have the biggest reach in the first.
Was that Damon Arnett? Is that what I heard?
Yeah.
Yeah, because mine's slow.
Yeah,
wow.
Damon Arnett, 19.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, nobody knows where these corners are going to go, apparently.
Right.
So, I mean, I heard teams were out on Christian Fulton for one reason or another. I'm not exactly sure what the issue was. I mean, I don't think he was that impressive athletically overall, but in terms of his technique, he was good. I'm shocked Damon Arnett went ahead of Jalen Johnson. The Jalen Johnson disrespect is real. So
Yeah, I mean, I like Damon Arnett, but he's a bigger reach than AJ Terrell, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Yeah, I think I had a 2 on Terrell, so it's not like it's a drastic reach. I had a 2 and I had a late 2 on Arnett, so a little bit more of a reach, certainly. But yeah, I mean, people also have to recognize, like, I scout what I think the Falcons want, and so that's what I kind of build my grades around. But no one really knows what they want except for them. So we think that we get better every year predicting who they're going to go after, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. That is a surprising pick at 19, David Arnett, for sure. Yeah, and I think people need to also recognize, like, I guarantee you the Falcons were trying to trade out of 16. But again, like, it's up to everybody else, the other teams, to want to make that trade. And it probably just wasn't a deal that worked for everybody. The Falcons wanted day 2 picks, I'm sure. The other teams weren't willing to give them up. The Bucks didn't help matters by only asking for a 4th. to move a spot, so that probably everyone was like, oh, okay, well, I guess we're lowballing all these trades now. So, yeah, I mean, honestly, the Raiders could have definitely taken Terrell there. I mean, that would not have shocked me at all if they actually had Terrell as the corner they wanted instead of Damon Arnett. I mean, would that have shocked you?
What?
Like, if the Falcons didn't take Terrell, if the Raiders actually took Terrell there? I think that he's been linked with them.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. The same thing now. It's kind of sort of like how it played out last year with Lindstrom. They took Lindstrom because they felt that Minnesota was going to take him, and in actuality, Minnesota was interested in Chris Lindstrom. So this may be a situation where they took AJ Terrell and didn't want to move, didn't want to trade up for him, but they felt that someone behind them was honing in on him as well, and it could have been the Raiders, definitely.
Right. Yeah, I like Solaire's comments. Like, he's a reach when they don't even have a live feed of his, like, draft party or whatever for the show. It's very true. Good eye there. It's a very Raiders pick. They really don't care what other people think. Like, the Cleveland Farrell is, like, case in point. Like, that pick, they really don't care what you think about them or their picks. It's just whoever they want. Damon Arnett, no matter what.
Since 1926, Nationwide has been on your side.
We'll be there in person during trying times.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, what's going to make or I know people in the chat are talking about this. What's going to make or break this draft for me is not the Terrell pick now. It's probably what they do at 2 and 3. Like, if they crush 2 and 3, like they get Justin Madubuike at 2 and get, like, Logan Wilson in the 3rd, then I think we're pretty gravy. Like, I think we're rolling here. And they add, like an Anthony Jennings or a Kenny Willekes or something in the 4th, like an edge guy that can contribute. Obviously, it's not the high-end guy we were hoping for, but they do get the impact defensive tackle. They get an impact linebacker, and they get some more depth. I think that could really sell this draft, is getting those picks later on. Because letting it ride on corner for a while sounds good in theory, but as we can see, like, all it takes is one team to snipe you, and you lose the guy you want. That's exactly what happened with Javon Kinlaw. Just sniped right in front of him.
You know what also gets me? Everyone wants to say that he had a bad game against LSU. I dare somebody to name me a defense that didn't have a bad game against LSU last year.
Well, I thought Alabama's defense was, like, the best. They got shredded.
They smoked. Trayvon Diggs got smoked.
Trayvon Diggs got pooped on, man. That was maybe his worst game.
They put up 40 on Florida's defense.
Yeah.
What defense did not get smoked by LSU last year?
Honestly, it's just because it was the freaking game that everybody watched.
It was the game that everybody watched.
That's the only reason people bring it up, is because it's the only game people have actually seen. Like, the rest of his tape is good. Like, it's good tape. So, like, I don't know what the issue is. But it's recency bias and, like, familiarity. Like, I get it. I don't expect everyone in the chat to watch, like, a bunch of film on players. Like, I don't expect that from the average fan. Like, that's something that's, like, above and beyond. But I also expect you to not make a whole opinion about a player from a single game that you watch on TV. Like that's also something that you shouldn't do.
I guarantee some of these people would not make that fuss if it was a Georgia cornerback. Even though
DeAndre Baker, who was terrible.
Though they lit the hell out of Georgia last year. Let's not even come on, man. They smoked every defense they came across. Oklahoma got smoked. It doesn't matter. They rocked every defense last year. So to sit here and say he had a bad game against LSU, well, hell, so did Florida, so did Texas, so did Oklahoma, so did Georgia. Who else? Everybody that they played got embarrassed last year.
Okay.
So in that case, we shouldn't draft C.J. Henderson. We shouldn't draft Trayvon Diggs. We shouldn't draft anybody from Georgia's defense if that's the case, because they got beat by LSU. That was a machine last year.
And honestly, Terrell, to start that game, Terrell actually was playing well.
He was playing very well.
He just got smoked later when the whole defense fell apart. I mean, the whole defense just eventually buckled. But, if you guys think that A.J. Terrell's a bad corner because of the LSU game, what's another game that he was bad in? That was just that he was getting toasted in.
Yeah.
Just tell me one. If you really think he's a bad corner, what is the other game that he was bad in? That's what I'm asking.
Point it out.
Yeah.
Point it out. Show me.
Yeah. So who's next in round 2? Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it's going to be Matt Hennessy. I don't necessarily think that's where they should go, but I think they love him. And I think they're really committed to fixing that offensive line. If it was me, I would be hoping that Justin Matabuke is there at 47. That would personally be the direction I would want to go. But again, this is yet another example of Dan Quinn not prioritizing defensive tackle. They've only drafted 2 defensive tackles in his entire tenure, which is 5 years now. They don't draft defensive tackles, so don't be surprised if we don't see a defensive tackle in this class, or we see one late, because they just don't draft them. We've heard all these reports that they were trying to draft defensive tackle last year, year before, all that, but they just don't. So until they actually do, I think we should understand that maybe they really weren't that in on Kinlaw. If they wanted Kinlaw, I think they probably knew that they had to trade up to get him, and they just didn't. So
I should, man. I'm kind of pressed, man. I want to tweet something, man. I really do.
What do you tweet? What's the tweet?
I'm just saying, okay.
I'm not even checking Twitter because I assume it's successful.
Falcons fans want to point out about how he got beat by LSU, and I'm like, well, Georgia got beat by LSU too. They got embarrassed by LSU offense too, but y'all still want us to draft J.R. Reed, right?
Right.
Y'all still want us to take another Georgia defender, right?
Yeah, probably.
Again, I hate that, and I actually made note of that in the scouting report that I did for A.J. Terrell, when I pointed out and said, hey, he had a bad game against LSU, but the guy played damn near 40 games in his collegiate career, and they want to point that out. He played solid against Alabama. He played very well against teams like Florida State. He played pretty solid against teams like Mike. It didn't matter. Okay, that was the only game he had where he looked bad, and they want to point that out. That's so irritating. I hate that, and that's the reason why most of y'all get ignored by me on Twitter.
Eric's got he's got the strong block finger on Twitter. You guys know that. Know that.
Oh, my mute list is long.
Yeah, I think I've only blocked 2 people, but yeah.
My mute list is pretty long. I'll be honest with you, man. A lot of people don't. I turn the notifications part off on my tweets. So if you comment, 9 times out of 10, I'm not gonna see it because I just turn it off because that's all you see is, oh, he did this, oh, he did that. Well, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
I
right.
care.
The Jaguars did take Chison, by the way, for people that were hoping for an update.
Good move. I like that move for their defense. Remember, they took Josh Allen last year as well. So that's a nice little pairing for the future, him and Chison.
Yeah, because they're not keeping Ngakoue. He wants out big time. So that's a potential.
I'm surprised he's not traded yet.
Me too, honestly. I mean, Seahawks, let's go. I mean, I think they want a first for him, and no one's going to give him that. Not knowing they have to turn around and pay him a giant contract. You're not getting a first for that. So I think they assume that they're going to, and then they're going to trade him for a second tomorrow when they can't figure out a way to trade him. That's my thought. But yeah, that means C.J. Henderson, Caleb on Chase. That's a great 1-2 pick. I mean, if that was the Falcons pick,
I think I'm gonna erase. Hold on, I'm gonna erase because
delete
I
tweet.
think, yeah, man, I'm gonna do it because I think a lot of people are taking my reaction out of context. That was definitely early. You know, was it something that I'm not gonna lie. I would have went a different route, but we can't be surprised. And you and I, we say this every year to people. You can't be surprised when they draft a player around earlier than what most people expect.
Yeah.
That's
They have a
just
habit of it, yeah.
That's just something they've done. Keanu Neal, they did it with Lindstrom, they did it with McGarry. You know, they did it with well, I'm not gonna say they did it with Tap, but I mean that's just what they do. They don't have a preference as far as where a player should be drafted. This guy should only be drafted in the 30s or the 40s. They don't care about that. And in actuality, a lot of teams shouldn't care about that because that's what this draft is all about. You're getting who you want, okay? Damn what Joe Schmo sitting on a couch who doesn't even watch film, damn what he says, okay? He may say AJ Terrell is a second-round pick, but they look at AJ Terrell and say, you know what? We're not going to see AJ Terrell in round 2, so we're going to take him now. That's just what they do.
Yeah.
So if you're not already up to par with that, and why, I don't understand why you're not familiar. I mean, Dimitrov and Quinn have been appearing since 2016. You guys are not familiar with how they draft.
Right. They just don't care. I mean, they don't care about other people's draft,
they don't
taste.
care.
They don't. They have their own board, just like every other NFL team.
Exactly.
Like, they don't care where the consensus ranks somebody. Like, it's not about that. It's where their consensus in-house ranks a player. I mean, that's always how
and you know, and we say that, you know, when it comes to they just do their own thing, man, and they shouldn't care, honestly. But I pointed it out a few weeks ago. I said, don't be surprised if, and I actually tweeted it this morning too. Don't be surprised if the Falcons stay at 16 and just do something no one expects.
Yeah, I mean, it was a corner, so that part was pretty expected, at least. But
it was
Terrell. I mean, not really.
But I told you, like, and again, I've been putting it out there. I said, when have the Falcons really drafted someone that everybody wanted them to take?
Right, like never. Yeah, that's why I didn't really think Kinlaw was good. Like, I was honestly getting ready mentally for Kinlaw to be there and then to take somebody else. Like, that was I was preparing for that scenario.
When we did the round table mock in round 1, and I put in there, I said whoever they feel like they want to take.
Yeah, because you've given up.
Because that's just who they are. So I said, if you see Kinlaw, you see Chason, you see Henderson, you see all these guys. Yeah, they should draft them, and they may. But at the same time, don't be surprised if they get a guy that no one predicted them to draft.
Yeah, and I mean, I mocked them AJ Terrell probably like 2 or 3 times in the second round. It's like the Keanu Neal season where I mocked them Keanu Neal like 2 or 3 times in the second round. Like he was a player that I thought made sense for them, just not in the first round. So maybe we should learn our lesson and be like, this guy makes sense in the second round. Maybe we should have him mocked in the first round for like no reason.
Right. I'll never forget that year, because that year I nailed that one and I nailed the Deion Jones pick. And if you go back to my mock drafts, I had Keanu as a second round pick and I had Deion as a third, and they both ended up getting taken a round higher. And I'll never forget when Keanu was taken and people were like, who the hell is Keanu Neal? This is a reach. And I'm saying to myself, he's the closest thing to Cam Chancellor. Why would he be a reach? He fits what they look for.
Yeah.
And took him because everybody wanted Laquan Treadwell. We see how that played out.
I didn't want Laquan Treadwell. Okay, let's keep that.
I didn't want Treadwell either. No.
We got him. We got him, Eric. We did eventually get him.
Now, yeah.
We got Gurley and Treadwell now. Yeah.
Because I didn't feel there was a need to take Treadwell at that point, because I thought that, in my opinion, I thought that they were perfectly fine at receiver, even though they had Sanu, but and I was a little high on Sanu signing in the offseason. I said he's the perfect complement for Julio. But everybody wanted Treadwell. I'm like, that isn't. I don't see them doing it. There's no need for them to do that. And they did what they wanted to do.
Yeah.
That's just who the Falcons are. And if you haven't come to that fruition yet, then you're going to be disappointed every damn year because they're probably going to take a player that you didn't expect every damn year.
Right. Yeah.
Get used to it.
Probably. Yeah. I mean, it is what it is. Yes. People are asking for like a comp for Terrell. I'm trying to think. I don't usually do comps, but
I don't usually do comps either. I've seen, and I don't even want to come with the comps because I'm sure everybody's going to say,
right.
"Oh my God, he's going to be like that guy." No.
Honestly, he's pretty similar to Trufant. I mean, he's longer and faster, and he's not as technically sound as Trufant was coming out. But like, I think he can do some of the same things that Trufant can.
I've seen a comp to Eli Apple.
Yeah.
Which is not necessarily a bad comp.
No.
That's not saying he's going to have the same career as Eli Apple, but if you go back to when Eli Apple came out, any person who doesn't agree with me will sit here and lie and say, dude, Eli Apple was one of the best corners coming out of college that year that he got drafted. I can't remember what year he got drafted, but he was a consensus top 15 pick. And you can sit and for someone to sit here and say he wasn't, that's a damn lie. He was one of the coveted guys. His career just didn't play out that way.
Yeah.
But I've seen that comp for AJ Terrell.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've heard like I think NFL Network or NFL.com comped him to like Pierre Desir or something like that.
Yeah.
Just like a long, fast corner. Like he's honestly kind of a unique player. Like, I mean, I see a little bit of Oliver in him, and that he's got some length to match up with guys. I see a little bit of Trufant in him, that he has pretty quick footwork.
I've seen Dre Kirkpatrick, but with speed.
Yeah,
which is not bad.
That's not a bad comp. I mean, Dre Kirkpatrick in his prime was a good corner.
Was a solid. He was a solid guy. He just had, but I think the difference that would be between him and Dre Kirkpatrick, and I pointed this out in the scouting report, his change of direction. He's a very in transition. AJ Terrell is smooth. I like his hips when it comes to playing off ball, making the break, going up against it. If he had to. To break on a curl or break on a post, he can do it. The thing with him, he's not a great tackler. He can tackle, but he's not great at it. The thing I saw with him a lot on film that I didn't necessarily like, he throws his shoulder a lot in his tackles. Sometimes he hits. Sometimes it's like, all right, dude, you're not strong enough to be able to throw your shoulder into somebody. And I see that at the next level. You're going to get ran over a lot if you keep doing that.
Yeah.
You're going to improve your play strength.
Yeah, but it's not like a physicality issue. It's like you just need to wrap up issue. Like, you could teach that. You can't teach guys that don't like to hit. Like, he wants to hit. He wants to lay the wood on him. Yeah.
He wants to hit. He just doesn't have the frame to throw it around. I feel like in his frame, if he keeps throwing himself around when he comes to hitting, he's going to open himself up to injuries.
Yeah, that's a concern as well against the bigger players in the NFL.
But if he improves his play strength, then that's a deficiency that can go away over time. Again, stop looking at the LSU game, and you brought up a great point, Kevin. Early in that LSU game, he was balling. That first quarter, he was looking nice. He just had a bad game.
Yeah, the whole defense got torched after like the second quarter.
Whole defense,
like
everybody,
everything was falling apart around it. I mean,
everybody. Isaiah Simmons wasn't even himself against LSU. Everybody got embarrassed.
Yeah,
sorry.
Bad.
That's just how it was.
Yeah. And while everyone's here, I do want to give a quick shout out to the channel. If you guys aren't already following the Falcoholic Live on YouTube, hit that subscribe button. And you can get our other shows too. We do stuff every other Wednesday during the off season. Every Wednesday during the season, we do Sunday post game shows as well that are a lot of fun. If you guys are interested in more draft coverage, we'll be back tomorrow night because the Falcons actually have picks. So far, yeah. Last year we got burned on that, but so we'll be back tomorrow night starting at 7 when the draft kicks off too. And if you don't mind throwing a like to the video as well, that helps other folks on YouTube find the video and the channel. We appreciate that. We appreciate you guys tuning in and hanging out with us. If you guys have more questions, absolutely throw those in the chat. We will try to get to those now that the Falcons pick is behind us, and we will continue to cover stuff as it happens here tonight.
just 3 straight years.
All right.
The final play.
Post Terrell highlights on the channel. I think that they might get mad at us if I did that.
The reason.
SB Nation's pretty anal about that stuff, but I mean, you could look up his highlight reel. I mean, it's out there. His highlight reel's nice. You know, everybody's highlight reel's usually pretty nice. If your highlight reel sucks, then that's a problem. But I mean, I don't hate the pick. He's going to start. He's going to have his ups and downs. But in terms of guys that could actually start day one and be good, I think he was one of the ones that was on the top of that list. Like, I mean, Jalen Johnson to me would probably be the most surefire starter of the guys that were available. You know, Christian Fulton's up there too, but neither of those guys has the ceiling that Terrell does. Terrell has a great ceiling because of his athleticism and his size. You know, Jalen Johnson's much more technically sound, but doesn't really have the athleticism, and he's smaller. Trayvon Diggs probably has the most ceiling of all these corners, but he's the rawest. So
Trayvon Diggs got embarrassed by LSU also.
Yeah, I mean, Trayvon Diggs is like sushi raw. Like, he's an X wide receiver, so he has great instincts, but like he needs a lot of work. Trayvon Diggs, I think, would have been a great long-term pick, but if they needed him to start and be a cornerback 1 or 2 this year, it was going to be sketchy. I mean, it was going to be sketchy. So I think Terrell's further along than Diggs, not quite as far along as Jalen Johnson and Christian Fulton, but he's more athletic than Christian Fulton and Johnson, not quite as athletic as Diggs, but he's kind of like that midpoint between all those guys. Like, he's more athletic than the guys like Jalen Johnson, but he's more refined and ready to go than someone like Trayvon Diggs. So he's kind of in that middle area. So I think it's going to be fine. I don't think we're going to look back and think this is a bad pick. Probably not what people were expecting. Certainly not a pick that I'm upset about. You know, I've been upset about some picks in the past. This is not one of them. So Vikings pick is in. Let's see who they're going after here.
Safe to say, you made up for it. Your season was incredible. The school record, 111 catches.
Yeah, so it looks like the Vikings are going after Justin Jefferson. I was kind of surprised that he didn't go to the Eagles. The Eagles actually went for Jalen Reagor ahead of Jefferson.
Oh, the Chargers are trading up.
Ooh.
They swap picks with the Patriots.
We know the Patriots can't, stand still. That's impossible. So, Chargers give up a third to move up to pick 23. So I wonder who they're targeting here. Maybe Josh Jones? They do need an offensive tackle. I bet it's Josh Jones. I don't know. It could be anything, but what's your thoughts on that? Do you think they're going after
others?
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be Josh Jones.
Because after Jones, it's like a total crapshoot. Like the strength of this tackle class is like the top 4: Austin Jackson, Josh Jones, and then it's like, I guess if you're a Prince Tega Winnebago fan.
Yeah, the Prince Tega, Lucas Nguyen, that's the second tier. Oh man, I see is that footage of LSU beating somebody in coverage?
that's a no, Eric. They only did that to AJ Terrell. It was that one game. Okay, that makes him trash.
Look at Justin Jefferson. Oh my God. Oh wow.
Wow, imagine that. LSU's offense pooping on people.
Who are they playing here?
No, is
that against UCF? Oh, okay. That was 2 years ago.
That was an old game. Yeah, I was like, when did they play UCF?
I'm sure Texas played well against them, right? Right? Wait a minute. Oh no, I don't think they did. No.
Oh no, yeah.
Yeah, they look bad against them too. If we're being honest, CJ Henderson didn't have a great game against LSU.
No one had a great game against LSU. That was why they're the national champions. I mean, it's just All right, well, that's interesting. Chargers move up. Yeah, it's been a pretty boring draft, honestly. It has been. But
most part.
That's not the worst thing in the world, No, I mean, I honestly said. I mean, some people are saying, "Oh, the Chargers are trading in front of the Saints to take the linebacker they want," but I think it's for Josh Jones just because the Patriots are probably a willing trade down partner, and they wanted to get ahead of Minnesota to get Josh Jones.
Are you not mildly shocked that the Patriots didn't go after a QB this round? They didn't
I'm not
try to-
shocked at all. They want Trevor Lawrence or Justin Fields next year. They don't want these guys. Yeah. Or they just think that Jordan Love's going to be
They're gonna
there.
ride. They're gonna ride with Jarrett Stidham.
Oh yeah, they're tanking.
Oh God.
Ride or die, Jarrett Stidham, baby. No,
All
it's
right.
going to be Cam, right? It's going to be Cam at the last minute, and they're going to be good. It's going to suck.
Why wait though? If
Just to mess with people. just to mess with people. That's Bill
Just go ahead and
Belichick's
get-
game.
just get him now. Like, what's the point? Like, if you're waiting you're waiting to after the draft to sign a guy, to me that says you had slight interest in possibly getting a Tua or Justin Herbert and just didn't work out.
I mean, it could
So
be.
Cam is your fallback plan. I mean, that's how I would look at it. It's just-
Right.
but if he's your guy, go get him. Like, just go ahead and sign him. Or what if a guy like Andy Dalton is there? You know, I don't know, man. They're really gonna ride with Stidham for a year? That might not look good.
Hell yeah, brother. I mean, it's the Patriots. Like, did they do what anybody else thinks is a good idea most of the time? No. Do they still win? Yes. Is it annoying? Also, yes. So, I mean, I don't really know. Yeah, I mean, Tyler Russell brings up a good point. Cam might drop his price after the draft because there's going to be fewer landing spots. And I assume he wants to be on a team, so maybe he'd be more willing to take a lesser deal. Like, I suspect the Patriots probably want to sign him to like a 1-year deal, and I think Cam probably wants more than that because he's smart. The Patriots want to like ride somebody for a year and then get somebody next year. I think they.
You know what? Here's another thing too. Someone just tweeted at me saying that they don't trust the coaches to coach up AJ Terrell. You know what that tells me? That you have no idea who the hell Joe Witt is. And you didn't even know he was hired, because Joe Witt was one of the most coveted secondary coaches in the league, and he did quite well with Denzel Ward, and he did pretty well in Green Bay as well with Kevin King and Josh Jones before those guys got hurt, and they Chargers traded up to get Kenneth Murray.
Yep, it is Kenneth Murray. So maybe they were jumping the Saints. Yeah.
But yeah, that tells me you have no clue who Joe Witt is. Joe Witt is going to be a defensive coordinator in a couple of years.
Yeah.
Coaches. Now again, I'm not sitting here and saying I'm 100% behind getting AJ Terrell at 16. I'm saying
Yes.
that. All I'm saying is they do what they want, and there's reasoning behind it. I'm not going to fault it a lot. Would I have done it? No, I would probably would have went. If I wanted a corner, I probably went Fulton or Diggs. But this is their way of drafting. This is what they do, man. And this backlash that we're getting now, it's the same backlash that we got when Keanu Neal was drafted in 2016, and then they were all on his job by the end of the season.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the picks we should trust them the most with are probably DB. Like, they've in the first round, they've basically nailed all their defensive back picks. Like, Trufant was very good. Say whatever you want about Trufant, that was a great pick. They nailed that. Keanu Neal, great pick. He's dealt with injury, but that doesn't have anything to do with whether the pick was worth it. I mean, he was instrumental in that Super Bowl run, so I mean that alone makes him probably worth that pick. You know, they've been less good with those second rounders. You know, Jalen Collins. We're still waiting on Isaiah Oliver, obviously, to see what's going to pan out there, but they've had a lot of success with the first round picks, particularly with defensive backs. So, I mean, maybe we should have some confidence here that they actually know what they're. I mean, if there's one pick that they can actually, there's one position they can actually develop, it's defensive back. Like, they've shown time and time again they can actually help those players develop. You know, Keanu Neal wasn't known for being able to do coverage at all at Florida. Came to Atlanta, and within a year, he was a great tight end coverage option. You know, that's development. That's not like they just saw that he was good in coverage and he wasn't. Like, they developed him. I think that's honestly Dan Quinn's biggest strength, is his ability to develop secondary players. And Joe Witt is an excellent coach too. So, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if they're hoping that Joe Witt allows them to develop these guys like Oliver and Sheffield, and then also Terrell, and then they're just hoping that these guys really pan out.
Yeah, that's no doubt. That's what they're thinking. That's what they're looking at. There's no doubt at all. That's what they brought in a guy like Joe Witt, and they feel like he's going to develop. And you know, not even just Witt, Raheem Morris as well, man. Like, you got, for somebody to sit here and say they don't trust that the staff can coach him up. well, what the hell did you see in the second half of the season? Because they definitely coached up Oliver and Sheffield in that second half of the season. They played much better.
Yeah.
I'm not understanding. Like, this is why I ignore most of y'all, because I have no idea.
As the draft lags on into the wee hours of the night, Eric gets more and more salty. So
yeah, I mean, it's irritating, dude. Like, understand your team, man. Again, do I feel AJ was the right pick? No, but for y'all to sit here and knock him because he had a bad game and because you don't trust the coaching staff, that tells me everything I need to know.
I mean, I don't trust the coaching staff, but I mean, I trust Joe Witt. I think that Raheem Morris is a good coach, but do I trust?
I trust them to be able to have him coached up.
Yeah.
Do I think he's going to be ready day one? No. Do I feel he's going to be a starter by season's end? Possibly.
I mean, he's going to be a starter day one.
Was it the worst pick in the world? No, because the damn Raiders trumped that.
Yeah,
Damon
very quickly afterwards. Yeah. I mean, I suspect that we'll hear very quickly. I mean, between tonight and tomorrow, that the Raiders wanted Terrell and the Falcons, sniped him out in front of them.
I expect that too.
Yeah. Yep. Because they had been linked to him too. So, yeah, that's my thought there. And we've been over it. I mean, it's not just about who they get at 16. It's they decided not to trade up, and holding on to all their picks, which were already pretty limited, is a key to this draft class. Like, if they nail that second round or they nail that third round or get some contributors in the fourth round, no one's going to care that they reached a little bit on AJ Terrell at 16. Like, if AJ Terrell turns into a good cornerback one, everyone's going to be like, oh, okay. Like, who cares if they... That's the same thing with Keanu Neal. Like, no one cares that he was a first-round pick now because he was good. Like, if the player is good, people stop caring about draft, where the player was drafted. It's just the night of, he was the 30th player on the board, so they drafted him at 16. That's a reach. It's like, it's not that simple. It's never that simple. You can't just reduce things to, he's X on this board, so that's a reach. Like, reaches are not very well understood by anyone, in my opinion. Like, players could be a reach in your opinion, but that's just it. Like, NFL teams don't care what you think. They care about what they think and what their scouts think. And a lot of times they're wrong, so that's definitely something we could talk about. But be aware of that calling players reaches is not really getting anywhere, because I doubt he was a reach on their board, which is the only board they're going off of. So, I mean, if they reach to pick a player on their own board, then they're very dumb. But I just don't think that's happening. Yeah, I mean, no one knows who's going to be good or not. But I think Terrell has a good chance to be good. I mean, as much as any other first rounder. Obviously, not as much as like a Jeff Okudah, Chase Young, but those are premium, top 10 picks. So that's another thing entirely. Yeah.
The NFL family who diagnosed with COVID-19. People who've recovered from COVID-19 and begun donating their plasma because their antibodies make help other patients fight off the disease. And there's a sign outside our campus here in Bristol saying thank you to the frontliners and the first responders. So
I see you're tweeting up a storm, Eric.
Yeah, because some asswipe wants to point out a game against North Carolina. I'm like, okay, you want to find videos, fine, we can do that.
Oh, we're showing. We want to look up like individual plays. Yeah.
Here's a play against the 5th overall pick in the draft this year. You picked off Tua and took it back to the house in the national championship. We want to do this. Sure, let's do that, because you can judge a player off one fucking play. My bad, man. I'm sorry for the cursing.
No, it's fine.
That irritates me.
It does irritate. I mean, I understand. Like,
for the guy, I hate that. Stop judging a player off one damn game.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, it's like, I get it that you guys only watch a game and that's the only thing you've seen of a player and that's where your opinion comes from. Like, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. But playing it off like you have a full picture of a player, it's the same thing with people that just watch highlights and think they know everything about a player. Like, it's not the full picture of a player. Like, if you really want to see a player, you can't just watch highlights. Like, if you watch highlights, you'll think everyone's a great player. You'll be like, oh, look at this 7th rounder. His highlight video is great. You know, like, if you don't have highlights, you're not an NFL player, period. So you have to watch a full game. You have to watch every play and see what these guys do from play to play, because they're not – guess what? They're not making a tackle every single play. They're not involved with the ball every single play. So you have to watch the little things. Like, are they mirroring and matching the receiver that they're following? How's their footwork? Are they able to cover crossers? Are they able to cover go routes?
They took a center? The Saints took a center? They took Ruiz.
They took – oh, man. Didn't they just re-sign Andrews Pete too?
Didn't they just draft McCoy last year?
That is bizarre, man.
It's the Saints. Good job, guys.
That's a bizarre pick. I honestly don't get it. Because they just signed Andrews Pete to, like, a huge deal. Like, if they had let Pete walk, I would have understood it because he could play guard for them. But, like, okay, I need to look up their depth chart because I'm super confused.
He was then struck and killed by a driver who reportedly fled the scene of the accident.
All right, so yeah, they got Larry Warford, Andrews Pete, Eric McCoy.
Let them do their thing.
And they have Nick Easton too. That's bizarre. I guess they're like, we just want the best offensive line in the NFL, and I guess that's fine, but, like, how does that help you if everyone stays healthy? It's like a disaster pick. Like, oh, well, we're just going to assume that everyone's bad or people get hurt, and then I really don't get that at all. I don't see a need. Like, maybe they're going to cut Warford or something. I'm gonna find out if he has an easy out here.
You're tackling that Michigan Wolverine line. Here, 36 games, 31 career starts, 26 at center, 5 at right guard.
Like, Warford was good. Like, there was nothing wrong with him.
No, McCoy was solid for him last year.
Yeah.
I mean, this is now the thing is, I think what they're trying to do is probably moving him to guard, which he played early in his career, but I think he has a better future as a center. He's a very technically sound.
Yeah, he's good.
Center. He's a Ruiz. He's arguably the best center in the draft. A veteran guy. He started off. I think he started just by his entire career at Michigan since he was a true freshman. And this would be a great pick for them if they needed a center, but they don't need a center. They just drafted a center.
And Larry Warford, this is his last deal. This is last year under contract, but he's $5.1 million dead cap if they cut him. They do save $7.5 million, but I mean they eat like over $5 million in dead cap by cutting Warford. So regardless of if it's post-June 1st or not, they save a little bit more if it's a trade, but not much. So that seems unlikely. They just re-signed Andrews Pete, so that's not going to be an option. Yeah, I mean, Andrews Pete signed through 2024, so he's not getting replaced. My guess is it's like a future pick to replace Warford next year, but
when is he unrestricted?
Warford is a free agent next year. But
again, if that's the case, then this is a move for them to take him and put him at guard.
Yes, exactly. Like they're not playing him at center. I mean, unless they're planning to move McCoy to guard. But I don't get that either. Like, McCoy was a good center, so I don't. It's just a weird pick. Like, it was like a total luxury pick.
San Francisco has traded back in, so Minnesota.
Oh man, San Francisco.
They made.
Are they getting spicy?
They're down to 1. San Francisco has traded back in.
They're going after the receiver.
Yeah. Which one?
Mims
probably. Yeah.
Because Rager's off the board. T. Higgins, possibly.
I hope not, man. I'd rather have Mims, yeah, but.
Yeah, right. Here's the trade, basically. Rolling Stone, the San Francisco 49ers trade picks 31, 117, and 176.
So the 49ers are like, we're going to have like one pick.
I thought they wanted the trade out.
I know, right? They came back up.
They're so gun-ho to get out of the first round.
Right. That's weird.
They need wide receiver help. There's a lot of wide receivers out there, and the 49ers just have made the move right now. Trade all those picks up to Minnesota spot and take a wide receiver here, I believe.
All right, Adam, thanks very much. We appreciate that. So there you see Kyle Shanahan and company in a very cozy time virtual draft. But again, they give up that 31st pick, so they move up, 5 slots here to 25, 6 slots rather, to take the 25th overall pick here. As John Lynch also trying to figure out. It does seem like wide receiver would be the play here, right, Daniel Jeremiah?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. My highest rated receiver that's left is Brandon Ayuk from Arizona State, who I think is outstanding. Another one that is outstanding after the catch. He's been working out with TJ Bushmanzada, and TJ told me he reminded him a lot of Chad Johnson, who he played with there in Cincinnati. So that's high praise for Brandon Ayuk. I think he'd be a great fit in that offense.
All right, Daniel, thanks. So the pick is in. San Francisco has moved up from 31 to 25. Let's see where they're going with another first-round pick.
The Minnesota Vikings have traded the 25th pick, San Francisco 49ers. With the 25th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers, Brandon Ayuk.
Oh, Brandon Ayuk.
Brandon Ayuk.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
That's an interesting pick because he's very similar to Deebo Samuel. So it's kind of sort of like having another Deebo Samuel on the field.
Yeah.
That's interesting there.
I'm surprised he went ahead of Denzel Mims, honestly. But, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. They needed a receiver. I wish they had taken CeeDee Lamb and not Javon Kinlaw, but, you know. It's too late. We can't change anything. We can't change the past. It's all in the past.
Don't be that guy. Don't be that guy.
It's too late. It's too late.
81-inch wingspan. Jesus.
It's pretty absurd. Yeah.
Jesus.
This guy is 5 inches shorter, and his wingspan is only 1 inch less. How is that possible?
Longest of any player under 6 foot in combine history. That's ridiculous.
I like his tape.
He's got Gumby arms or something.
He's not a speed guy. He's not going to burn you, but he's tough as nails, man. Yeah, he really plays. If you look at a lot of the schemes, a lot of the ways that he played for Arizona State, they just got the ball in his hands and let him work on his own. He has a lot of similarities to Deebo Samuel. Physical. He's tough to press for a smaller receiver because he's just that type of guy. He does have return ability as well. Yeah, again, it's like having two Deebo Samuels out on the field. That's going to be fun.
Yeah,
that's going to be fun to cover. Awesome.
Yeah, I mean he's good. He's a receiver that I liked. I'm surprised he went ahead of guys like Denzel Mims. Mims seemed to be picking up steam. I guess we'll see if he's still a first rounder. I mean, he could still go to like the Ravens or something like that. Yeah, I'm interested to see. Dolphins back on the clock. They kept all their third-round picks, it seems like. Kept all 3 of their first-round picks.
So Jason Butt reported that Terrell was in play for the Raiders.
Yeah.
So that's why they grabbed him.
Yeah, I feel like for sure that was why they were targeting Terrell there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if they thought he was the best cornerback left and they had to get him ahead of the Raiders, I mean, it makes sense if that's what they thought. I mean, if the Raiders were planning to draft him, then it makes more sense, I guess. So, I get it. I'm not upset about it. So, yeah, the Raiders gave up their pick 31 and a 4th rounder and I believe their 5th or 6th rounder. So they basically have no picks left because I don't think they had a 2nd. So maybe they have a 3rd and that's it. Oh, what's up, Corey?
Hey, what's going on, Gavin? Hey, Eric.
What's going on, man? How are you?
Doing good. Just taking in the first sporting thing that's happened in months. I guess.
Right. You hopped in, so yeah. So let's hear your thoughts on the Falcons' surprise pick at 16.
I like it. I think that it's just one of those picks where in 5 years we'll be happy about it. Like, it's one of those picks where you can't really see what he'll do right now because he's not one of the ballyhooed prospects in this class, but from everything I've read, he seems like he's a real good corner. Maybe not an elite talent, maybe not an elite prospect necessarily. May not have like a Henderson had the elite athleticism, like Okuda have that prestige coming into this process, but just maybe a good player, like kind of like Desmond Trufant was for the longest time. And I imagine that may be kind of the similar impact he has, where we don't have to talk about him a lot. Maybe he does take some time to get ready, but I don't think it's a bad pick at all. I was a little disheartened to see Kalevan Cheston fall a little bit further than I would have liked for Atlanta to take him. But for all accounts purposes, they needed corner help, and I like Kendall Sheffield as a slot starter. I think Isaiah Oliver actually is going to turn into be a pretty good second option, but they needed a top guy. I'm not sure either one of those guys would have been able to fill that role. I think it's a matter of preference. There's a lot of good corners around that range. Some may felt like they may have reached a little bit, but it's just one of those things where it reminds me a little bit of the Keanu Neal pick, where we all kind of thought they were going to take Shaq Lawson. We were all really excited about the potential for that, and then they chose to go in a different direction and take a player a lot of us didn't really have on our radars and weren't quite as excited for. But my thing is, like, when I'm not excited about Falcons drafts quite as much, or I don't get like that blood rush, it tends to be when they make pretty good picks and make smart selections. But hey, they've got all their picks right now. They've got a good starting corner, I think, that can step in on day one and contribute. I chalk that up as a win. Yeah,
we've been talking, of course, a lot since the pick was made. But, to answer the question, were there better prospects? Were there better corner prospects on the board? Yes. Fulton, Trayvon Diggs, those guys I would have went after before A.J. Terrell. But I also say that this fits the draft strategy mold of the Falcons, where they're not a team that's going to actually look at mock drafts and look at ESPN and NFL Network and say, okay, that's who we should draft. They're going to take whoever they want to take whenever they want to take them. They don't care about value, because Keanu Neal was supposed to be a second-round pick that year, but they took him at 17. They're going to go after whoever they want to. Terrell is a solid prospect. He needs some work, absolutely. Everybody they want to point out his game against LSU. He had a bad game, but again, you go back to LSU season, every defense that they played had a bad game against them. They ran through everybody. He's going to allow Sheffield to play naturally in the slot, which I think he belongs there. But give him time. He's, again, is he going to be to the caliber of Okuda and Henderson? Probably not. No, I don't think so. I don't want to put those type of expectations on him. But I think when it's all said and done, when Joe Witt and Raheem Morrison have their opportunity to get their hands on him and develop him, I think he's going to be a pretty solid corner going forward.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think we're a little bit surprised by the pick, but in terms of like, I'm not upset with it. I mean, it was a clear need. I would have been upset if it was like a quarterback or something stupid like that, or like there was some buzz about offensive tackle. Those would have been very dumb mistakes. Someone like AJ Terrell makes a lot of sense for them, so it's not something I'm going to be upset about. Like, it's an obvious need. It's a player that really fits the profile of the guy that they like, and at the end of the day, it's not a shock. And we did hear, that the Raiders were potentially going to take him at 19, and that even he was expecting to go to the Raiders at 19. So it makes sense that they were like, let's not let him get swooped up. If they really think he's the best, like the third best corner in the draft, then that's who they go and get their guy. And so that to me makes sense.
Yep. So we'll see what they do. We'll see what they do from here. I don't think they're going to, at this point, I don't think they're going to trade back into the first round. But, of course, we felt this way last year, and they surprised us and trade back in with the last pick. So, maybe we'll hold our breath there a little bit. But I think when second round comes around, I think you're probably going to see a front seven target. Maybe defensive line, a guy like Curtis Weaver from Boise State. What was the guy? Joshua Uche, linebacker, strong side linebacker out of Michigan, could definitely be a target at 47 tomorrow. Or if they just want to actually go after, a linebacker, Akeem Davis-Gaither out of Appalachian State is one that comes to mind. Willie Gay Jr. out of Mississippi State is another one that comes to mind. And don't close the door entirely on safety. Don't.
Yeah.
Don't.
Yeah, like
close
Jeremy Chin for sure if he's there.
Jeremy Chin, yeah, definitely. Grant Delpit if he's still there. I think Delpit may be in play. Of course, Kevin knows how I feel about Antoine Winfield Jr. I think that guy is a turnover machine. He's going to be a solid pro for 12 years wherever he goes. But
yeah, and the Packers did trade up to 26 with the Dolphins there, so the Packers are on the clock and their pick is actually in, so that's a little interesting development there.
Offensive line, receiver.
Yeah, one of the two. Probably Josh Jones, I guess.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe Michael Pittman.
Yeah, Michael Pittman. Michael Pittman hype. Yeah.
Oh, I love Michael Pittman.
Get some Michael Pittmans in the chat. Yeah, did you have any inklings of where you think the Falcons might be going with their day 2 picks, Corey?
Yeah, I've been thinking about that.
They took a quarterback.
They tried to hop back in the first for one of these guys, especially like if a Patrick Queen began to tumble, maybe try to go get him. But I think John Greenard is a guy who I'm really paying attention to. They spent a lot of time with him in the off-season progress going up to this draft. It's a guy out of Florida. Seems to be a really nice edge-rushing prospect. Maybe even someone that could come in and be the second fiddle to Dante Fowler and let Takk McKinley take Adrian Claiborne's role as a designated rusher. Logan Wilson out of Wyoming, I think, is a very plausible scenario for the team to take. Seems like a guy who fits the mold of what they like at linebacker. And then I'm also thinking Davion Taylor could go a lot earlier. I could see him even going in the second round if the Falcons really liked his athletic potential. But, there's a lot of possibilities. They could go running back. They could obviously take an interior offensive lineman. We've heard a lot about Matt Hennessy out of Temple and Nick Harris out of Washington. So those guys are definitely possible, but I know a big pick just happened in the draft, so I know we can get to that now. But I'm definitely thinking in that range. That's what we'll see. Yeah, I don't think safety's out of line either.
No, I agree. Yeah, no, go ahead, Eric. I know you're just itching, so go for it.
Packers just made the surprise pick of the entire draft. Damn, how you feel about AJ Terrell? The Packers just drafted Jordan Love, quarterback out of Utah State.
It's happening.
Wow.
They traded up for him.
Wow. Yeah, they traded up for him. Does this not kind of sort of feel like how Aaron Rodgers got drafted?
Yes. He's about to get Aaron Rodgers.
Like, wait a minute. Hold on, dude. Here's what I'm interested in knowing. Did they contact Aaron Rodgers about this? Or is this something like, is this like a surprise to him where he's looking at it like, wait a minute, what? Like, this is wow.
That's my job.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, Rodgers is probably sitting there comfortably with a cigar and, probably a beer or something, and he looks and he's, what the hell? Like, this is, wow. This is, yeah.
That's a bold strategy, Cotton. See if it works out for him.
Let's see if it plays off.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the more shocking picks of the draft, but I mean, he definitely needs a year or two to get ready. But yeah, I mean, I mean, Rodgers has clearly been declining. I mean, he's not been the same quarterback lately. It's a risky pick for them, certainly. I mean, Love has some issues. That's going to be, I mean, some people are tweeting about like, that's going to be an awkward training camp because Aaron Rodgers does not tolerate that kind of stuff well. So, I mean, this could be a potential sign that LaFleur is like ready to get Aaron Rodgers out of town.
Wow. Like, again, even if that is the case, man, you still have to wonder a little bit, like, was he notified about this? Was he told?
Definitely not. Definitely not.
This is, wow. That.
Yeah, I mean, I would be shocked if they told Rodgers about it. I don't think he'd be happy about that. Oh man, that's one of the more surprising picks of tonight. That's for sure.
That is the surprising pick, hands down. I don't care how you feel about AJ Terrell. I don't care how you feel about Damon Arnett. Who the hell expected the Packers to draft a quarterback?
Right. I mean, not me. Yeah.
They needed O-line help. They needed wide receiver, possibly tight end. And they go with a quarterback. Wow.
That's not going to help them for like at least a year or two, probably. This is what I was afraid the Falcons were going to do.
Do either one of you guys feel Rodgers is nearing the end, or do you? I mean,
I mean, I feel like he's nearing the end of his time in Green Bay. Like, I feel like Matt LaFleur is not happy with him, attitude-wise. That was something that was covered last year, and Rodgers was a bit, hesitant to change schemes. Rodgers wants a lot of control. He's a very controlling person in general. He's very exacting. Didn't really obviously got Mike McCarthy fired, but apparently the team is not willing to go as far as letting him get Matt LaFleur fired. So yeah, I mean, I assume this is a shot across the bow to Aaron Rodgers. Like, get your act together, or we're gonna put someone else in. Like, we don't need you, so like, get it together.
And then they put him in regardless now.
Well, probably, but yeah, it's interesting. That is, it's crazy.
I wonder if Rodgers ends his career in New England. I mean, at this point, like,
oh
being
God,
a quarterback.
No, Corey.
Oh yes. The darkest timeline. Yes.
No, Corey.
The darkest possible timeline.
Jeez. Why would the league allow that? You're going to give Belichick, you're going to let him transition from Brady to Aaron Rodgers?
Yep. Just as punishment for our sins, Eric.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only way this could go.
The dynasty continues, I guess.
The dynasty continues until Aaron Rodgers is like 44, and then they move on to somebody else. They just take the husks of quarterbacks that no one wants and then turn them into all pros and then move on. That's the new Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
They don't even need first round picks. They just trade out every year. Well, Seattle's on the clock now. They haven't traded out yet. So the night is young, though.
All right, fellas, I got to skedaddle. Thought I'd stop in for just a sec.
Yes, sir. Thanks for coming on. Have a good night.
Absolutely, guys. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow.
Yep. All right. Yep. Have a good night, man.
See you guys.
Yeah, folks, that's Corey Woodruff. He's on Twitter. If it's still the same Twitter tag that I have, it's at Corey Woodruff 47, writer at the Falcoholic writer. At a couple other websites, too. I believe he writes for a place in Tennessee. I apologize, I don't know the name right offhand, but definitely check him out. He's got quality stuff. Film critic, too. Man of many talents. So.
Wow.
This has been wild, this last pick. That was the Saints, Cesar Ruiz, and the Jordan Love pick here. This has been a wild end to the draft. It has the excitement that the top 10 was lacking. And the Seahawks pick is in, so the Seahawks not trading, another big shocker.
I guarantee you it's going to be something off the wall.
Oh, yeah. No, it's going to be something no one can foresee. What do you think?
For one thing, it's kind of similar to the Falcons. I mean, you think about it. Of course, Quinn coming from Seattle system, but he kind of brought that Seattle drafting mentality.
Yeah.
Seattle is a team that's like, we don't care that Rashad Penny is not a first round pick. We're gonna take him. We don't care that LJ Collier is not a first round pick. We're gonna take him. Not saying that these were good picks or bad picks. They do what they do, and even though we criticize them every year for how they draft, I'd be damned if they're not in the playoff picture every damn year.
Yeah,
I mean, I expect this pick here to kind of be off the wall a little bit.
Yeah,
but it would make sense to the Seahawks contingent. So,
right. I mean, I'm looking at okay, who's the weirdest edge they could take here.
I think they need an offensive lineman right now. So I would say maybe Lucas Niang out of TCU.
Possibly.
Prince Tega.
Yeah.
Auburn. Yeah.
I'm interested to see. It's good. You can never really predict what they're gonna do.
Never. So. They're Seattle.
Oh man, it's a weird one.
Oh, you see it?
I see it. I got it leaked by.
I want to know.
Yeah, it got leaked by Cap. You would not. You can't. You won't predict it. It got leaked by Kaplan and Albert Breer, I think.
That jerk.
Yeah. These a-hole Picklick. I can't do that right. That's too
ruined our 2017 season, man.
Right. He did. He
jinxed
us. Yeah.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah. What's up, Adnan? Better late than never.
I figured I'd join in fashionably late tonight.
Yes, that's.
Were you shedding tears for the past 30 minutes or so after the pick, or were you just kind of trying to gather your thoughts a little bit? How you feel, man? I'm interested in knowing how you feel about AJ Terrell.
I mean, it's less about Terrell and it's more about Dan Quinn and Thomas Dimitroff. Like every single year, they throw us a curveball with the first round pick. I mean, last year was worse than ever with Chris Lindstrom. We thought we'd get him in the second round, and they got him at 14. I mean, it normally works out. Terrell, I just tweeted it out. Terrell's a fine pick. He's a solid cornerback. You didn't give up draft capital to get him, and I mean, it normally works out. I'm going to reserve judgment until the season comes because Dan Quinn has earned the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think that like we're not upset with the pick. I know Eric had his own, guys that he preferred, and I probably had some guys that I preferred. But at the end of the day, it's a position to need. It's not like a ridiculous reach. We're fairly happy with it.
Yeah, it's not like we gave up. We passed up on Kinlaw to take him. In that case, I would have been very upset. But
Right.
I mean.
Right. I would have, there are other guys I would have went after. I would have went after Fulton. I would have went after Diggs. I would have went after Gladney before him. He has a second round grade for me, and I gave him that in my scouting report. But like you pointed out, man, this is the Falcons. This is who they are. They go after whoever they want, whenever they want them. They don't give a damn about draft value. They don't care about draft placement. They took Keanu Neal in the same spot just about. Keanu Neal went 17th, and everybody thought that he was a second round pick. But they trust their own scouting, their own judgment. So I mean, I'm not going to kill the pick. There were better corners on the board than him, but when you look back at his tape and then you add in the factor that the Raiders were truly interested in him at 19. You put two and two together, and it's like, okay, that's who they got. That's who they wanted. I think he's going to be a fine corner.
Yeah.
I don't think
it tends to work out. It worked out with Keanu Neal. It worked out with Chris Lindstrom. I mean, jury's still out on Lindstrom. It's only been a year, but he looked really good last year, and when he was healthy, worked out with Calvin Ridley. Worked out. Like, it tends to work out. I trust Dan Quinn in the first round. The only time it didn't work out pretty much is when they didn't throw us a curveball, and it was Vic Beasley.
Even if you want to go a little further beyond the first round, it kind of worked out for Deion Jones when a lot of people thought Deion Jones was a third round guy, and they took him around early, and he's arguably the best player on defense right now. So I mean, it works out for them. They trust their own scouting, they trust their own department, and I get it. I don't think Terrell's going to be in the same realm as Okudah and C.J. Henderson, but I think he's going to be a solid corner. And again, I hate the fact that everybody's using that LSU game. LSU ran over every damn defense they played last year, dude. So I don't want to hear that.
Right. Yeah. So did you see who the Seahawks took, Eric?
Yeah.
They took my son. They took my son. Yeah.
That's interesting because that is another pick where it's not necessarily a need. They're still fairly solid with KJ Wright and Bobby Wagner, but this is definitely a pick that's towards the future. And again, this is a pick similar to Atlanta where Seattle doesn't care about how you view a prospect or where you think he should go. They're going to take who they want when they want.
And at least it's not Rashad Penny this time.
Right. At least it's not a running back. Yeah.
At least it's not.
But they took him over Patrick Queen. I mean,
right. But see, the thing. But we do this every year, Kevin and Adam. We do this every year. We poke who they go after, and then by the end of the season, they're 11-5 and they're in the playoffs.
Right. But like, it's not like LJ Collier helped him with that at all.
Penny did. Penny did.
I mean, yeah, but that was a year after he got drafted, right?
He helped them.
He helped a little bit. He helped
them. I mean,
yeah. No, I'm just making fun of him.
We still, we were still kind of up in arms about them taking DK last year, and look what happened.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't upset with the DK pick. I thought it was a great pick, but yeah, I mean, Jordan Brooks, like I had a second on him, and I thought I was high. I had a third on him. Yeah.
But,
so. That's a little surprising. Alan, what are your Jordan Love takes? We got to get your Jordan Love takes.
Oh, that was surprising to me, to be honest. Like, I don't know what Green Bay's doing.
They're putting Aaron Rodgers on the clock.
I asked Kevin this question, so I'm gonna ask you the same thing. I mean, do you think they consulted Rodgers with this pick?
Hell no. Hell no.
So you think he just got surprised sitting at his home? He's like,
yes.
What the hell?
There's no way. Aaron Rodgers is in a win now window with the Packers. There's no way they went up to him and he's like, oh yeah, sure, go draft my replacement who's going to probably replace me in like 3 or 4 years, and use our first round pick on that instead of giving me like, an offensive lineman or another wide receiver possibly.
It's funny, man. And I have a saying that I always use, and it says that, football writes itself sometime. And look at how this played out. This is pretty similar to how Aaron Rodgers got in the league, where he was taken, behind a guy in Brett Favre that everybody thought still had game. And, he was taken, and it kind of sort of created that awkward situation. And man, deja vu all over again.
Yeah.
Man, that's going to be an awkward-ass training camp. I'll tell you that.
I wonder if he'll be an asshole to him the way Favre was an asshole to Rodgers.
Oh, Rodgers probably will, yeah. He
Definitely.
Yeah.
No, I mean, looking at Rodgers' spot track, there's no way he's going anywhere for at least 3 years.
Yeah.
Right. That's why I was wondering, like, is this a situation where, he's closer to the end than we thought he is? Or is this really a situation where this guy's probably really going to be sitting for like 4 years before he's ready to go?
It's probably going to be, I mean, would we be shocked if he's starting by the end of the year?
Yes, it would be. I don't think Rodgers is done. I think Rodgers still has a good 3 years.
I mean, I don't disagree.
Rodgers is good. But didn't they take second round quarterbacks in the past too?
Brett Hundley?
Yeah, Brett Hundley.
Yeah, and traded for Deshaun Kaiser.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I don't know what they're doing.
It's like they don't like Aaron Rodgers, but they're like begrudgingly keeping him because nobody else they add.
I don't like their offensive line prop issue right now. Like they need to improve on that old line. And he got beat up last year.
Like I'm just wondering, like, had the Packers not just wasted their premium picks like that, could they possibly have an extra Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Because they've come close.
Yeah. I don't know.
Good question.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Good question. Because they for a while now, and it was probably before it was during the Ted Thompson era. They were drafting very well. Getting a guy like Jordy Nelson, getting a guy like Devontae Adams, Bakhtiari, Brian Bulaga, drafting guys like Blake Martinez and getting stuff out of it. Like they drafted pretty well for a while, man. And it's just now you're looking at it like, what are the Packers doing? What are they trying to do? Like it's just, I'm not.
Yeah,
for the first time in a while, I'm confused as far as what the Packers are doing. And
yeah,
they've always been a stable franchise.
I mean, they took what's his name last year too, who was a questionable pick. I thought.
Rashawn Gary.
Yeah. I think you and I were both like, Rashawn Gary screams bust to me, like in the biggest way. And like, so far so good on that prediction. But, obviously I don't hope for anyone to fail at the NFL level. But I was so scared by Rashawn Gary's tape. And he barely yeah, they got Patrick Queen, the Ravens, I believe. So
I kind of hope Michael Thomas fails.
Okay, well, he already's gotten his second contract, so it's fair game for him now. Yeah, but it was Patrick Queen for the Ravens. That's a great pick for them. They needed linebacker help, and they get a great one. So, I bet the Ravens were just like cackling when Seattle.
He falls into a great situation.
Yeah.
Because the Ravens they did a good job this offseason in free agency. They brought in Calais Campbell. They brought in Derek Wolfe. And they improved that front seven a little bit. They also placed the franchise tag on Matt Judon, who led them in sacks last year. So you got a guy in Patrick Queen who's going to come in a situation where he's still a little raw coming out of LSU. But, man, look how he's surrounded. He's surrounded with nothing but veterans and an already good defense. He's got Earl Thomas on the back end behind him. He's got Marcus Peters on one side. He's got Jimmy Smith over here. He's in a great situation for a raw linebacker that still needs to work out some kinks.
Right.
So, yeah, great pick. I like that by the Ravens.
The Ravens are such a well-run organization. Like, they've been relevant, and they've been, like, even when they were bad, they were always, like, right there in the conversation for the playoffs.
Yeah.
And now they've transitioned to Lamar Jackson. Every year they have these good players just fall into them. Here's another case. And now they're just stable for another decade.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess that was the first LSU player the Ravens have ever drafted, which is crazy to me. But apparently that's true.
Well, Ozzy's not there, so of course.
Yeah.
Right, and what a smack in the face to Cleveland Browns fans.
Right.
Where the Ravens used to be the Browns. Now they're this super stable franchise for the past 20 years.
And the Browns
have
fans
been
like
a mess.
Yeah, they've switched places. Yep.
Browns fans is like, what the hell was this in the 90s?
Oh, man. Whew, this has been a long draft, hasn't it? It's almost midnight, man. This is ridiculous.
I told you, man.
It's not even over. Just wait for tomorrow.
I'm running on fumes, folks. There's 150 of you still here, so bless you. But
tomorrow's going to be even longer.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah, we got 2 rounds.
Yeah. Oof.
You know what? A small part of me was hoping that the Falcons didn't trade back into the first, because they probably would have traded their day 2 picks, and we'd be sitting here for like 4 hours.
For like 4 hours again, like last year.
And no picks.
Yeah.
Hey, don't speak too soon.
Yeah, we still got. Yeah, we're still like T-minus 4 picks until we're safe. Yeah.
Oh man.
That was. I kind of hope. I'm kind of keeping my eye out on Epinesa to see if he can possibly fall. He's someone I really wanted.
Yeah,
at the start of the process.
Yeah.
At 47, he provides good value.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, he that first round, man, he killed himself at the combine.
Yeah.
I mean, we were talking about him at 16 possibly for a while.
We were until we saw him stumbling in the hoop drill, and I was like, oh hell no.
Yeah. You know.
Oh no, please.
He's probably better off running straight lines from an interior position.
I didn't expect to really see that from. I didn't expect him to be the greatest athlete in the world, but my goodness, he looked clumsy at times with these drills.
I mean, honestly, on tape, his bend isn't that bad. Like I feel like on tape he didn't look that stiff. So I mean, a lot of players complained about the late workouts and it threw him off. So like I don't want to.
I question that, because I mean, I saw defensive tackles that were moving better than him in those drills, in those agility drills. I'm like, dude, he really looks clumsy when you're asking him to move in a frequent motion and change direction. He looks like he's never done it before, especially the hoop drill. I know that was the first time drill, but god damn, man, he stumbled across the entire thing almost.
Yeah, like, it wasn't a good combine for him. Definitely not.
It wasn't. I think what killed him was the coronavirus canceling their pro day, because I think he was looking at bouncing back at his pro day, and then that took that out of the picture. So all he really had to live off of was his tape and the combine, which is the most recent thing that they saw.
Yeah. So that crushed him.
It did. I felt bad for him at that point. I feel like he could have probably worked his way back into the first round if he had a good pro day, but it was all for naught.
I mean, let's be honest. There were a bunch of those like pro days that were like pro days. How honest do you think they were with their 40 times at those pro days?
Oh, none.
Where nobody was like there.
None. But for a guy like him that was always had a first round grade, I felt like in situations like this, if that's the last thing that scouts can see of you live, that you had a fairly solid pro day, they're going to bank off that. They're going to use that. They're going to, in some cases, they're going to use that over their combine. So I felt it needed that.
It's how people are trashing Terrell for the last collegiate game of his career being not so good. Right. So now they're saying, oh, he's a bust based off just that.
If he's been a starter for 3 years, like that's what I don't understand.
He has played in other football games, much to people's surprise, I'm sure. But
other championships, multiple championships.
He picked off the number 5 player this year and took it back to the house. First play of the game. But I guess we don't care about that.
We'll ignore that. Eric, it was the national championship game. That's the only game that matters. Okay, if you can't
well,
win,
that was the Natty too. He picked up 2 in the Natty too 2 years ago. Like I don't get it.
If
like,
you can't win the big one in 2019, okay. Like,
but it's not last year. What have you done for me lately?
Well, we pointed it out in that LSU game. He actually had like a solid first quarter. It was really from that point on where he was getting beat by Jamar Chase. But again, Jamar Chase was taking lunch money from C.J. Henderson this year too. So I mean, I don't get that. I never understood that.
He also had Joe Burrow throwing to him, and Burrow had the greatest season I've seen since Cam Newton.
No offense, Adnan, but even Georgia's defense,
Georgia's defense got wrecked.
They smacked everybody.
They got wrecked.
Yes, so it didn't matter.
Like even going into that Georgia game, like you can tell, I never even felt like they had a chance, like from the start.
Yeah.
Really?
LSU, I did not think that. I don't like Jake Fromm. I thought Georgia would get wrecked in the quarterback matchup between Fromm and Burrow.
Wow. I felt like in that game that they could have, if they would have really stuck to their philosophy of running the football, but for some reason Georgia has this thing where they have 37 running backs and they only like to run the ball like 20 times a game. I never understood that.
Yeah.
They went out there. What hurt Georgia was that initial play. I think the first play of the game was a straight drop. I forgot who it was, but I remember it was a straight drop, and then after that, it was just all downhill.
Was that to Simmons?
Yes, it was Simmons who just completely.
Was it like a post or he ran a fly or something like that? It just ran right through his hand. Right.
Had it in both hands. Dropped, and then after I saw that, I was like, well, better luck next year.
It's gonna be that time of day, huh?
It's gonna be that time of day. You're not beating this LSU team by making mistakes.
Right. Yeah. Well, the Titans took a Georgia player, Isaiah Wilson. So very timely discussion.
No, I mean,
He had a bad game against Chason.
Oh man, that means he's a bust.
He is.
Right. Andrew Thomas took Chason's lunch money. So.
Yeah, he did. That's true.
I don't know. I think there were a couple plays Chason had his number, but there were some times where Isaiah Wilson like pancaked him. That's because Chason doesn't necessarily know what to do when he bends.
Right.
Reason he doesn't know what to do after that.
He needs work. We know that. We knew that going in.
Yeah, he needs work. But yeah. So, AJ Terrell.
Yep. AJ. That's who we got. That's our guy. That's our first rounder for now. We still got 3 more picks. 3 more picks to go before we're safe.
We're not trading back.
But when's the last time we were just all ecstatic about the Falcons' first round pick?
Really?
Never. Oh, Ridley? Were we? I think I was not ecstatic about it.
I think the initial shock was like, wait, we really just took him? But after a while, we're like, holy shit, we just took Calvin Ridley.
I mean, I wasn't like that mad, but I don't think I was happy like the night of. I think I warmed up to it.
I don't remember much happiness that night. Yeah. I mean, I was fine with it.
I
think you were happy. You were definitely happy, but
no. I was excited about it.
The initial shock with me was like, wait, what? Because because of course everyone wanted them to take Taven Bryan or Harold Landry, and they didn't. Yeah, and they took, Ridley pretty much fell to him, and after a while, it was like, wow, they really took a guy like Ridley, and that's going to open up so much on their offense. So yeah, but I can't remember a time in the Dimitrov Quinn era that we were actually like truly excited about a pick.
Vic Beasley.
Yeah.
But like legitimately, I was super excited about Beasley.
I think we were all on board about Beasley. We were like, oh, I can't believe he fell. To be fair, Beasley showed us that he could be a really good pass rusher in 2016. He just never did anything else. So
it's like I remember it was Brandon Sheriff, the guard, who Washington took unexpectedly, and that's what caused Vic Beasley to fall.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I was super excited about that.
Victor Beasley.
Victor.
Hey, he played out his 5th-year option.
Yeah, that's true. That means he's a good pick, right? Yeah, he was a great pick.
Those 5 years of him in Atlanta really.
A couple of them worked fine.
It drained the life out of me, honestly.
One of them was really good.
It was one of them. I can't even say his name anymore, man. It just doesn't feel right anymore. Like, dude, go away, please. You were a waste of time. You were a waste of money. And why?
Yeah.
Give me my jersey back. What the hell?
Give me my jersey. Yep.
I have a friend. I have a friend who bought himself a Vic Beasley Super Bowl 51 jersey before the Super Bowl.
He didn't do anything in the Super Bowl.
No, that was one of the biggest.
But before the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And I'm looking, and he's still in denial about it to this day. He's like, "Oh, he had a good year. We went to the Super Bowl."
It was a good purchase, right? Yeah.
Did he even play? Did he even play in the Super Bowl? I don't even know if he played. I don't even know if he played.
Definitely didn't
Probably
do
cost
much.
him. Probably cost him like $150.
Yeah.
That's how quite. Hell,
This is why you don't order those until after
the
the
White
Super Bowl.
Freeney had more pressures than him in the Super Bowl.
Oh yeah.
This is what I imagine when he's talking about. Oh yeah, it wasn't that bad of a purchase.
There you
go. Oh man.
Oh, man. Evan Silva got fooled by a fake Ian Rappaport. It was really that's funny.
'Tis the season.
You said the fake Ian Rappaport said sources close to Packers QB Aaron Rodgers say he is quote unquote beside himself about the team's decision to draft a quarterback. Aaron feels betrayed.
Believable.
That answers my question.
Yeah, then Evan Silva tweeted it and then deleted it immediately. But
it's believable.
I could screenshot it, if I wanted to, but I won't. But I could. But I won't. So, Evan, remember that. I could have roasted you, buddy. I did roast you for the 150 still. Wow. Awesome, guys. Thank you. The guys that are still here at the end of this round one. This is like the really hardcore people. This is like the people that will be watching late on day 3.
I'm not doing that, dude.
No, we're not. We're not doing that.
We're not.
I'm not that committed. Yeah.
No, I might be napping during day 3 at some point.
I'll definitely be napping during day 3.
Especially if the Falcons don't have any picks.
Well, they got those 2 fourths, and then I can take a nap after that. So.
Is this not the longest? Has it been televised as the longest?
It probably is. It probably is the longest. We're gonna find out here pretty soon.
This is why I'm saying, like, why did they start this at 8, man? They should have started this at like 7.
No, they gotta milk it.
Oh yeah, they milked the hell out of
Prime time
with a damn concert at the beginning and everybody speaking. I'm like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, my goodness. Can we
get
going here, NFL? Like,
why is how do you pronounce his name? Fauci? The doctor. Why is he speaking? This is an NFL draft. Why is he speaking here? Why? I didn't.
We have to practice social distancing during the draft.
I didn't. Okay. I heard enough from him this week. Go away. Give me my damn football, dude. I'm tired of.
Hashtag stick to sports. I do love that one guy in Vrabel shot is wearing like a Titans colored bodysuit. That's pretty legendary. I appreciate that. It appears to be a hostage video asking for ransom.
What?
That picture of like Mike Vrabel and like the like one guy with the mustache behind him, and then one guy with his arms crossed in like the bodysuit. Appears to be a hostage video.
It's midnight. I guarantee you the ratings right now are bigger than they were for the World Series.
Probably.
Yeah, because there's nothing else on. I mean, they were smart, of course, to keep this going because, again, what else is there to watch? There's nothing else to watch nowadays.
Yeah.
Yeah, how many movies can you watch?
Exactly. Right. Yeah, so if they were to postpone the draft, that would have been a disaster. Like, why?
All right. Dolphins pick has been leaked, allegedly.
Do not go to commercial. Do not go to commercial.
Get on with it.
Do not go to commercial.
The pick is in right after these messages.
Oh, okay. I thought it was good to go to commercial, man.
I thought they were preparing for it. Yeah.
They shouldn't go to. You have 2 more teams. There's no need to go to commercial.
Yep.
Oh, they took him?
Igbinogini. That's probably not how you pronounce it. Noah Igbinogini. I don't think you like Igbinogini, right?
I wasn't much of a fan of him. I think he's more of an athlete than an actual football player. Not to mention, they just signed Byron Jones in free agency, and they locked up Xavier Howard long term as well.
Right. Yeah, they didn't get the offensive tackle.
I
thought they were going to take Josh Jones or something there. So.
They already took Austin Jackson.
Oh, they took Austin Jackson. That's right. I was
Yeah.
getting that confused with one of their other picks. Yes, they got Austin Jackson. Okay, never mind. So, yeah, they can basically take whoever they want.
Okay, all right, cool. Let's see.
All right.
I thought there was
Only
still
two
a
more.
possibility. I thought there was still a possibility of a running back.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
Even though they signed Jordan Howard, they really don't have anything behind him at the position. So I thought running back was in play. Man, this is another year, guys, where running backs are not getting any love whatsoever.
I mean, why would they? It's proven, unless you're a transcendent running back, the NFL has seen that, the way to go is to take running backs later on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, it's
Like Zeke, sure. Saquon, sure. But I mean, I really like DeAndre Swift, but if I'm a team, I'm not looking to spend a first rounder on a running back.
right, especially since none have gone. So it's like the Dolphins are going to pick again here in 8 picks or something. So like if they want a running back, they can just get one later.
Yeah, it is not a good time to be a running back in football.
No, not a good time at all.
I'm surprised to see him go over. Gladney is still on the board.
Yeah, I'm shocked he went above
Fulton's
that.
still there, and Trayvon Diggs.
I heard teams were really not impressed with Fulton's interviewing. So I wonder if that's part of it.
Corner's probably a pick from Minnesota. Remember they let Rhodes go in the offseason as well, along with Trey Waynes. I think their top corner right now is Mike Hughes, who's trying to return back from health.
Mm-hmm.
So corner is probably in play here for them.
Yeah,
Minnesota lost so much. Like that team a couple years ago was
They lost
so
half their
complete.
defense.
Like that was maybe the most complete team in the NFC a few years ago when they had Case Keenum under center when they beat the Saints with the Minneapolis Miracle.
Yeah.
Man, it's a quick turnaround in the NFL. It's a fast way to the bottom.
It is. Well, yeah, and look at the Rams too. That's another team that's just fallen off a cliff.
The Rams did it to themselves.
They did.
The Rams
They were
traded
asking for
all
it.
of those picks.
Yeah.
They traded all of those first, second, third rounders. They're not picking the first this year or next year. They had to give a completely average quarterback that big contract.
Yeah. It's. Yeah. All right. The Vikings pick has also been leaked. Get on with it. All right. Then we got just one more after that. We're almost there, folks. Stay with us. Trying not to pass out.
Gladney, good pick.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, Jeff Gladney, good pick. But Christian Fulton's still on the board. He's gonna last to the second round if the Chiefs don't take him.
The Falcons are taking him. We're
Hell yeah,
doubling
brother.
up on corner.
Oh man, they
It'll
get their
be like
guy after
2013.
all. Yeah.
2013 all over again.
Oh man, yeah. I knew the Vikings really liked Gladney, so I'm not surprised they went after him here. Yeah, they're probably pretty happy that they were able to wait and get him this late.
I'm speaking of waiting. I'm happy we didn't trade up for Henderson.
Yeah, I would have been happy for a Kinlaw trade up, but not Henderson.
Yeah, for sure. Because it's this team needs way more than just a cornerback or way more than just a defensive tackle. Tomorrow I'd be ecstatic if we drafted a pass rusher and a linebacker, or maybe even a guard who can play center in the future. This team has so many holes.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was talking earlier about I think Matt Hennessy could definitely be the pick in the second round, even though I think they're probably should go after like a defensive tackle there. But I think they really like Hennessy. Oh, welcome back, Evan.
Oh, hey, everybody.
Oh, hey. Yeah, we're running on fumes here, so you're coming in to inject some life into the end of this draft show.
Yeah, I'm running on. I could go for the second and third round tonight. Let's get
it. No, damn it.
You madman. Yes.
No, man.
Goodell, make the announcement.
Yeah.
We're keeping it going.
To extend the draft, yeah.
Pumping energy drink through your veins.
Yep. So yeah, Evan, I don't know if we got your take on Terrell or not. I don't know if you were here when that pick got made, but what?
I don't know enough about him to make a fair judgment. So
he played one game. One game.
Did you watch the championship game against LSU? Is that
Did you watch that game?
I did.
Yeah. Damn it.
But I mean, I look at it more as like, okay, now we don't have to worry about corner later on. So, what are you guys thinking? You probably already talked about it, but what do you think will be the next target?
It has. Go ahead.
Another cornerback.
To me, it has to be a defensive lineman. I think you got to walk away with a defensive lineman, definitely.
Espinesa or whatever is still there,
Epinesa,
right?
yeah.
Or Epinesa?
Yeah, so, he's in play. I think Curtis Weaver out of Boise State is another one to keep in mind as well. I think tomorrow they're going to walk away with a defensive lineman and a linebacker. Kevin feels they may go after interior offensive lineman, which is not a bad choice if they were to go that route. But I just think there's more of a precedence in getting some starters on defense.
I think that's where they should go, but I'm just saying what I think they'll do. Like, if it was me, I'd go after Justin Matabuke in the second round and hope he's still there, and then go after, Logan Wilson in the third. But I think they're going to go after Matt Hennessy if he's there, because they apparently love him. So,
was that one guy, forgot his name, the Penn State defensive end?
Either Gross Matos
or something?
No, please, no.
No, he's not very good.
I mean, it's not that he's not good, it's that he's just super raw. He's basically just an athlete at this point.
No, they need guys, and they kind of sort of didn't get a guy in Terrell, but to me they need guys that are ready to go.
What about
he's way more of a project.
I think didn't you mock him in the mock article?
Who? Say it one more time.
The Notre Dame defensive end.
Okwara?
Yeah.
Okwara? Yeah, I'd be happy with him.
Yeah.
I mocked him to the Falcons in the second round. Good pass rusher. Would be ready to contribute from the start. I'm here for it. But let's talk about Jalen Hurts as a possible second round.
Jalen Hurts, baby. We got to one-up the Packers. Put some pressure on that bum Matt Ryan.
It's past time.
Oh, hey, maybe you know what? If we go that route, we can have our own little package, kind of like what the Saints have with Taysom Hill.
Yeah, we could, get Hurts on the field for 4 to 5 plays a game, man.
I like it, baby. Yeah, let's do it.
Hell yeah, let's do it.
And if you don't like Hurts, Jacob Eason is right there. He's a former number.
Only. Okay.
Oh, no, I'm not even here for Jake Fromm. I'm sick of watching Jake Fromm.
That is surprising to hear that from you, man.
Man, I don't like Jake Fromm, to be honest with you. I was all in on Fields, and I never thought Fields got a fair shake at Georgia.
No, he didn't. They wanted Fromm to be the starter, and they didn't give Fields.
Yeah, they pushed Fromm, and that BS about he wasn't good enough in practice. I don't buy it at all. They pushed Jake Fromm completely.
What I don't like is how a lot of Georgia fans trashed Fields after he left too, man.
I didn't like that either.
That wasn't right, man.
I was almost rooting for Fields to just go all the way, just to spite them, to be honest.
What did anybody expect him to do? He was not going to get a starting job anytime soon. You guys really expect him to sit there for 3 years? No.
Yeah, and you're talking about a Georgia offense who now, after what LSU did, will probably open it up with Todd Monken. But a year ago, Georgia was a completely conservative offense that was not going to play to Fields' strengths at all. Yeah. He did the right thing going to Ohio State. And I mean, I also hate how in the fan base you're not allowed to say a single bad word about Jake Fromm, or
right.
Yeah, or you'll be labeled some blasphemous traitor. Like, he's not good. He throws a good back shoulder like Fate, and that's about it.
Yeah, that wasn't fair, man. But I mean, Fromm is probably going to get to me, he's got backup quarterback written all over him. I think he's
for sure.
I think he's a journeyman guy. I do think he's probably going to go sometime day 2 tomorrow. I think he's going to go late day 2, but I can't see him, elevating an offense. I can't see him being a guy that a team wants to build around.
Yeah, even in Georgia, he had everything around him. He just had 2 first-round tackles, blocking on both of his sides last year. Georgia had arguably the best O-line in the country.
Yeah.
And you had all of those running backs. You had DeAndre Swift. You had Michelle and Chubb before Swift. You had some solid wide receiver. Georgia's never had like super dynamic wide receiver, but you've had literally everything else, like just spoon-fed to you.
Yep. Okay, we're almost there. The pick is in.
Who'd you guys think was the? Well, I'll let him announce the pick.
Oh, he's the first running back off the board.
Wow. CEH. Oh. Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Great receiving back.
Is he not Damian Williams already?
Oh yeah, he's better than Damian Williams. Yeah. Yeah.
But the Chiefs are just like, forget defense, we'll just outscore everyone, and it worked last year. It worked.
I don't see. I would have understood it a little bit if they went with a different dimension back, like Jonathan Taylor, who can he can get them those tough carries, but he can also provide a change of pace. But Edwards-Helaire is pretty much Damian Williams.
Yeah. I mean, he's better than Damian Williams, but I like his tape. He's more physical than Damian Williams, certainly.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. But
they much alike. I don't see. I thought they were.
That's a national champion, unlike AJ Terrell.
Look, if you just watch that game, he's the best running back in the game. Best running back in the world. All right, folks. Well, that is the final pick of the first round, pick 32. What a night, exciting night. Lots going on here. Before we sign off, do want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you're not already. You'll get updates. And make sure to join us tomorrow night starting at 7 p.m. for rounds 2 and 3. The Falcons actually have picks, so that's nice. That's a change from last year. So we'll be here, same place, tomorrow night. Before we get out of here, though, I want to thank my co-host for coming on tonight. First off, Eric Robinson. He's on Twitter @_Eric_Robinson. Eric, anything you want to plug before we sign off tonight?
Yeah, man. Don't tweet me talking about AJ Terrell had a bad game against LSU, because I will probably mute you and tell you to go play in traffic.
Okay, so he's definitely gonna get a bunch of tweets now because you
don't
said
do that. Seriously, man.
But,
don't tweet me.
I'm about to tweet you, Eric.
Don't tweet me with that BS, man. I'm telling you.
Also with us tonight, Adnan Ikic. He's on Twitter @SayWhich Adnan, same question to you. Anything you want to plug tonight?
At the moment, no, but follow the Falcoholic for all of our draft coverage, and there's going to be a lot of it in the coming days. I'll definitely be covering the third day of the draft as the picks come in. And thanks for letting me just tag along at the very last second tonight.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, it was good. It's good. We had a variety of folks come on throughout the show. It was fun. Good time. Also with us, Evan Birchfield at the beginning and end. At Evan Birchfield on Twitter. Evan, anything that you're working on you want to plug?
No. Like Adnan said, just go to thefalcoholic.com. I know the people in the chat appreciate the work you specifically you guys are doing in regards to the draft, and I think it's the best. I guess you could say I am talking here, but you guys definitely have the best coverage, I think, out there. I believe it was Eric's. Is it Eric who did the profile on Terrell that they?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you're on the fence about it, read that. I haven't got the chance to read it, so I'll be doing that here in a little bit. Because, like I said, I didn't know much about him aside from a few games. So definitely check that out on the Falcoholic.com. And yeah.
Definitely, guys. And I'm, of course, Kevin Knight. You can follow me on Twitter at FalcoholicKevin. Yeah, if you guys want more draft content, you can't help yourselves. It's all up on the Falcoholic.com. We have a bunch of great scouting reports from guys like Eric Robinson and our newest guy, Everett. He's on there too. There's also all the prospect previews. There's all my position previews I did this week looking at the Falcons position groups and if they need to draft anybody. Like I said, we'll be back tomorrow night. We'll see you guys at 7 p.m.
And also give it a couple of weeks and we may even have a 2021 mock draft out.
Oh, there you go.
Because it's always draft season.
Don't tempt me. Okay, yeah. You say that like it's a joke. It's not. It's coming. It's coming sooner than
seven
you think.
rounder.
Seven rounder, baby. I don't even know 7 players. Wait, I probably know 7 players in the 2021 draft, but much more than that. Maybe he's pushing it at this point. So, all right, folks, we appreciate you for tuning in. Have a great night. Stay safe out there. We will see you tomorrow night, 7 p.m. for rounds 2 and 3. Have a great night, folks, and go Falcons. Welcome AJ Terrell, and on the off chance you're Googling your name and you see this show. So, welcome.
He's probably watching anyway.
Probably, yeah. He's definitely watching. Definitely. All right, folks. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow.